Hello. Hi there. How's it going? We're streaming a little early today. We're starting a little early today because we're gonna watch the anime. It already came out, which is surprising, but it released like earlier on what is it like in Japan? It released earlier in Japan. Hello, how's it going? Everything already came out in Japan. And Reiji did do like a space for it on his subscription feed, not in his normal feed. So yeah, we're gonna watch the anime. We don't have too much time, so I can't talk for too long. So let's just get into it. As usual, it's gonna be like this. You guys can't like see the full thing and you can't hear it. But you can kind of see, Again, I don't want to risk getting like the video taken down or anything like that. But yeah, this is how we're gonna watch the anime. With that said, let's get into it. Why does the running look so goofy? How fitting. I'm on my way to get rejected, I think. How fitting. I like how they're starting it actually. They're starting it with the Hawaiians arc. That's kind of cool actually. The music's not bad either. I like the visual storytelling actually. Oh, hi Kana. The music is good. What? Okay, the way it panned to the title was kind of meh. The way it panned for the title was kind of meh. But other than that, I actually think the opening was pretty good. I liked what they did there. Legit, I have to pause. Why is the music good? Why is the music good? What? That doesn't happen with this series. Excuse me? Damn. Just a big ass boner. Oh, that's cute. They actually put something over it to censor it. Okay, this is kind of funny. This is kind of funny. I wonder if they'll have that like in the Blu-ray where will you get to see all this or will it stop there? Duh. I will say they made it just like a tad more uncomfortable with the anime, but it's not so bad. It's a tad more uncomfortable with the anime, but it's not so bad. I will admit too, like something I do want to point out. I feel like we get like so bothered with depictions of sex in media, but then like 2 seconds later, we'll watch a dude like fucking slaughter a man, just like gut him like a fucking cow. And it's just, yep, oh yeah, that's the shit I'm here for. And it's so funny to me that like 1 second we'll just be so bothered by the depiction of sex in media. But then, when a dude's like straight up killing a man, or there's murder or just like super fucked up shit, hell yeah, that's what I'm here for, baby. Like, what? All this to say that I actually don't think the depiction of sex in media is bad or uncomfortable, especially if you execute it with a purpose and a meaning, which this does. So yeah, I'm kind of chill about this. I like the delivery. Kanojo Hoshi. Yo, Kazuya looks good. What the fuck? What is going? Why does Kazuya look good? What the fuck? What? What? Why are they playing me like this? Fast forward to the movie arc. Back to my daily life. Okay, I will say the tanness of Curry was so much worse in the manga, which made it funnier. Which made it so much funnier that in the manga it was way funnier because Curry was like tanned to a crisp. Like the dude was actually like just charred. So it doesn't look as funny here. Um, but I will say you can tell they're on a budget, but they're doing a really good job. Like it's actually kind of surprising. Curry. Oh yeah, they're talking about Kibe skipping class on like the first day. But this, if you watched the last season, you were like, wait, Mami just showed up. That's why he's skipping. Oh no. Oh yeah, these two. Hey, I like the nod to the original music at the start. This reminds me a lot of season one. I like this actually. Wait. This was relatable. This is relatable. I'm worried about leaks. This is relatable. Same, bro. Same, bro. Same, bro. Oh yeah, Curry's like mad behind, and Kazuya has to give him a catch up. Mini. One thing that's actually catching me off guard with how they're executing this, they're kind of letting scenes play out without music, and it's weird because the anime doesn't like doing this. It is really strange. It's a good thing, mind you. It's a great thing actually, but it is really strange that they're just kind of letting music play out, or sorry, letting scenes play out without music. That's so weird to me. So that's actually really catching me off guard. Bro is supposedly to be ugly now. Kazuya isn't ugly. Kazuya was never considered ugly. He's always been depicted as average. That's all Kazuya's ever been depicted as, average, never ugly. The change of the sound direction. Yeah, it sounds like it. Is it wrong that Kazuya looks good? No, no, Kazuya does look good. Well, okay, if you're referring to the anime, it's a little strange because usually the way they depict him in the anime feels awkward and stinted, or sometimes depicts him as creepy when he doesn't. It literally changes how he looks in the manga to look weird. Looks more accurate to the manga. That's why it's weird for me. That's why it's throwing me off a little bit. Um, yeah, but he isn't usually that good look. No, he is. Kazuya is usually like that good looking. He is. It isn't out of character or anything. He actually does look like that usually. This is what Kazuya in the manga looks like, or at least close to this. Yes, I'm watching the anime. Curry runs into Minnie. Goodies. Oh, Minnie's theme. Minnie's theme that sounds like it's fucking Sonic. Shisho. What is that? I love that. I still love this line. Everyone has their own lives that they're living. We need some kind of change or resolution. Hello, Ruka. They're playing like this royal music in the background. That's so funny. Do do do. Boss, this isn't the kind of shit you're into, is it? Shh. Boss, this isn't the kind of shit you're into, is it? Boss! Boss! For anyone who got the Metal Gear reference. Problem. Whoa, scary. That was actually good animation. What the hell? The zoomed out shots don't look very so like these shots don't look great, but there's actual animation and it is weird. Wow, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like if you compare this to like some of the Cloverworks anime we got right now, it's not great. Right? If you compare this to some of the Cloverworks anime we got right now, yeah, it's not on their level, not even by a Christmas mile, but considering everything we've gotten up until this point, this pacing, this presentation, even some of the animation we've been getting is actually kind of peak. I'm genuinely surprised. I'm kind of actually blown away. They're doing a really good job. Like everything about this is actually great so far. I I'm actually really surprised. Horny Nushta. The name's Kinoshita. Oh yeah, Kazuya got an advance on the pay. Oh yeah, Ruka didn't know about the cheer update. About that, how do we tell her something did happen? And there's the music. Oh yeah, Ruka's ending her truce. Ruka's ending her truce. I'm watching it on Crunchyroll. Yeah. Yoko. Okay, okay, okay. One thing I will say that is weird. It's too chill. It's too chill. When things are happening, uh, there's it doesn't feel like there's a sense of like movement, which is a little weird. So like right here, when Ruka clapped her hand, it introduced the music, but it didn't feel like the entire tempo of the scene kind of shift. So that's the thing I've been kind of noticing is like it feels too mellow. When they should have like a bit of a shift in certain scenes where like when Ruka claps her hands and she's like, okay, the truce is over. I want to go on a trip. Um, I think they could have introduced just a little more tempo to that, but I kind of get it. Yeah, it feels like it's already just escalated and we never got the build up to it. I also think the music is weird here. The music feels a little weird here. Like it has this like bombastic music, but it feels a little weird here. Cute. Ooh, this is a cute shot. This is a cute shot. Kind of peak. Oh, that's adorable. You've only focused on Chizuru-san lately. You're my boyfriend. You need to take care of my emotional needs. That's so funny. These are all weirdly fitting dialogues considering the current shit in the manga. Kazuya, I feel like I'm doing pretty good actually. You need to pet me and you need to hug me. Honestly, fair. Fair. This Ch- Kazuya, do this with Chizuru, please. Kazuya, do this with Chizuru, please. Move your hand. Okay, good. Now you're petting me. What the fuck's going The karaoke sleazing room isn't helping. Huh, wait, this is a good ass line. You need to learn how to do this without being told. Um and then Kazuya says, like hell I could. I don't work at a host club. How fitting. How fitting. I don't work at a host club. Uh when he's supposed to act like a rental, he should be the best boyfriend. Patting in the afterglow. Thinks about it. She's calculating. Now give me a hug. The music is good again. Ruka, please. I'll allow it. The "g" means about 5 different things. Couldn't exactly go on a hot springs trip though. I don't know how people can see this shit and think Chizuru's evil. All fucked up. Hey, Ruka. Again with the royal music. Oh wow, they're actually laying out a real ass map. This is a real map. You can go to these places. Don't make me say it. The fireworks are so pretty. Look at him. Look at how good Kazuya looks. He actually looks like a normal person. It's a Christmas miracle. We want to be cherished. We want to be told we're cute. We don't want you saying things that don't have to be said. And we want you to say the things we want to hear, even if we don't ask for it. This is oddly fitting considering the current events in the manga. Hmm. The timing is actually kind of good. This is actually kind of good. Yeah, that's pretty complicated. Got to be a mind reader. Bringing up the park incident, Mizuhara was the right move. Wait, no, he said maybe not. Wait, that was a weird translation. He said maybe not bringing up was a good thing. They translated that wrong. Um, maybe bringing up the park incident to Mizuhara was the right move. He didn't. That was his so in this scene, he's saying he made a mistake, and he didn't bring it up to Chizuru. But he's saying maybe that mistake was a good thing. Maybe not bringing it up was for the best. So this is a mistranslation. You gotta try hard to be cute. My boy. I don't know why they made his face look weird though. His face looks a little weird here, but here we go. Cute Kazuya is back. Let's fucking go. I don't want you catching a cold. Ah, she pet his head like he pet hers. Wow, this is actually a really well composed shot. This actually looks really good. They're doing such a great job of making you feel like Ruka is such a good girl, but she's just caught up in this whole mess and this like situation, and like you really start to feel where Kazuya is coming from in this situation. Like, yeah, Ruka is a good girl and he wants her to be happy, and he knows he has to end this so she can find her love. So yeah, like this is they're doing a great job introducing this. Ruka-chan's way too nice. She finds ways to enjoy this relationship even when it's so complicated. That's exactly why things have to change. After all, I'm in love with Mizuhara. Damn, they're doing a good job. Kazuya's hair looks a little goofy, but they're doing a good job. He forgot he took a bath already, huh? Oh, he took another bath. I like the delivery. Are you free either Saturday or Sunday? Oh, it's Chizuru. Okay, they did a good job with that. Oh, hey, look, it's a hibiscus. It's a hibiscus flower. That's cool. And it has all the female characters in it. That's clever. And they're all shaped like hearts. Oh, that's so funny. So clever. Crunchyroll. That's what I'm watching. Who's ours? The music is good again. What the shit? Wait. The music is good. What the shit? Either works for me. This is a he said that in English. This is a perfect. He said that in English. That got me. Okay, I really love how they're leaning into Kazuya being feminine. They're really leaning into it. He's just being like, they even made him sound this way when he's like reeling his like here, this shot right here where Kazuya's doing this straight up, he sounds like a girl, and it's perfect. It's literally perfect. Like actually, just he literally sounds like how female characters in these kinds of shows tend to sound when they're asking the guy they like out. Like it's actually perfect. They're doing such a good job. I'm actually kind of impressed, especially with Shunhori. Shunhori's been like carrying the shit out of this episode. He's Kazuya's voice actor. Either works for me. What's up? Oh yeah, isn't it fitting we start this arc with with Chizuru texting Kazuya and then Kazuya texting her back, and then we end the arc with spoilers for anyone that's new. We end the arc with them not being able to text. Yeah. So I think that's actually kind of fitting. Isn't that oddly fitting? They introduce normal texting between each other, and then that normal texting gets removed, as if to literally highlight to you, hey, look, they can text normally. Shizuru literally broke down the barrier. Let's meet without rental. Let's just meet normally. And then that after Hawaiians gets flipped, you can't meet anymore. You're not allowed to meet anymore. Like they're literally forbidden to meet again. Think about that for a second. It's 11 a.m. sound. Yeah, sure. Sounds good. That's perfect. I'm free on Saturday. Give me more information. I love it. Oh, Chad. Here's Chad Kazuya. Oh my god. I love how they drew him. He actually looks handsome. It's just so funny. Oh, his teeth glow. It's in his own world. Yeah. Couldn't sleep. Oh, he looks so good. I think it's actually super important that they start with Ruka telling him, "Hey, you should know what to say in these kinds of situations." And he's like, "What the fuck am I? A mind reader?" And then we get to a situation where Chizuru clearly is looking for him to say certain things, and he doesn't because he doesn't know what the fuck she's thinking, and you'll never understand that situation without context. And this becomes a conflict for the characters to learn how to communicate more naturally with each other because they don't because they're like struggling. And then as they start communicating more naturally, Hawaiians breaks that. Hawaiians literally breaks that tempo of being able to communicate, and it's literally about establishing love. Like the whole idea is they establish how to love and how to let people in, and then Hawaiians takes that away by design because it's playing directly into the theme of grief, which is literally what happens when someone dies. It takes that away from you. So the arc directly playing into that by introducing them struggling to communicate, understanding they're struggling to communicate, and then forcing them to not communicate naturally is perfectly in line with the conflict of the characters and their deepest fears and insecurities. That's what Hawaiians is as an arc. It's an encapsulation of all these fears and insecurities. It's a massive microcosm of it. Yes, I'm watching the anime. Chizuru, mad drip. Yeah, even how she meets him. Domo. Just natural. So yeah, what they do here that I like is they contrast the date with Ruka with the date with Chizuru, which is really clever. Something new every time I see her. It's crazy how she has no idea what she does to me. How fitting. How fitting. Chizuru is in a position where she has to mind read Kazuya, and she can't. How fitting. The music is good again. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you giving me hope? Why are they giving me hope? Right. This is a date, right? Oh, I love the subtlety of Chizuru's expressions. Hey. Yeah, notice how she specifically asks about Ruka. How's it going with Ruka? That's weird. What could her intent possibly be? As if to say, hey, you guys are done, right? So we can, like, start this thing, right? Yeah, I guess. If you had a change of heart or something. I don't have feelings for her. Oh, he said the right thing, actually. I don't have feelings for her. And then they just sit quietly. I love it. I love it. The panning, the silent panning. Perfect. What the fuck is going on? Damn. They're doing such a good job. Wait, what? No, 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 what? No, 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 no. He did not. Shit. I don't want to. No, what? There's no shot. That's not what he said. What? He did not say this. What? Chapter's almost out. This is frustrating. This is actually pissing me off. Fuck. 171. Um, right here. What does Kazuya say? But that's the fact that she's asking. I guess that means she's trying to push us along, huh? Oh, okay. I guess he does say that. He misinterprets it. Fine. Or, but wait. She seems kind of off. There we go. He snaps out of it. Okay. That's what I remember. Oh shit, I accidentally played the scene. Hope I don't get demonetized for that. Oops. Oops. Shit. Oops. I hope that was short enough that it's not a problem. Woof. Wait, what did she say here? What did she say here? Let's look at that again. I paid the agency in full for you. Chizuru's just trying to take his money, they say. Let's pull that up just so we're clear. I paid the agency in full for you. Chizuru just wants his money, they love to say. And she's literally returning the cash he spent. Mm-hmm. Yep. Chizuru totally doesn't care about him. Nope. Not even a little bit. Mm-mm. You went out of your way to do what you did for me. That means I wasn't able to hide anything during our date. I'm not much of a professional if I did that on a paid gig. Baka! Baka. Chizuru is totally stringing him along. The ED is trash? No, really? No. I really hope not. Oh, no, no. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. I got 4 minutes left and we can start reading the chapter. Fuck. Yeah, who truly knew that Chizuru being a gold digger is a freaking bullshit? Motherfuckers don't read. They just want to fucking call her. Oh my god. What are you talking about? Are you serious? Ooh, animation. You can call yourself a professional. You're a perfect girlfriend that night, too. If anything, I was worried I was stepping out of line. Okay, this line is super important. I was worried I was stepping out of line. I'm currently working on a video. I already recorded it. I already finished it. I spent most of the week writing it and going through it. And it's to contextualize certain things about Chizuru's character. Because things like this, Kazuya thinking he's stepping out of line, the dynamic that gets created as a byproduct of Hawaiians is not the actual dynamic. Chizuru is not trying to Chizuru is not like in control of everything. She actually wants to break that. And then that situation that they're in gets reinforced as a byproduct of other characters. And this line here is really important because Chizuru is trying to tell him it's okay to do what you want to do. And that's pretty much all. Like, I want you to read Hawaiians with that intent. If you read through all of Hawaiians with that intent of Chizuru's literally just trying to let Kazuya have a choice. She's literally just trying to let Kazuya have a choice to be able to do what he wants. So you have to look at how, if you look at Hawaiians with that intent, you'll start recognizing exactly why Chizuru does certain things. Like in chapter 205, where she tells him about paying like a cheaper amount, and then about paying a cheaper amount, and then she tells him she thank you for inviting me to this trip, as if she got the trip for free. If you look at it closely and actually read the context of what Chizuru is saying in that scene, it actually makes a whole lot more sense that Chizuru isn't trying to take the money, but rather she's trying to break the barrier. She's trying to let him break it. Throughout much of Hawaiians, Chizuru unintentionally runs away because she gets freaked out because Kazuya suddenly pulls the I want to confess card. And then she tries to create scenarios to let him confess, to let him break the barrier because it's his to break. And a lot of people seem to completely misinterpret her intent in the Hawaiians arc. And this is something Mami does not see for shit. So when people side with Mami in the Hawaiians arc, they can't tell that they're literally siding with the outside perspective that doesn't understand anything and is literally projecting their own trauma onto the situation. Okay, so let's finish this episode and then let's get into the chapter. I knew Grandma Sayuri. I wanted to do something for you, but I didn't know what. I wanted to do something. Ooh. So it made me happy. I felt like I was able to help you. That was actually kind of cute. Aww. Ah, it's so cute. I had a feeling you'd say that. No point in acting tough after all that. I might actually be a little weak. Aw. Ah, the music choice wasn't okay. They made like a weird sound effect here. I didn't like that. Oh look, here's Chizuru paying for their lunch because she doesn't want him to spend anymore. Hmm. 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 Sorry, but I insist. I'm paying. Oh, she's so cute. Kazuya totally spent 250K. Isn't it like around like what's the actual amount? What's the more accurate amount that he spent? Because I've yet to like properly like research it. Someone told me it was like 16K. I don't even know if that's even accurate. But I'm like it seems pretty fucking stupid to say like a college student who barely has money spent 250K. Like he literally had to get an advance. Yeah, it was something like 20K. I think it was 13K, I think. Okay, now we're just tossing numbers. Now we're just tossing numbers. 8K, 13K, 20K. Umitsuki tells the story of the emotional ups and downs, the tension between attachment and freedom, exactly what you see in the relationship between Kazuya and Chizuru. So literally what I was fucking saying. But her emotions back when we were very real. Chizuru is a little awkward in recognizing and accepting her weaknesses. And here she is accepting them. Sorry, son, you were mistaken. Well, the music is good here too. Mizuho is an incredibly strong person with the slightest hint of weakness. Like she's 99% strong, 1% weak. And now I truly hope I can be a pillar for that 1% to lean on. Oh, my king is going to do it. And that's where it ends. I knew it. It's going to end with Kazuya asking her out. Oh, this is the ending song. Oh, you mean the ED just reuses clips? Oh, this isn't the actual ending. That it can't be the actual. Yeah, it's not the actual ending. This is just them playing it. No, 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 no. This isn't. Okay, no. Jaws, you're misinterpreting what's happening here. No, no, no. This is just a classic first episode thing where it replays stuff, but it's not actually the ending. It's not actually the ending. No, 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 no. Uh, that's not what's actually going on. No, 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 no. Okay. Uh, what? What? This sounds cute as hell. I like how it sounds like a story. This sounds like a story. That's super fitting considering it's called My Vega, which is about the story between Altair and Vega. Oh, dude. No, this sounds good. No, no, no. This ending sounds good. I disagree. Hoshi. Oh, and then they just brought the girlfriend's back. Our viewers made it all possible. Sign girlfriend. preview doesn't. Okay. All right, that's it, fellas. Oh, time to read the manga. That was good. I liked it. I think that was a good first episode. They did a good job. Was he hugging a Chizuru body pillow? Yeah, I don't know where that's from. Is that in the manga at some point? I have to look because I don't remember that. Okay. It seems like they're gonna get all the way to chapter 175. So this is where they would get. Oh, let me show it. Sorry, you guys can't see. So this is what they would get. He runs into Mami and all that. So there would be nowhere to show that. I don't know where the body pillow is from. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of Mami focus soon. So yeah. Anywho, let me move this here so I can buy the chapter. Cause wait, can I just purchase it? Cause I think I already have points. Yep, I already got points. Perfect. Okay, let's do this. Oh, I've actually avoided spoilers fairly well. There was only one thing that came up in my feed, but that's kind of about it. Okay. Now on to the real shit. Oh, there's already a spread. That was fast. My girlfriend and love 32. Something's gonna happen in this chapter. I'm feeling it. Something's gonna happen in this chapter. This is so reminiscent of like when he jumped off the ferry. But no, this is no. What does this remind me of? It reminds me of something else. Dude. I'm really sorry. No, don't worry about it. You're not heavy at all. You're perfect. Staying in shape must be tough. That's not what I'm talking about. Don't worry. Your feelings are what's important. Like I said before, this life, you know. I forgot to ask earlier. But can I keep loving you for just a little longer? Oh, he said the Umi line. He said Umi's line. Oh, he said Umi's line. He fucking said Umi's line. I'd like to keep loving you for a little longer. Oh, look at her. No. What? But it's not like I can change how I feel so suddenly. It's not that easy. I mean, it's just, this isn't right. I know that I'm making you wait, and yet here I am borrowing your shoulder again, not being able to understand how I feel. If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. Come on, what are you talking about? It's not your fault you got a blister. Looks like it really hurts. Plus, I just couldn't stand seeing you like that. Besides, remember what I said. I'll wait however long it takes. I've been thinking, you've believed in me back then, Mizuhara. So maybe it's my turn this time. Damn it! I should have put that fucking script out! Fuck me! Damn it! I should have put the stupid script out. I'm like, you know what? Son of a mother! He isn't us! He's better than us! Damn it! I should have put the fucking script out! Fuck me! Damn it, I predicted all of this. To be fair, you can see it on Twitter. I pretty much posted this on Twitter. I called this. He's better than us. You've been for me there the whole time. It's my turn. Also, you know, I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you. I love him. So sorry. I'm sorry. No. You can't. I didn't lie about anything that I talked about on that day. She didn't lie. What the fuck did I say? But no. My feelings for him and my decision were so sincere, almost pathetically so. But no. Absolutely not. Here comes the absolutely not. I mean, even if you tell me no. On the way home, I couldn't help but feel guilty for not being able to come up with an answer to my feelings, and for his sake as well, the desperation to not put it off any longer than I already had. No. Only our shadows were together, but no, and it made me feel awful. Looking up, I could see the back of his head. I had seen it so many times before, and yet, maybe it was because my feet weren't touching the ground, but for some reason it looked somewhat different. I suddenly remember that that person's scent was strong around the scalp. I can't just stop. No. Such a random thought popped into my head, and I nudged my face slightly into his back. When I did, it smelled like Grandpa, just a little bit. Like I said, I can't. No. Sorry. No. Sorry. No. It's so cute. I love them so much. Fuck the people who hate this manga. Kazuya is better than us, dude. I fucking love this chapter. I'm gonna read you a little script that I wrote. Um, that pretty much predicted this. First, let me go to the Japanese. I gotta send the Japanese text to my friend. If you need to cry, do it manly. Nah, bitch, I cry however the fuck I want. Do it manly. Nah, bitch, I'll cry however the fuck I want. So this arc is definitely not over. Not by a long shot. Oh, there's some words here too. Oh, volume 41. There it is. We saw volume 41. It's right there. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. We got a sneak preview of volume 41. Sick. So the big thing I want you to take away from this, she says on the trip home, I didn't lie about anything. Let's read through the text again. I didn't lie about anything when I talked about I talked about on that day. My feelings for him and my decision were so sincere, almost pathetically so. On the way home, I couldn't help but feel guilty for not being able to come up with an answer to my feelings, and for his sake as well, the desperation to not put it off any longer than I already had. Only our shadows were together, and it made me feel awful. Looking up, I could see the back of his head, and I had seen it so many times before, and yet, maybe it was because my feet weren't touching the ground, but for some reason, it looked somewhat different. I suddenly remembered that the person's scent was strong around on their scalp. That such a random thought popped into my head, and I nudged my face slightly into his back. When I did, it smelled like Grandpa just a little bit. Directly into the theme of grief. Directly into the theme of grief. Dude. Literally, you have to stop loving me. I never fucking will. Fuck everybody else. I'll literally never stop loving you. Damn. I'll never love anyone as much as I do in a lifetime. And recognize Kazuya has said this before. Kazuya has not like said this to Chizuru like this before. And yet Chizuru still feels confused. Why, I wonder? It's almost like she views herself like a bad person and she doesn't understand her feelings because she's confused. He ain't taking no for an answer. My boy. My boy. He respects her, he cares for her, but he still knows how he feels and he'll never change that. Yeah, the chapter was short. The chapter was short, but it was about creating a feeling. It was about creating. So understand, Reiji isn't like focused on giving you the most filling chapter possible. He wants to evoke a feeling from you. He wants to make you feel something, and so he'll encapsulate that feeling in a chapter. And literally the opening kind of captures it super well. Them literally just walking, like that's literally just the opening. Them walking through this street. No one else is there. Isn't it super fitting that in Hawaiians, literally it's in front of everybody, but here they are. It's just them. It's literally just them. Most of their big moments happen in front of people. But now it's literally just them again. It's like they're reenacting the original scene. The original scene where they went to the beach and it was just them. And it didn't turn out how we imagined. Now it's reversing it. Now they're walking home again and it's just them again in the middle of the night. No one else is there and they get to play it out again. They get to reverse the script. They get to change the script. I hate motherfuckers who hate Chizuru. I genuinely hate motherfuckers who hate Chizuru. Like, she's so. Look at her. This is literally how. Okay, just this. Just remember this for like a second. I'm gonna show you something. Cause literally our Verka's theory and I is literally becoming true. Like, it's literally true. I don't know how else I could prove to you that it's true, other than it fucking is. But here, here, let me just. Oh, this is great. I sure do hope this looks fucking familiar to you. Damn it. I sure do hope Chizuru's face looks fucking familiar to you. No, really. I sure do hope. I sure do hope this looks fucking familiar to you. Oh my god. I do understand the dislike for Mami, though. I mean, yes. Like, no offense, Jaws. Mami does some awful shit. It's kind of easy to hate her a little bit. You think it's small, very small preview for the fight? She regrets her. It does feel like they're gonna have some sort of argument, yeah. Who's talking about Mami? The person right above you. But yeah, no, like I like Mami's character, but Mami does do bad shit. And you can be upset with Mami at that bad shit, but I also don't really hate Mami. There's just moments, like, I think even Chizuru doesn't hate her in retrospect. Like, in retrospect, thinking about it, I don't think even Chizuru hates her. She's just struggling to forgive her. Because like, it's a reflection of her inability to accept herself. So naturally, she struggles to accept Mami. Because Mami pissed her off a lot. Of course Chizuru regrets her fucking decision. Of course she does. She doesn't want to let him go. She fucking... No, Chizuru... Okay, Chizuru loves Kazuya. It's so obvious she does. But she's literally just trying to do this thing because she thinks she has to. Because she thinks she hasn't come to a decision. Her feelings are not clear, so she needs to let him go. If you regret, don't take... She's not making this decision because she... she's not making this decision because she wants to. She's making it because she thinks she has to. That flashback informs so much of Chizuru's character. She thinks she needs to do this. Chizuru thinks she needs to let him go because she hasn't figured out her feelings. It's right here. It's just, this isn't right. This is not right. She's trying to do the right thing. You're in contradiction here. Yeah, it is a contradiction. It's by design. It's literally by design. Chizuru doesn't recognize her own love. She doesn't even see her own love, right? Because she thinks her love is selfish, right? And here's it starting with Kazuya literally starting to be selfish. The anime is Chad. I don't know how to tell you this. The anime's doing fine. The manga's doing fine, and if just to let you know, the what is it? What is it? The surveys, they have surveys regularly for every chapter. They haven't even dropped. Like when I say they haven't even dropped, I mean like the surveys from chapter 380 to the current point in the manga, they have not gone below, they have not hit negative. People still like this. Yeah, I'm telling you, right? It's doing fine. Don't get caught up in the rhetoric of like what people say online, because it's bullshit. The manga's doing perfectly fine. The reviews and the surveys have not dropped. They're doing perfectly fine. The anime is still very popular and is still people still like it, despite the fact that it's not insane quality like say Cloverworks with all of their other animes. The manga's doing perfectly fine. There's no issues. They're doing fine. Like I can't like disclose my sources as to how, because it's from a certain place that I'm not allowed to talk about. But yeah, I'm just telling you right now, they're doing perfectly fine. Like you guys are kind of getting some insider information here. So just know the manga is perfectly fine, and so is the anime. There are no issues. They're doing good. In fact, just to give you context, because the story has so much support, they got to make season 4 in the first place. That's kind of rare that they get to 4 seasons because the story has this much support. If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. Come on, what are you talking about? It's your fault. You got blister. Plus, I just couldn't stand seeing you like that. Besides, remember what I said? I'll wait however long it takes. Oh, look at her. Look at her. I've been thinking you believed in me back then, Mizuhara, so maybe it's my turn this time. Oh, man. There it is. Oh, there it is. There are the tears. Do you see the fucking tears? They're kind of hard to see. Oh, it was probably zoomed in, so you can't see me very well. Oh, man. No. Oh, yes. My king. This is why I love Kazuya. This is why he's better than us. Kazuya's better than us. He's so much better than us. You guys are evil. He's the good guy. This is why she loves him and she doesn't love you stupid motherfuckers. I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you. Oh my god, look at Chizuru. Look at her. She's like, I love him so fucking much. So sorry. I'm sorry. Isn't it so fitting he uses the I'm sorry line right back at her? He uses the I'm sorry line right back at her. I'm never gonna stop. No. I love her. Look at this. Who else is noticing how like how she's blushing like fucking crazy touching him? Who else is noticing that? That she's literally blushing like goddamn crazy touching him. That she's literally like a stupid kid losing her shit. Look at that. She's like a little kid. He's intentionally drawing her like a little kid. He's intentionally drawing her like a little kid. But no. But I just, no. I mean, even if you tell me now, no. No. Isn't this, they're already fighting. They're already fighting. They're literally already, it's literally starting. They're already fighting. They're literally having a disagreement. They're literally already having a disagreement. You can't keep loving me. It's not right. Yeah, well, I'm not going to fucking stop. Fuck you. Even if you tell me no. No. Fuck you. No. It's already started. I'm already... I feel she's more flustered because she's feeling overwhelmed. She's losing her shit because she's touching... Listen to her words very closely. Only our shadows were together and it made me feel awful. I feel awful because I'm enjoying this. I like this. I feel good being close to him. I feel good touching him. Looking up, I could see the back of his head. I had seen it so many times before, and yet, maybe it was because my feet weren't touching the ground, but for some reason, it looked somewhat different. Why does his head look so nice right now while I'm touching him, while I'm super close to him? I suddenly remembered that that person's scent was strongest around their scalp. That person probably, I was wondering if she's referring to her grandpa or she's referring to Kazuya. Such a random thought popped into my head, and I nudged my face slightly into his back. She wants to be touched. She wants to be hugged. She wants to be cared for. God, we are the fucking villains. Ah! When I did, it smelled like Grandpa just a little bit. She wants to be hugged like when she was a little kid. Oh, no, my tears. They won't fucking stop. I'm like half crying. Okay, Steven, you already mentioned like the chicken and egg dilemma, which I don't fucking understand. You already said it in the comments. I didn't know. I didn't understand what you were saying. So I don't quite know. We already kind of discussed it, and the problem is that she cannot proceed with proof of her belief. Yeah, but she's literally misinterpret. No, okay. Chizuru is looking for proof that doesn't exist. That's the problem. She's looking for proof that does not exist. She's looking at the wrong things because she's misinterpreting her own feelings as self-serving, as not caring. Why would Chizuru believe that her feelings are self-serving and that she doesn't actually care about him and she only wants him physically? She clearly loves him, so what the fuck is the problem? All she's done is show how much she cares about him. She keeps putting him first, even right now. Even right this moment, when she wants something from him, she's putting him first. So why would Chizuru feel like her feelings are self-serving? Gee, I wonder what chapter we read from the Hawaiians arc that could possibly inform this in some way, shape, or form. I wonder what it could fucking be. You're completely right that things can't go on like this forever. But still, it's inexcusable that we've dragged it into this, and I want to apologize as blah, blah, blah. But but the way it's all put a smile on Nagomi-san's face. Am I the only one who thinks that that's real? In of itself, a lie is evil, even from you. You're a bad person. You're self-serving. This is all for you. Okay, now let's go to chapter 235. What does Chizuru start saying now? I won't make excuses. I know this is on me. My fault. I get all the deeds from him about what happened to Hawaiians and about how you two got into a jam. Of course, I know there must be a lot going through your mind too, so I get it. It's not like I regret what I did. Even if I could go back in time, I'd do it all over again. But I can't go on saying I did it because I'm his rental girlfriend anymore. I did it for me. It's self-serving, and I recognize how I've wronged his family too. I wronged people. I hurt people. I'm the bad person. What is Chizuru saying earlier with Mami? What is Chizuru saying earlier with Mami? She's trying to stop Mami from hurting them. She's trying to put them first, their happiness first. She may have lied, but the truth underneath that lie is that she's doing it because she fucking loves them. She didn't lie because she wanted to hurt them. She lied because she wanted to make sure they were okay and happy. But how is Chizuru starting to interpret this now? How is Chizuru interpreting these words now? It's not like I regret what I did. I wronged his family. This is all my fault. Calling myself a professional girlfriend, doing things that betray my clients in an interest all the time. What did Kazuya say earlier? When we were watching that episode earlier, what did Kazuya say when we were watching that episode? Here, I'll pull it up for you just so you understand. Nobody is thinking like this except for Chizuru, who got this information from Mami and Ruka. What the hell are you talking about? Are you serious? I didn't think it was unprofessional at all. You were the perfect girlfriend that day. Honestly, I've been stressing about whether I went over the line. Like, I know all about Granny Sayuri, and I was racking my brain trying to come up with some way to help. So I was glad about it. I felt like maybe I was able to be there for you. And yet, Chizuru keeps feeling like she's the bad guy. Now, some people would gladly say, because they'll find a way to villainize Chizuru's character. They'll find a way to villainize Chizuru's character. She's playing victim. You know how people love to blame victims for when they're going through shit. They're like, oh, they're being a victim. They have a victim's mentality. This is what they fucking do. Well, no, you're an idiot. No. So first off, it's clear that this is not an answer. Minnie's like, that's not an answer. What reason do you have to keep your distance from Master? She looks at her. Ruka-chan. None of these are the actual real reasons, but they also are. What do I mean by this? The real reason is because Chizuru feels like she's not allowed to touch him. So, she says, I did something wrong. I'm the bad person. These feelings are bad. Therefore, I'm not allowed to be with him. But she says it in a roundabout way without saying my feelings are disgusting and I'm not allowed to touch him. So, because she doesn't understand these feelings. She thinks that her feelings are not actually love. So she compares them to real love constantly. I wasn't a professional because I was acting out of emotion. I did the wrong thing here. That's not an answer. What are you talking about? Ruka-chan, I really hurt her. Okay, you hurt someone who's actually in love, but you're not in love. To begin with, I'm the one who pushed him into it. If this was our scheme, if this is where our scheme has taken us, I can't keep going on any further. So that's why. It's perfectly Mizuhara-esque answer, conscientious to a fault, you might say. Mizuhara-esque. Maybe doesn't fully get her at this point. So, but you're in love. So can you be expected, so what can be expected to do? Grandpa zone? Bro, Kazuya grandpa zoned. Oh, you wish. You wish. You wish. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely going to be what people say. You wish. Grandpa zoned. Dude, the one man that she deeply cared about her entire fucking life, her grandpa, and she reminds her of him. The one man she cared about in her whole fucking life, and he reminds her of him. Like, no. Okay. Let's keep going for now, just to give a little bit more context to this. I don't know. I don't understand it myself why I did such a thing. It can't be love. It can't be love. So, oh yeah, just for that, I mean, sure, I guess you got a point. Yeah, no, like, sorry to tell you, like, Kazuya reminding her of her grandpa, is Kazuya reminding her of someone she deeply loved and lost. Like, he is literally like, she's reminded of her childhood when she is with him. She gets to be like a little kid. That's why she's mentioning her grandpa. She's getting to be like a little kid around him. He's literally carrying her. He's lifting her up like her grandpa used to lift her up when she was a little kid. So she gets to be like a little kid again. Grandpa Zone is crazy. Yo, hey, on, seriously, will they end up together? Yes! Yes! Why won't anybody listen to me? At first glance, it looks like the chapter ended the same place as started in. I don't know about that. I don't think so. We're in a completely different spot, I would argue. If anything, I was right. They're starting to fight. They are literally having a disagreement. The chapter ends with them having a disagreement. It is starting. My theory is happening. My theory is fucking happening, and none of you fucking want to listen to me. It's starting. It's literally starting. Bruh. Them walking together into the night, having a disagreement, and Chizuru is being reminded of her childhood. Grandpa zoned, illiterate motherfuckers. Okay. So Minnie tells her, okay, but you're in love. So it can't be helped, right? I think it's already finished. No. Why do people think it's done? What gave you the impression that this arc is over? Nothing is telling me it's over. Why are we thinking this arc is done? You're the second person to mention this. Why do people think this arc is done? Nothing has indicated to me this arc is done. I mean, why are they blushing while talking normally? It makes me blush too. Look at this. She's losing her goddamn mind. She's so fucking horny around him. Like, I'm sorry, what? When these two end up together, it's gonna be cinema. I don't care what anyone says. Reggie's the GOAT. Yeah. Like, look at this. It's because they deeply love each other and they finally get to Dutch. Because after so many rejections in a row, so convinced there's no way to go back in the short term. I'm sorry, that's how you interpret the manga, Tom B? But no? Kazuya literally said no? I'm sorry, did we just read the same fucking chapter? I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone as more than I love you. You can't keep loving me. I'm gonna keep doing it. You can't stop me. Kazuya literally shut up. Shut up. I don't care. I'll keep doing it. I don't care. Oh yeah, so many rejections, Kazuya. I don't fucking give a shit. I'm gonna keep loving you. What? Like, excuse me? That's so funny. How about no? So okay, we keep getting off the track of this one. We got to come back to this. Right? People are going to call Kazuya a simp here when he is better. It's not going to have a time skip. No, it doesn't make any sense to have a time skip here. No. Bro, you're too focused on the future instead of living right now. Which is what the characters are literally doing. They're living right now. Like this is going to I'm calling it. The fight's going to happen. They're going to resolve shit right now. I hate the fact that Umi was doing something similar looking back. What, like saying the same line as Kazuya? I want to keep loving you. Yeah, well, Umi represents selfish love within the narrative. So Chizuru interpreting her love as selfish and Umi showing up and being selfish actually gave Chizuru the courage to be a little selfish herself. So there's actually a good thing that came out of the Umi situation that people don't realize. I genuinely find this exchange adorable. I know. It's so cute. They're so fucking cute. I wish Kazuya said, I could never hate you. I wish Kazuya said that to her right here. I could never hate you. But she wouldn't believe that, so he just said, nope, I'm going to keep loving you. I'm going to be here for you right now. So he doesn't say, I can't hate you, because he is frustrated right now. He is frustrated right now. He can't say that, because it's not true. But he says, I want to be on your side right now. I want to help you out, while everyone is too busy turning on you. He's literally being better than us. He's literally being better than us. This is the right time for Kazuya to be stubborn as a bull. He's getting what he wants. Nobody is stopping him. Yes! Yes, Kazuya! Stubborn! Right? Perseverance, motherfuckers! Oh my god. Yeah, why can no one read the subreddit rules for new chapter releases? Holy shit. What now? What now? Are they just posting shit? Ichinose going from blushing from touching him, and then he's smelling like him. Bro is starting to go intimate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Chizuru is... Dude, are we looking at the same character? She's losing it. Like, Kazuya's words are literally Chizuru's feelings embodied. I don't think I'll love anyone more than I love you. And literally, like, she's hugging him right now. Like, bro, she is fucking losing it. Kazuya is How is Kazuya stupid? How is Kazuya that, bro? What the fuck happened to men? What the fuck happened to men? I'm serious. What the hell happened to you guys? Why are we such weak-willed pussy-ass shit, dude? I don't even want to use that terminology, pussy-ass shit, because that implies women are weak. So I'm going to change that a little bit. Why are you limp dick little fuckers? There we go. Limp dick little fuckers. There we go. Making fun of your dicks, because that's the thing we're like proud about it right now. Kazuya is literally being better than every single person on the internet. Every single motherfucker on the internet. He's being better than all of you. Because he's putting the woman he loves first, instead of hurting her when she doesn't give him what he wants. Chizuru's like, why don't you hate me? Because I fucking love you. That's why. I'm not defining my relationship with you by the hatred. I'm defining it by the love I feel for you. How is this stupid and weak? Men these days are fucking pathetic. The haters are Umi, who can't deal with rejection, Kazuya. I think Umi is like... I don't think they're Umi. I think they're Mami. No offense, Jaws. No offense, Jaws. The haters aren't Umi, they're Mami. Kazuya isn't better than me. I put everything aside for Mami. Fresh and Fit would like to disagree. I don't know who the fuck Fresh and Fit is. What are the editor's side notes for the end of the chapter? I'm waiting for my friend. He hasn't responded. I don't know why. Mami keeps catching strays. Look, Jaws, I love Mami, but she literally represents the haters straight up. And yeah, she's changing right now. Mami is currently changing right now. The shippers are definitely Minnie. The haters are Mami. Well, I would argue every character in the story that is in Kazuya and Chizuru represents expectations in some form. So like Nagomi is parental expectations. Mami is the haters, the people who look from the outside. Minnie is the shippers. Kibe, Kibe is like the more masculine readers, I would argue. And then what else? Sumi doesn't really represent expectations so much. She's actually antithetical to that idea. Haters don't even get Mami's background as they never read the manga. Mami is a decoy villain. After everything we've seen, Chizuru is like a pipeline at this point. Chizuru is like Palpatine? Okay. So, John Cena, you're a jackass. John Cena is I don't even know John Cena, but that's funny. John Cena sucks. You're an idiot. Have a nice day, buddy. Chizuru's Palpatine. This girl is Palpatine. I'm sorry. You should find real love. You can't fall in love with me. Let me go. She's Palpatine. How could she do this? Oh my god. Kazuya's mindset will be destroyed if Chizuru's mindset is like early Mami's mindset. No. Okay. I was explaining before. You know what? Let's just get back to what we were reading. Do you think it's possible for Kazuya to continue loving Chizuru but be open for another relationship? No. No. If you guys think that within like I think Kazuya won't like look for another relation. Like even if they, which they won't, they're not gonna break up. I genuinely think they're gonna fight, and they're gonna resolve this, and they're gonna get together, and there's gonna be sex. I'm saying it right now, and kissing. Even if they somehow broke apart, Kazuya probably won't find another relationship for a while, like a long while. He's not gonna just magically get over her. Like he literally says it right here. I'm not gonna just magically get over you. And she's like, yo, you need to get it. And he's like, no. What internal battle Chizuru has? Reiji's fixing the chapter. I fear crashing out on Twitter. No. This was all planned. And if you guys think Reiji's just magically doing like, what is it? Damage control, I'm sorry, you don't know anything about the manga industry. If you genuinely think Reiji's just doing damage control right now, you don't know anything about the manga industry. This was there from the start. Every single piece of information was given to you from the start. If you did not pick up on that, that's on you, because I've been predicting this from like the start of this date. Like weeks and weeks and weeks ago. I have been predicting all of this, and nobody listened to me. Yeah, the chapters have been, like for those who don't know, these chapters have been done for over a month. Yeah, these chapters, they've been done for over a month. Reiji is 5 chapters ahead. He's regularly 5 to 6 chapters ahead. He's that far ahead. So, I don't know what y'all are fucking talking about. Like, there's no damage control happening here. Reiji intended this. In fact, Reiji has said, not super openly, I cannot tell you where he said this. Reiji has said, fine, I'll just say it. I'll just say it. You guys getting a little sneak preview, I guess. Reiji has like a sub on Twitter. I'm not going to share much information from that, but I will share this tiny little detail, because it proves what I was thinking the whole time. Reiji knew this would be the outcome. He knew the internet would react like this. The only thing he didn't know is how big the reaction would be. That's it. That's all. That's all I'm going to tell you. Reiji knew this would happen. He knew people would react like this. He straight up said this. I kid you not, he straight up said this. He knew people were going to react like this. He just didn't think it would be so fucking big. That's all. And shocker, shocker, yet again, it's the same thing that happened before. Chapter 218 gets leaked, everybody spreads misinformation and loses their fucking mind, and it's the worst thing ever. Chapter 380 gets leaked, spread everywhere, everybody loses their goddamn mind, blah, 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 all that crazy stupid shit. Don't believe me that people do this when they see something they don't enjoy? Last of Us 2. I'm not even a huge fan of Last of Us 2. I don't even like Last of Us all that much. Last of Us 2 is not even that great of a fucking game, in my opinion. It has some great shit in there, but it's not even that great of a fucking game. The thing people didn't like got leaked, and they spread it everywhere so they could ruin it for everyone and be like, look how terrible all that stuff is. There it is again. The problem is leak culture is a fucking plague, and people will release this stuff, and there we go. Anyways. The outcome now makes perfect sense. All the clues were there. Yeah, everything is literally laid out in front of you. It's all there. The story wants you to reread. If you can reread, you'll see all this shit. We literally went through this stuff. We literally went through this stuff in past streams. I'm currently working on condensing them and making them into like a proper video. Like I see fighting they're literally already arguing. Here they are arguing. Here they are literally arguing. Like, and I ask you, how did Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship start? How did Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship start? Arguing. They started by fighting. They literally, chapter 1, they're fighting. Chapter 2, they're fighting. Chapter 3, they're fucking fighting. They started fighting. They need to fight again. They literally just need to fight again. That's it. I've been saying this. They need to fucking have a fight. Chizuru literally says, my ideal marriage is if we fight about something, and 2 seconds later, we can laugh about it. Fight, kiss, propose, sex. Just saying. I'm pretty sure if they have sex, they'll probably censor it a little bit. They're already censoring stuff. They're already telling us, hey, look, we're going to censor this shit. So if anything, when we were watching the anime today, that was kind of like a clue to me. Hey, we might censor this stuff in chapter 218. Don't worry, we're probably going to censor it. That was them telling us, hey, we're probably going to censor it. I genuinely would not be surprised. I think they're going to censor it. I think the anime is going to censor chapter 218, which makes a lot of sense. And then maybe the Blu-ray, when they release it, it won't be censored. I would not be surprised. The argument in this chapter is a fight. The first part of the prophecy was fulfilled, Johan. Trust me. What I'm fucking talking about. It's already happening. It's already happening, and none of you fucking listened. None of you listened. Oh, chapter 218 is happening. I'm sorry if you think it's not and you're hoping it isn't. It's happening. They're gonna do it. It's happening. I really don't people read the actual manga and talk shit about it. Yeah, we like to call them, we had someone in here called Cyber Demon. He's not with us at the very moment, but he labeled it as TLDR haters. Too long, didn't read. And interestingly, there's like this leaker on Twitter who actually decided, you know what, I'm going to read the manga. And they didn't read the whole thing. They only read like parts of it. But he's like, this is actually kind of good. Like he makes the same stupid statements as most people do when they read the manga. Like, oh, Kazuya is, you know, he monologues too much or he's too horny and all that shit. And then they said, oh, Reiji's like trapping Chizuru so she doesn't break out of her whatever and all that shit. But they said, like, you know, the hate actually feels kind of forced now that I'm reading. And I'm like, oh my god, someone engaged for the manga with 2 fucking seconds and realized all that shit is bullshit. It's a Christmas miracle. I want to forget chapter 218. You can't. And it won't go away. And you can't make it go away. I nailed everything I said. Kazuya was rejected by Mizuhara. Confessed to Ichinose. She can make a decision because she's in her conflict as Vader Anakin way. What? It's not Mizuhara isn't the brain. Or I think you're doing this thing where you're like splitting her personalities into multiple people when they're all one. Kazuya literally said it's all just Chizuru. What he was rejected by was Chizuru's sense of responsibility that was ingrained in her by her grandmother, not Mizuhara. He wasn't rejected by Mizuhara. He was rejected by Chizuru's sense of responsibility that is somewhat embodied through Mizuhara. Whereas Chizuru, the real her, underneath it all, loves him. That's all. Kazuya is in denial and accepts the rejection. Poor guy. Kazuya isn't in denial. If you interpret this as Kazuya being in denial, you've never been in love. Genuinely. If this is your interpretation of Kazuya being in denial, you've probably never been in love. Because that's literally how... My first relationship, I couldn't get over it for like a year or 2. That's not how love works. You don't just get over it. You don't just accept a rejection. Your mind is not gonna just be like, "Oh, that's great. I'm fine. I'm great." Like that's not how grief works. Yes, you being rejected is grief. That's not how fucking grief works. You don't just whoop-de-doo, get over it. You're great to go. No. Already invested 4 years. Kazuya is insanely persistent of his love for her. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. What I think is interesting, the love is spelled koigoro, or I'm not sure how to like say it. It's basically romantic love or the feeling of love. But what is interesting is it has the word koi in it. And someone pointed out like the myth of the koi to me, and there's literally a myth about do you know what koi are, the fish, the koi fish? Here, I'll just pull it up. There it is. So let me read this for you. So the reason I bring the koi up is that the way love is spelled here is koi guru. Let me pull it up. What is it? Koi goguru? Is that it? Love. Koigakuru means my love. I think that's the spelling. And it means like the feeling of love. So the word koi being in there, it might be a subtle nod, and it actually makes a whole lot of sense. This is actually in the script that I wrote that I already recorded. The most prevalent myth surrounding koi fish is the legend of the koi transforming into a dragon, particularly after swimming upstream against a powerful waterfall often called the Dragon Gate. So there's a little more details to this. The koi are usually swim in like a big pack, and they're swimming in this river, and they get to the end of the river. And at the very end of the river, there's this really intense waterfall. Koi are fish known to swim upstream. So they get to this waterfall that's really, really powerful. And a lot of them turn away. They want to swim away. They don't want to deal with it. And some stay. Some want to swim up this waterfall. And a lot of them couldn't. A lot of them couldn't swim up this waterfall. So a lot of them started giving up. But one koi refused to give up. And they kept doing it for 100 years or 1,000 fucking years. They just kept persisting. They refused to give up. They're like, no, I'm climbing this fucking waterfall. I'm going to fucking do it. And eventually they did. They get to the top of the waterfall. Like through sheer persistence and force of will, they fucking get to the waterfall. They're like, nope, I am persevering through this. So what happens? The gods, seeing this, reward that koi for their persistence. So they turn that koi into a dragon, and it becomes a symbol of strength, personal growth, and persistence. Now, I ask you, what has been the persistent imagery in this arc? How did we start this arc? Just a quick question. What has been the persistent imagery? They're Shinto gods. It was like one of the Shinto gods. I forgot. But let's stick to my point for now. What has been the persistent imagery that we have seen in this arc? What is the first thing that we see when we start this arc? Rain. Water. What is the arc Reiji directly references while we're going through this arc? The beach arc. The first ever beach arc. Where does the rejection happen? Where does the rejection happen? I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue. Next to the fucking sea. There's a repeating motif of water. Weight, challenge, difficulty. If you can persist past the pain, the misery, and the tragedy, if you can keep fighting and you don't give up, you're going to reach what you want. You're going to get there. This is what this arc was doing. The point of the arc, starting with rain, starting with like, okay, what about this gives you the impression it's going to be a great day? What the fuck about this gives you the impression it's going to be a great day? Who starts the most important date of the arc like this? Nothing. That's wild. And it's because this arc, from the beginning, has always been about overcoming that pain and tragedy, overcoming these negative things, these things that are getting in our way, these things that like are a direct obstacle to us. If we can persist past this pain, past this tragedy, we'll get to what we want. We'll reach that. If you keep believing and you keep hoping and you keep working hard towards it, dreams come true. Feelings are reciprocated. Yeah, it's literally there. It's all in the writing. That's the Magikarp Gyarados thing, right? I don't remember the Magikarp thing. Is it like how Magikarp turns into Gyarados? Kazuya is the golden boy, but his fatal flaw is that he's too committed to love. No, that's actually his strongest strength. Kazuya being committed to love is his strongest strength because he'd rather define himself by love than by tragedy, by hatred, by anger. That's what makes him better than us. To people, what you're perceiving as a weakness is actually his greatest strength. Because he sees how shitty the world is. He sees how shitty the world is, and he's choosing to define himself by love. Kazuya doesn't deny the world. He doesn't just go to... Like, yeah, Kazuya dreams. Kazuya has magical fantasies. but he doesn't deny the existence of the world around him. He's not delusional. He knows the world around him is rough, but he keeps fucking fighting for what he wants because he'd rather define himself by that fantasy than by that cruel reality he's so familiar with. And if you genuinely believe Kazuya is like delusional and doesn't like actually see the world around him, you have not been reading the manga. Because, bitch, here he is saying this. Chizuru's son is a prodigy, and not only that, she works so hard every single day. I want to help a girl like her achieve her dreams while I still have the chance. I've never felt this kind of drive before, because if a girl like her can't be happy, then there's no justice in the world. And if someday our relationship ends, I'd still choose to support her for the rest of my life because that is how much she means to me. He's defining himself by love. He's not being a simp. This whole thing of being a simp is really frustrating to me because people are taking like literally dudes who have nothing going on in their lives, who are pathetic and sad and literally don't do anything in their lives, and they're literally just chasing after a girl who doesn't even know they exist, and they're projecting it onto Kazuya and calling him a simp for liking her. When in reality, Kazuya knows what he's seeing. Kazuya is very aware of his life and what he's trying to do in that life. And people just seem to assume he's a blind idiot who's just being dragged along when Kazuya fucking knows. Like, that's why Mami's arguments in Hawaiians are stupid. Straight up. No offense, Jaws. That's why her arguments are so fucking stupid. Because she's arguing like Kazuya has absolutely no agency in the relationship. That he didn't spend his own money. Chizuru tricked him into spending that money. When literally we just watched her try to give the money back, pay for everything, and he's like, no, you're a fucking idiot. Keep that money. I know what I'm doing. Kazuya has agency in the relationship. He's not just some idiot blinded by love. He is a dude who sees the cruel reality in front of him and choosing to define himself by love. Which to me is so powerful considering we live in a world where loving is really fucking hard. Not just because falling in love is hard, but because we live in a time where it's so unfathomably easy to be angry and hateful and mad and turn to these negative parts of ourselves. Our political world is beyond fucked. Our world is literally dying. Everybody is cruel online. Everything you love is constantly being attacked or taken away from you. Case in point, I love the shit out of this manga, and yet no matter where I turn, there are people just constantly insulting it and coming after it. And I still keep doing this. I don't go to other manga because I want to succeed on YouTube. I want this series. This is what I want. And yeah, people have come in here and they've called me delusional for liking a story they perceive as bad. But I'm choosing to define myself by something I enjoy. Because here, I'll tell you a little secret about myself. When I'm not reading the story, when I'm not reading it, these words get to me. I doubt myself a lot. I constantly tell myself, like, oh, what if I'm wrong? What if I don't know what I'm talking about? And the moment I read the chapters, I remembered everything I loved. I remembered exactly why I got into this series. Because every single chapter I read about this story actively reminds me why I keep reading this story. Because I want to define myself by love. I don't want to define myself by what other people say, by how they perceive this story. I don't fucking care about that shit. I see how cruel and relentless the world is. I see that shit. And I still choose to read this particular story and not make videos about other series and grow as a content creator because this is the one that matters to me. This is the one I fucking care about. And yeah, I'm probably doing something pretty fucking stupid. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm probably doing something pretty stupid in most people's eyes because I could do a lot to succeed a lot more effectively. I know the tricks. I know this shit. I can fucking do it. I've edited videos for people that have gotten 200 plus K views. I know how to do this shit. I just choose not to. I can succeed if I really want to. I can. I just don't want to. This is the series that matters to me, and this is what I want to focus on. And until I feel like I've reached the point where I can actually started the revisionism, if you will, for this story, only then will I possibly even consider changing subjects and talking about something else. But even then, this is the story I want to focus on. So to say Kazuya is falling for a girl that is not committed and is a lot more selfish is really fucking stupid. Considering how much she's actually committed for him if you've read the story for like 2 seconds. Fate is afraid of the Jaws. No, I just like Jaws. The translations already love the chapter same. Nice, bro. It's your own perspective at all. It's your own perspective at all. I'm assuming this is your second language, so it's okay. Not gonna judge. What do you work as? Why should I share that? I don't really want to talk about that. Chizuru shell is just hard to break. So many trauma. It's not simply no. Okay. There's a big misunderstanding. There's a big misunderstanding that trauma is what's defining Chizuru's actions here. No. Why? Here's Chizuru. In the episode, they just fucking animated. Sitting with Kazuya, ready to hear some sort of confession. No. You're wrong. Do you know what the trauma is? Do you know what the trauma is? The author sims for Chizuru for real, for real. What is wrong with an author liking his own character? Like, what the fuck? Deep breath, Johan. You're doing okay. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of that team. Watch me get fucking demonetized for that shit. No, like, Reiji loves his characters, but, like, he's not just some blind idiot. Christ. Here's Chizuru. Literally waiting for a confession. Here's Chizuru. Agreeing to Kazuya asking her out to dinner. Knowing full well there's a chance he may like her. And the moment he confesses, she tries to create scenarios to let him confess. Even though she's afraid. But she's willing to take that risk. And then who flips everything? Who flips everything? Mami. Mami. Okay. Charizard is evil. You didn't have a point. You just called him a... You didn't have a point. You just called him a simp. Who are you referring to? Oh, you're talking to someone else. Okay. I'll read a few more comments and then I'll go and read what my friend said. Imagine Mami wants to trick or force Kazuya instead of Chizuru. I think it's really funny that Mami's biggest tricks is gaslighting and manipulation. And she's so good at it, she gaslit and manipulated the very audience of this story. Like that's actually so fucking clever from Reiji. I don't think it's completely intended, but he mentioned when Hawaiians was coming out that he knew some people would think Mami has a point. He knew this. He literally said this. He knew some people would like side with Mami because Mami seemingly has a point. But the problem is that she's saying certain things that make sense initially. What she's saying makes sense, but it's completely ignoring nuance in favor of her own point of view. Yeah, that's their own fault for listening to a traumatized girl. My traumatized girl, I see. But that would go against the whole reason why Mami was doing what she was doing. Imagine Mami would trick or force Kazuya. No, yeah, Mami would not. Mami, no. The whole point of what Mami was doing was to go after Chizuru. Mami's whole intent was to go after Chizuru. And she knew, like, what people don't realize is like, oh, why doesn't Chizuru just tell Mami she loves Kazuya? Dude, if she did, one, Chizuru's job is at risk. Two, Mami's clearly after Kazuya. And she knows Chizuru has feelings for him and won't say anything because Chizuru's trying to let Kazuya do the thing. So Mami creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where pretty much every time she asks, Chizuru can't say yes. Chizuru can't. She's literally been cornered and she cannot say yes. If she says yes, literally what happens in the whole situation, literally what happens at the end of Hawaiians happens. Straight up. Chizuru embodies fake love to Mami, and that infuriates her. Yes, but that's the thing. Mami is creating that literal scenario for herself as a confirmation bias. So whenever Chizuru doesn't tell her yes, Mami is like, my feelings are validated. My feelings are here. I'll pull up one scene that like perfectly encapsulates this. It's 206. No, 207. 207. How fitting, Mami's number. Yeah, Mami shows up in the bathroom. Also, seriously, look at this. Look at this. It's so fucking creepy. It's so fucking creepy. But okay. Oh, geez. These are the bad scans. I need to get the good ones. What the hell? Kanojo Okarishimasu, chapter 208. Where's 208? Oh, yeah. I made my earn clean versions. I forgot. Okay. Listen to what Mami says. Listen to how she's... Listen to this manipulation. Sorry, last night I came across talking to Harumi-san. From the way you were talking, it sounded like a wedding ring or something like that. I kind of could not ask. Sorry, Chizuru-san, but honestly, I can't really think of you as a good girl anymore. You're not a good person anymore. Isn't that pretty expensive? And I doubt your agency knows about it, Chizuru-san. What on earth are you doing? I can't. Even if I explained, she'd never understand. That's not it. I'm just keeping the ring at the moment for convenience. Look at Mami. Instant validation. Mami will not understand. I already read the chapter. Oh, you read it. Plus Kazuya's take here. What are feelings matter? He's the best MC. Yes! Yes! I'm converting people! It's okay. You didn't weird me out. No, people just write the story off because of flash judgments of Kazuya at the very beginning. Mami just helping them believe what they want to believe. Yes. Okay, so Chizuru can't tell Mami, so she gives her an excuse that validates Mami's POV that this is just fake love. But why does Chizuru have to fucking tell Mami anything? Chizuru-san, get a hold of yourself. You're supposed to be a rental girlfriend. I really don't get what the idea is here. You don't take something like that. It's common sense. Mami has no context for why Chizuru has the ring. No context. At all. No matter how pushy Kazuya-kun may be, this isn't just being kind anymore. The way you act, even when he's not there, you're leading his family on. You can't get away with the I'm a professional excuse. I hope this sounds familiar. I really hope this sounds familiar. Seriously, I hope this wording sounds very familiar to you. Because I'm about to show you how fucking bad Mami messed Chizuru up. Calling myself a professional girlfriend and doing things that betray my clients' interests all the time. This is all my fault. Even though that's not what Chizuru's actually doing. That's not what Chizuru's actually doing. And these wordings gaslit the entire fucking community to agree with Mami. Because on surface level, if you don't read, if you don't actually engage with the text and get the context for Chizuru's feelings, Mami's right. If you don't pay attention, Mami looks right. She's making a whole lot of sense here, isn't she? Except she's not. Chizuru-san, answer me. I know, I get it. But notice how she keeps getting hidden in shadows. Notice how she keeps getting hidden in shadows. Every time she answers Mami, in shadows. She has to hide. She can't show Mami. She doesn't understand. Mami won't get it. But Mami keeps cornering her. She keeps pushing. She keeps pushing, and look at where Chizuru's standing. Her back is literally against the wall. Now, a lot of people, when they were reading this arc, there's something they don't understand. They think only Chizuru hurt Kazuya here. Because you're seeing Kazuya's pain front and center. What they don't realize is Kazuya hurt Chizuru too. Why? How did Kazuya hurt Chizuru in this time? What did Kazuya say he wanted to do for Chizuru? He wanted to support her. He wanted to be there for her. He wanted Chizuru to feel comfortable and happy, and literally he says this in chapter 205. I'll pull it up really fast. This is a chapter that many people hate, but when you get the context and understand the intent of it, it's actually really beautiful and cute. But I won't focus on that right now. People hate this smile. Chizuru says, "Thank you for inviting me." She's breaking the barrier here. What people don't understand is that Chizuru right here is breaking the barrier. She's like, "You're completely misinterpreting my feelings. I don't think this trip is bad. I'm actually really enjoying myself, and you're not a burden. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you so much. It means a lot that you invited me. You've actually helped." What does Kazuya say? "I'm so glad, Grandma. You got through to her. I knew it. I know it. I know you did. We helped Chizuru. We've helped her." Okay. Now, when Kazuya is constantly chasing Chizuru in this arc, trying to confess at the worst times possible, when Mami keeps cornering her too, Kazuya isn't helping Chizuru, he's cornering her. That's the problem. Both of these characters are trying to help the other person, and they keep cornering them. They keep unintentionally hurting the person that they love in trying to help them. Chizuru, in trying to stall Mami in this time, is trying to let Kazuya have a choice. She literally says this. She straight up says this. There it is. I can't help but think he's looking for that opportunity. In fact, time after time, he's tried to tell the truth. Every single time, something has gone wrong, or someone has stopped him. The grandma thing happens here. Chizuru stops him here. The Kibe reverses the events here. Kazuya has tried to tell the truth, and people have constantly stopped him. So Chizuru's trying to give him a choice. Chizuru's trying to let him have a choice. It's his choice. Stop taking that away from him. Stop taking Kazuya's choices away. Yeah. So when people are saying Chizuru is like taking Kazuya's money and stealing his choices, no, she's literally trying to let him have a choice. She's trying to ease him and let him do it. The problem is, Kazuya keeps doing it at a time that's really fucking bad because Chizuru's trying to stall this person from doing this shit, but she doesn't feel like she can communicate that to him because she thinks she'll hurt his feelings. Because Kazuya really cared about Mami. So there's a scene that many people really misinterpret, and it's the scene where Chizuru is walking, and she says, "Kazuya, do you still have like feelings for Mami?" And everyone just thinks, "Oh my god, no, he clearly doesn't have feelings for Mami. He loves you, you dipshits." So here's Chizuru after this interaction in the bathroom. Kazuya walks into the room. Here's Chizuru after that interaction in the bathroom. She's not okay. He says, "Did something happen?" But he keeps focusing on what he's going to do. "I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Being there for her is part of the goal. Being part of the goal is part of being there for her is part of the goal." Two completely different wavelengths. He wants to confess to be there for her. He wants to confess. He thinks he needs to confess to be with Chizuru. Chizuru thinks she needs to deal with Mami to let Kazuya have a choice. Do you see the misunderstanding? He can be there for Chizuru without confessing. The confession is the fucking problem of this arc. Literally from the Hawaiians arc to this point in the story, the confession is always the fucking problem. Because we're so focused on getting the confession that we want that the characters are not doing the thing they want to do, being there for each other. Chizuru wants to let Kazuya confess, so she needs to stall Mami. She needs to create the perfect time to let him confess. Because how do all of these fantastical stories happen? You get the perfect time to confess, things work out, I love you too, and you get together, and then you solve all of your problems together. Right? Isn't that how it works? Isn't that how it always works? So, both of these characters are operating under the idea that I need to confess, I need to let him confess, so we can solve our problems together. But Chizuru can't do that anymore. She's cornered. She doesn't know what to do. So she turns to Kazuya. "Hey, I need some help here. I'm afraid. I don't know what to fucking do on my own. And look at how she's sitting. Look at how she grabs her arms here. I'm scared, dude. Like, I don't know what this crazy girl's gonna do anymore. I don't know what to do here. Kazuya's in shadows. He doesn't get it. Chizuru is in shadows too. She's hiding something. Something's wrong. Her coming along with this trip was a surprise. We didn't get a chance to talk about her. Kazuya thinks about it. Yeah, something's wrong here. What the fuck? Yeah, please help me. Actually, I talked to her a little yesterday. You did? You told me before that Mami-chan knew about us but was keeping quiet, and I know this whole sudden appearance, I thought she may have something she wanted to say. After all, the one she should be blaming for this isn't you, it's me. What did Mami say to Chizuru? What is Chizuru feeling this time? What does Mami do to her in this chapter we were just reading? What did Mami do to her? What are you doing? I can't think of you as a good person anymore. You're a bad person. You're to blame. It's your fault. And then Kazuya, thinking he's at fault, after talking to Mami, what did she say, Mami? He's hidden in shadows. He doesn't know. She was actually really nice. She says she'd never do anything to upset me. To be honest, I think it was my own self-loathing. That's why I treated her like she was here to blow everything up. God. Chizuru, Jesus Christ. Oh no, I can't tell him. I can't fucking tell him. Jesus, what is this girl doing? Patience isn't my strong suit, so I hope everything will be sorted out today. Smiles. Shit. Chizuru thinks she needs to do something. Something is wrong here. She has to tell him. But why are you bringing her up? Did you talk to her about something? Things have changed. What? Hey, wait a minute. Did Mami-chan say something? But it didn't seem that way at all until yesterday. Chizuru thinks about it. I'll save you. I'll save you from him. He's the villain. Chizuru's about to say it. Doorbell rings. Chizuru needs to go on a walk. Now listen to Chizuru says here. With everything she said, the chances she's lying here are high. Mami-san, as she is now, is pretty dangerous, that's for sure. Fessing up to everything ourselves before Mami-san does, that wouldn't be unreasonable plan in this situation. I can't say it'd be a great outcome either, but I'm sure it'd hurt Grandma-san less. If we apologize as earnestly as we can, we might be able to settle things without too much ill will. But it's not for me. This is for him to decide. His choices. He needs to do it. It is for him. It is his choice. He needs to be able to do this. It's not. She's not trying to take his choice away. Let him do it. It's for him. It's his life. It's his lie. It's his family. They're not my family. Because Chizuru doesn't believe she's worthy of them. So she wants to let him do it. If I told you about what happened that day, that plan might change. We might even be able to work together to stop Mami-san. But if I did, I'm sure you'd be terribly hurt. You have absolutely no goddamn clue how much I loved Mami-san. I'll save you from Kazu-kun. The most important thing is whether you're in love, right? Tell me, do you want to know? Tell me, do you still have feelings for Mami-san? Is it okay if I tell you? Is it okay if I let you know? Will you be hurt? Will you be okay? But she can't tell him this. She doesn't want to hurt him. Chizuru doesn't hate Mami, I think. Like, in retrospect, thinking about it, Chizuru doesn't hate Mami. I think Chizuru doesn't hate Mami. She can't forgive her, and she's really angry at Mami. But I think even at the very end, you can see that Chizuru doesn't hate Mami. Chizuru still kind of cares for Mami. Because even at the very end, she tells her, think about your feelings a little bit. Which, by the way, that line has more context now. So that scene where Chizuru tells Mami, it's not too late to re-examine how you feel. Now, when Chizuru gets to her room, It's not too late to re-examine how you truly feel. Maybe what I feel isn't love. Maybe all I'm seeing is his lips. Flip this image around. Maybe all I feel is desire. So whereas Kazuya gets Curry on his side to help him out, Chizuru just gets Mami yelling in her face, telling her she's a bad person. And she's a whore. And she's disgusting. She's just a gold digger. To Mami, Chizuru represents fake love. So all Mami sees is that. But then Chizuru, the person who seemingly represents fake love, tells her, re-examine how you fucking feel. Chizuru is in shadows. Mami is in clear view. You're a jackass. You can't see how stupidly in love you are. But if this is love, then what the hell does Chizuru feel? What the hell does Chizuru feel? If this is love, what the hell does Chizuru feel? If this twisted up shit is love, what the hell does Chizuru feel? It's not too late to re-examine how you truly feel. Are you actually in love? And so she runs into Kazuya. And what does Chizuru do? Pay attention to what she says and her words. They're both looking at each other. Okay, Kazuya freaks out. The kiss. All of this dialogue, literally what Chizuru's thinking. Straight up. Literally what Chizuru's thinking. But as he starts talking, it's not like this was our first time, right? Huh? That's twice now, isn't it? And it's too late to talk about breaking the terms of service. Given the circumstances, it was our only option. She's considered that. A kiss? Wait, that's weird. She considered this moment a kiss, but here she is playing it off. Why is Chizuru playing it off? What the hell? What's wrong? Why is she playing it off? What the hell? Frankly, it's really not cool that we're still making excuses even now, but it's true that it's best that we end this by breaking up. We can't do that right away, but with an incident like this, it does sound more credible. She closes her eyes. She looks away. She doesn't engage. We have to break up because what we have isn't real, right? This is all this just to not burn bridges. What the hell? And like, I couldn't just leave you hanging, you know? What Mami-san said was also true in a way. I understand my indiscretions. I'm the bad person. I share the blame too. Besides, you're the one who insisted to tell my grandma the truth right until the end. I'm sorry about this. This is my problem. I did this. I'm the bad person. I couldn't help but think, you know, it's ridiculous to say that this is all your fault. What did Kazuya say earlier when they were in the room? Come on, where is it? Fine, I'll just pull it up. Where's the chapter? Kazuya and Chizuru are in the room, chapter 209. Yep. After all, the one she should be blaming for this isn't you. It's me. What does Chizuru say here? It's not all your fault. It's mine. I did everything wrong. I'm the bad person. The very stigma the characters push, the people, the audience, push onto Chizuru, she starts believing it. And when she starts believing it, everything that we just experienced starts playing out. They made a self-fulfilling prophecy. Mami, the representative of the negativity, the haters, created the self-fulfilling prophecy of Chizuru is a bad person. She did the same thing in the very beginning of the series. She told Kazuya he was a bad person in the relationship. That's why she broke up with him. That's what she told Chizuru when they were sitting in the bar. And so naturally, Kazuya begins to believe it, and that's how he views himself. Chizuru is the problem. She starts believing she's the problem, and so she cannot engage. Prepare yourself. I'm not letting you go into a white knight mode and shut all of this down yourself. I'm taking all of this. I'm getting hit. I'll be to blame. So when Chizuru isolates in her home, what is she doing? Hate me. I'm the problem. Kazuya did nothing wrong. I'm your target. Yeah. That's what she was doing. That's why she's isolating. I'm the problem. I'm the target. Hate me. How did Kazuya save Chizuru when the whole fallout was happening? What did Kazuya do? Here's Mami. Smug ass face. Oh yeah, I just won. No, you've got it all wrong. If there were the list of the worst confessions in human history, what's about to happen next would top that list for sure. Without warning, everything that's been bottled up inside me flew right out of my mouth. At this point, I'd be generous even to call it a confession. I'm sure most of you would consider this battle lost, but I've got a weapon in my hand, as if I were a desperate knight, and so my final act had begun. We're actually seeing each other for real. On tears, on the ground, I'm the problem. Hate me. Hate me. I'm your target, guys. Get angry at me. Get upset at me. I'm your target, not Chizuru. Didn't I tell you Mizuhara's not like that at all? She was duping everyone. Don't be ridiculous. Mizuhara, she's a wonderful person. She truly is. She's sincere. She's honest. She loves Sayuri-san more than anyone from the bottom of her heart. Do you get it yet? This is all my fault. Mine and mine alone. I'm taking the hit, not you. Every single action Chizuru took, she was taking the hit for him. She was trying to take the hit for him, like he just did for her. Yeah. 3-month time skip? Blame me. When his family eventually finds out, I'm the problem. But she wants to talk to him. But she's like, you know what? No, I'll take this hit. I'm the bad person. I can't interact with him. I don't know what to say. She wants to talk to him. I'll be the bad person. And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But she doesn't want this. So when the moment Minnie shows up, snaps out of it. Okay, help me out. Let me know. I'll just talk about this shit. That's why the 3 months happen. Chizuru, it wants to be with him, but she's a bad person. Chizuru wants to be the target of their ire, but she wants to be with him. So she's constantly stuck in this contradiction. That she's the bad person. And she's conditioned that the best solution is, as she says it right here, they need to break up. They need to tell their grandmas that they broke up. That's what they need to do. Unbelievable. No matter how pushy Kazuya-kun may be, this isn't just being kind anymore, right? She's like, but now I brought it with me to give it back. When? When are you going to give it back, huh, Chizuru? When are you giving it back? Come on, win, 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 win. This is not okay. Are you going to put it off yet again? How long are you planning on dragging this out? Isn't Kazuya-san depraved attitude something you brought on yourself with this kind of wishy-washy behavior? God, you're so weak and pathetic. You're just letting him walk all over you. How could you do this? I'm sorry. She's literally berating her. You're a terrible person. How could you do this? How could you do this? Until she just crumples down. She doesn't know what to say except I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's like a parent yelling at their child. Who's the villain in Mami's story? Who's the villain in Mami's story? Who's the villain? Her dad. Her mom. Yeah. Yeah, makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Don't you feel guilty about deceiving everyone? Don't you feel any guilt, Chizuru? Kills her on the inside. I, for one, can't bear to watch. I love Grandma Nagomi. Knowing you're tricking her like this kind of bothers me. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about that. I'm sorry. I'm making trouble even for you, Mami-san. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All Chizuru says is I'm sorry. Because Mami has broken her down. Nah, it's fine. It's not all your fault. I guess the responsibility lies with the one doing the renting. But honestly, I have to make sure. Is Kazuya-kun someone special to you, or is he just a client? This doesn't sound like a rental girlfriend. Hidden intent. Plain sight. He's just a client, hidden in shadows. Thank you. Just what I wanted to hear. Oh, validation. I was right. Vindication! Let's go! Hey, Mami-san, now is the time. You're giving back the ring and you're telling Grandma Nagomi everything. Now, you're doing it right now. I'm sure she'll understand. Even if you do now, I can still cover you. It's not your fault if you're the victim. Mami-san, please calm down. Nagomi shows up. Oh, you found us out. It was about Chizuru-san's birthday present for you. She wasn't sure what to give you. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck kind of whiplash is this? What? What? Yeah. Wait, why is she covering for me? 2 seconds ago, she was going to... Patience isn't my strong suit, so I hope everything will be sorted out. Taps Nagomi's back. I know. Don't worry. Look at Chizuru. She's just... What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What's that about? Oh, something completely different. She helped me? Did she help me out? She could have just spilled everything just now. Why? What is she saying? What she's saying is right. If she found out about the ring, of course she'd want to say something. I just can't. There's nothing I can say to her. I can't reason with this person. What on earth should I do? Wow. Waking up in a hotel really makes you hungry. So much fun. Now, what happened earlier with Chizuru? We're gonna read those. We're gonna read those in just a sec. The translations for the current chapter. But what happened earlier with Chizuru? After she cleared up the whole Mami, after she cleared up the whole Ruka thing with Kazuya, where was it? Is it chapter 201? Chizuru cleared up the whole thing with Kazuya about Ruka. Nothing happened. That's quite a haul, Chizuru-san. Yeah, I guess it is. I'm kind of famished. Man, waking up in a hotel feels good. I feel so validated. Two sides of the same coin. On one hand, Chizuru feels validated and happy that Kazuya would not do something like that with Ruka. On the other, Mami feels validated in her view of Chizuru. Oh, I was right. I was so right. Ah, so much fun. And we see this. Many people assume Nagomi understood. No, she completely misinterpreted events. She thought Kazuya saved Chizuru from something terrible. And Mami was just helping her out. Yeah. So she goes to Kazuya after this, and she says, you helped her out through something really rough. I misunderstood you. You're such a good grandson. I'm so bad for misunderstanding you. And she's right. She is kind of bad for completely misunderstanding her grandson. What's wrong here is that she's doing this for completely the wrong reasons. Yeah. Anyways, we're the villains of this fucking story. It's like Mami's enjoying Chizuru's suffering. Yes, because she perceives Chizuru as a bad person and feels validated when Chizuru gives her the answers she wants to hear. I can't wait for them to be together and they put the same situation but are able to communicate each other through it properly because we are getting the anti-Hawaiians arc later. What injustices has she done? Lol. Kazuya is the worst I've ever seen. Diego, you're a jackass. Mami is like the Joker. She just wants the world to... No. Mami is not the Joker. She is a character who is traumatized and roots that trauma in her frustration through these characters. What the sad thing that people don't realize is that Mami actually takes Chizuru's advice at the bridge. Mami actually takes Chizuru's advice at the bridge. When Chizuru tells her, like, have you actually looked at Kazuya? Have you actually tried, like, actually caring about him? She goes to Kazuya's house after. And she sees Chizuru's bag. And based on that little bit of information, she misinterprets everything. And then she runs into Ruka, and Ruka further validates that by pushing her, by making her angry, by pushing her little buttons. And then Mami starts feeling more and more validated about her view of Chizuru as a byproduct of external factors. In reality, Mami actually tried to actually fall in love with Kazuya. But it's not spelled out for you. So she feels Chizuru is the villain stealing him from her. And then she views Ruka as the girl who is in her position. Oh, Ruka is literally in my position. She's also in love with Kazuya, but she's in that weird rental relationship because of Chizuru. Oh, no, that poor girl. I need to help her. Why do you think she's like, why don't you side with me? I'll get you what you want. Side with me. Yeah. Ruka also pushed Mami to think about her feelings too much for Kazuya. If he does care, why did you see her and her date earlier? If she does care, why did we see her and her date earlier? I don't understand what you're referring to. I closed herself up again. That's her arranged fiance. She has no choice to be with him. Oh, yeah, he's talking about... Yeah, no, Mami is literally stuck in an arranged relationship. It's fucked up. Anywho. Let's go to the actual chapter, and let's read what the Japanese text says. So there's some Japanese text. I'm sorry I didn't get to it. I was trying to make a point. Okay, so there's some text right here. Again, I love the focus on the physical contact and Chizuru being lifted up, like she says in the beginning. Literally, the opening kind of conveys everything: the night, the touching, and being lifted up. It's very intentional. He shows us these details because it aligns perfectly with Chizuru's dialogue. Okay, so let me pull up what my friend said. I've been rejected, but you are the one closest to me. Huh. Oh yeah, because they're literally physically close to each other. The cover here says, the date, the journey home, is the rise of the curtain. It's the beginning. It's the beginning. Let's fucking go. It's starting. They literally just said the climax is coming. Yo, here we go. Okay, the last page. There's a lot of text here. In the word no, 100 feelings, one shadow. Literally, the editor is talking about the 2 syllables of dame, the word Chizuru is continuously saying. Dame, dame, dame. It was translated as no in the chapter. Literally, it's the 2 syllables of dame, 100 feelings, one shadow. Next time, duplicate key. So next chapter, they're going to reach the home, and Kazuya is going to pull out the key. Okay. Interesting. 100 feelings, one shadow. Wow. Okay, so next time, duplicate key. Kazuya did get a duplicate key for the house. Oh, so that's why one person randomly came up to me and asked if Kazuya has an extra key or something. That's why people were asking me that randomly the other day. Y'all read the fucking spoilers and you came to me and you asked me, hey, does Kazuya have like an extra key or something? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. That suddenly explains a lot. The rise of the curtain. Let's go. So it's like a lighter flick. Let's be real. Every Kanokari character needs therapy. They don't need to be a rental. Okay. I mentioned this before. I'm big. Therapy just gives you the tools to deal with your problems. It doesn't solve them. Therapy is not a solution. Therapy is the tools to get the solution yourself. You can find those solutions in life too. And I'm going to go on a while. Like, are you just like responding to like Mami, Mami like turning into a rental girlfriend? I think someone mentioned that. One, that wouldn't solve her problems. What Mami needs isn't therapy. What Mami needs is not therapy. She needs a safe place. Mami needs a safe place from her family. She literally lives with her abusers. Mami needs a safe place, not therapy. Therapy's not going to solve her fucking problems. She needs to get out of that terrible family situation. That's what's going to solve Mami's problems. Therapy won't do shit for Mami. Because unless Mami creates a safe environment where she can trust people who will actually give a shit about her and not abuse her, Mami will never recover. So no matter how much therapy she gets, she'll never actually feel any better. That's not how it fucking works. Kind of feels near impossible for Chizuru to clean her feelings with Kazuya, specifically when they are close to the house and they're getting home next time. No, it's gonna happen. We're good. No, that would be good for her though. Mami getting rental wouldn't do shit for her. She's gonna start bawling as she's whipping out the key. When he pulls out the key, the condom will fall to the ground. That could happen. Here, give me a sec. We'll get to it in just a sec. I can see the face Kazuya would make if that were the case. Can confirm, if only it does so much, I have to put in as much effort to fix them too. Mami needs to get out of the Rapunzel tower. I don't know why everyone is always like, why doesn't Mami leave when there's a whole page explaining how she has a victim complex of thinking she's better off staying with her family. Yeah, straight up. She literally says, I'm not brave enough to leave. I'm not brave enough to live in this world on my own. When all she has understood growing up is how cruel the world is through her family. She doesn't trust anybody. She doesn't feel safe with anybody else. So why would she ever think she can just leave when she's been conditioned since childhood that everything fucking sucks and your dad controls everything? She can't fucking leave. She's stuck. She can't do anything. Mami literally feels powerless. Like, you couldn't recognize that Mami is both the victim and the abuser. Mami became both. Mami is literally both. That's the problem with Mami's character. In Hawaiians, she wants to validate her trauma so badly, she literally becomes her dad. That's what we were saying earlier. She literally becomes her dad. That's why the arc ends with Mami looking herself in the mirror and saying shit. Because she just recognized like what she just fucking did all out of love. All out of this feeling of love that she felt for Kazuya. That she was just jealous and angry and wanted to validate her own feelings. That's the point. That's the ending of Hawaiians. That's why you see Mami literally looking in the fucking mirror. Like most people don't realize, Hawaiians is Mami's arc. It is her arc. And it literally ends that way. It's not too late to re-examine how you truly feel. Chizuru runs off. Here's Mami standing. There's the mirror. She sees herself in the mirror. Shit. I became the very thing I hated. I became the very monster that I hated. And that's why so much of Mami's character after this point is literally Mami just trying to talk to Kazuya, but afraid he fucking hates her if she tells him the truth. That's why Mami never tells him what she did wrong. That's why Mami never opens up. But also, this is what makes me believe Chizuru doesn't hate Mami. Chizuru never tells him what Mami did. Chizuru never tells him what Mami did. Not just because it might hurt Kazuya, but it might hurt Mami too. Even at the very end, when she still can't fucking forgive Mami, she still puts her interests first. So to me, when Chizuru says, I can't forgive Mami, this is more so a validation of her own feelings of like, yeah, I am a bad person because I can't forgive her. That's why my love for you isn't good enough. Because I can't forgive this person. I want to, but I can't. And it's annoying me. And I'm a bad person for it. Like, literally, Chizuru's kindness is eating her up inside. Because she can't forgive Mami even though she wants to. About chapter 218, I visited and there was only like 4 to 5 panels, so hopefully they just cut it in half and just show a 2-second clip. No, it's going to be painful and long. Mami is stuck. Yes, Mami. I don't know if you're saying Mami sucks, but Mami is stuck. Yes. What I find ironic is while Chizuru is living her Disney fantasy dreams, Kazuya, on the other hand, has to deal with the harsh realities, unrequited feelings, and unrewarded efforts. What the fuck are you talking about? Both characters are in pain here. Chizuru isn't a fantasy. She hates herself for even enjoying this time. Chizuru hates herself for even enjoying this time. And Kazuya is happy too. Kazuya is also happy that they're touching. Right? Look at this. He's clearly happy that they're touching. But he also feels bad. But he also doesn't want to let go of his feelings. It's mixed. It's both. Both of them are having like the best walk of their life, but also the most painful too. It's both. I'm sorry, dude. Chupto, I'm sorry. I don't know why you're so fixated on Chizuru being the bad person here. That you cannot view her in any other way than Chizuru feels this, therefore Chizuru is bad. Kazuya is being hurt here, therefore he's the victim. There is no objectivity in life. That's fucking bullshit. There is no objective approach, bro. That's not a thing. You're literally reading fiction. It is subjective by its nature. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You literally can't be objective. That's not a thing. That's really hard to fucking do. There's very rare cases in life where you can be like, yes, objectively, this is the correct thing to do. But when you're reading fiction, when you're reading a story that is literally telling you your perspective is flawed, it is straight up telling you your perspective is flawed. You want to know how it's telling you that? You couldn't predict a rejection coming. You couldn't see that shit coming for shit, even though all the signs were there that this might happen. And none of you predicted it. Therefore, no, you're not being objective because you clearly can't fucking see this character. There's no objectivity here. It's very rare that you can be objective about something in life. It is so rare and it's difficult. Even literally like when you can literally see murder and you know the person committed the murder because they're a bad person and they wanted to, there's probably some layers to it that you're not correct about. You can be objective about certain parts of a situation, not all of it. And you're literally willfully picking out the thing that's convenient for you to validate the objective truth. So if you're looking at it with the fact that, oh, Kazuya is not having fun here, he's in pain, while Chizuru is having the time of her life and she's living in a Disney world, that would be, oh, she's objectively a bad person. Except that's not what's happening here. And we made that clear. She's literally like, no, you can't love me. He's like, no, I love you. No, you can't love me. No, I love you. And she's literally like, I'm a bad person. You shouldn't do this. You should fucking hate me. Right? If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. Why don't you fucking hate me? Hate me, damn it. And he's like, no, I don't hate you. How is this Chizuru having the time of her life? She's literally like, I'm a terrible person. Why are you fucking carrying me? Why are you loving me? You don't love me. I'm a terrible person. The fiction thing is not an excuse. Kanokari is the mirror of reality. That's why it's so good. Yes, you're correct in that front, except when I say something is fiction, when you're reading writing, when you are reading someone else's interpretation of a work, you cannot be objective about it. That is very difficult because by its fundamental nature, you are reading someone else's subjective interpretation of a narrative. Therefore, how could you be objective about that when you're literally getting fed something that is subjective? I'm not saying something like, oh, because it's fiction, it's okay for someone to hit Chizuru. That's fucked up. That's completely different. That is using fiction as an excuse. What I'm saying is that because it is fiction, therefore it is written by someone, therefore it is subjective, your interpretation is very difficult for you to be objective because you have a subjective view of the narrative and therefore of the person writing it. It's very hard to be objective, and even then, reality is a fucking lie half the goddamn time. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not using fiction as an excuse. I'm saying the basis of it being fiction means that there is a subjective element to it, means that you cannot fully understand and interpret this narrative. Even I'm not correct all the time. Half the shit I say in the streams, I'm probably wrong about that sometimes. And I recognize that. Having rewatched some of my streams, sometimes I'm fucking wrong. But it's important to recognize that you have to look past your biases. And I think you're really blinded by your biases, dude. You're really letting your biases stop you from recognizing what the fuck is going on with these characters. That Chizuru is not just having a magical Disney fantasy here. If anything, that's supposed to be foreshadowing that she's having a good time here because she gets to hug him, but she's dying inside. At the same time, Kazuya is the same. He's literally keeps blushing the whole time, but he is also in pain. Because yes, he is enjoying her touching him, but he's also in pain. It's both. Like literally, it's literally both. You can't just say one or the other. It's both. Right? Here it is. Here he is blushing. Here he is joking, having a good time. I mean, even if you tell me no. Even if you tell me no. If you have a subjective view and you have a subjective point of view, why you always have to call and others don't? What do you mean? Well, no, I'm pointing out, you're saying you're being objective. I'm saying you're wrong. You're not being objective, you're being subjective. And I'm calling out your subjective view of the narrative because it is blinding you to what's actually happening. All I'm saying is, while I do have a subjective view of the story, I'm actually looking at what's being presented to me instead of the fact that I'm looking at convenient things that like fit the narrative together. I know I can be wrong about this. I'm not some magical saint who's always correct, but I'm literally calling out how you are somewhat incorrect about the things that you are saying. That's all. Like, yes, I know my interpretation is somewhat subjective, except I'm actually looking at the narrative as a whole. I'm looking at what I'm being given. I'm not objective. I fucking like this series. I'm not fucking objective. The very nature of me liking this series is subjective. Like, I'm not objective. All I'm saying is you're not seeing the whole thing. That's all. I can tell you are literally nitpicking things to fit your own narrative. That is something I can tell because I'm literally seeing how hurt she is. I can see she's fucking hurt. I can see she's just not having the best time of her life, but at the same time, she's still a little bit happy too. And she hates herself for being happy. That's all I'm saying. I'm not some magical saint who can just know things, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to call people out. Like, dude, life is messy. There's a lot of nuance in life. You have to understand that, right? You have to recognize there's a lot of nuance in life. I can both be subjective and call out your subjective view because you're saying it's objective when it's not. Like, I think some of the only things that are in life that are objective is like scientific facts. And even then, we could probably find ways to break that shit. Even then, we could probably find ways to break that shit. Chizuru, eat your veggies. No, dame. Bro, I'm not talking about the specific situation. I just gave an objective take based on everything I've seen until this point. Except, Chupto, counterpoint, when you walked in here, weren't you convinced Chizuru was a terrible person? Weren't you convinced that Chizuru was a terrible person? And then we talked, and we went through this. And we literally went through this entire thing of me explaining how you don't understand Chizuru's character. And I went through the story, literally showing you how perspective shapes your interpretation of this character. And now, you're telling me you have an objective take based on everything you've seen until this point, except you haven't seen everything. Clearly you haven't, because like I've already recontextualized half of the fucking arcs we've been through, and that's just a few chapters out of 383. I love you. No, I still love you. No. Is Reiji's thing when you get to the typical climax of an arc, then he gets subverted, then the real climax comes to the more mundane scenes like walking back home or is the station after the date? That's an interesting. I will say subversion is a huge part of this story. It's not traditional forms of subversion. So like more traditional forms of subversion are something like Dress Up Darling at the start of the series. Dress Up Darling at the start, I kind of do like it because it does have some subversions of typical romance rom-com bullshit. But what it does is that it's a very direct subversion. So they go to the beach, there's no swimsuits or anything. They're just at the beach and it's a very serene and awakening moment. In contrast, Rent a Girlfriend, what it'll do is they'll go to the beach, you'll get all that stuff, but you won't get it how you expected, and the things won't be as you imagined it either, and you'll also still get the subversion, just as you will get a confession and you will also get a rejection. It's a fundamental subversion of the concept of subversions. Kazuya comeback has already happened. I also started Maison Ikkoku with your recommendation. It was incredible. Yes, more Maison Ikkoku love. Let's fucking go. Yeah, the other one I always recommend to people is How Do We Relationship. Also, really, really good manga. It has similar emotional conflicts, and the characters also hurt each other. I would argue more in that story. She says her grandpa and Kazuya, so Kazuya will become her grandpa and Reiji will become the grandson-in-law. That's the end of the Grant-a-Girlfriend 1000%. Okay, whatever. No, I said multiple times that she has a very ugly side. I think she's good and she is good in her core. No. When you started Shupto, you hated her. I recall. I was really mad at you. I was very upset. You really hated her. And then slowly I made you realize, okay, there's good at Chizuru's core, but Chizuru doesn't really have an ugly side, I would argue. Everyone has sides of themselves they perceive as bad, but it's that perception that's the problem. When you perceive yourself as bad, it is bad, but it's not bad. Chizuru doesn't really have like a bad side, just as Kazuya doesn't really have a bad side. Kazuya is horny, a pervert, sometimes he borders on creepy to some people, but he's a good person. And even those moments are not like objectively bad or anything, right? Like you can literally view the subjectivity of that nature. In that same way, Chizuru is the same. Chizuru does bad things in the story, and she perceives that stuff about herself as ugly and terrible, but that's her perception. Kazuya doesn't view it as that way. Kazuya never thinks of it that way. Maybe Minnie does, but that's all perception. How you view yourself and how the world perceives you are two completely different things. And that's why a lot of people try to like figure out their fucking identity and who they are, because perception is a huge part of how we understand ourselves. That like, you know, if you view yourself as a bad person as a byproduct of how other people view you as a bad person, are you actually a bad person? Or is that just a part of yourself you're just not accepting? So in that sense, there's no objectivity to this, because while you perceive it as a bad person, someone else may not. I don't perceive it as a bad person. I spend way too much time digging into Chizuru's character, and I don't perceive it as a bad person. To me, Chizuru is not a bad person. She's a good person. She's a really kind, loving person who's just been conditioned and attacked from every perceivable fucking angle that she can't do anything about that. She feels like she's a bad person because everyone keeps telling her she's a bad person. So naturally, everything she does is perceived as bad because that's all she views herself as. That's how everybody wants to view her as a bad person. And every time when she acts in certain ways, that's validated to people. The 3-month time skip, the rejection, the way things play out between her and Kazuya. All of this ends up being a validation to that belief of I'm a bad person, that we perceive her as a bad person. In reality, Chizuru is not a bad person. She's a normal human being who's just struggling through life. And that's just how it is. And she's always been kind and respectful, and to the point that she doesn't even want to hate Mami. A person who actually did heinous fucking shit to her and the people she loves. If not, you're wrong. It's my opinion based on my perception. It's this fate is passionate, so he's pointing to speech is objective. Wait, what? You are wrong. It's in my opinion based on my perception. It's this fate is passionate, so he's pointing to speech sounds objective. Oh yeah, like the way people can speak can sound objective. Like, but that's the thing. You can recognize someone is wrong about something and they're misinterpreting something because there's facts that contradict him. So for instance, while this narrative is subjective, there are facts in this narrative that can contradict what you're saying. Your opinion of it is still subjective, even if there are objective facts within the story. But that's what I mean, is like, his interpretation is that Chizuru's just having the time of her life here, which she's kind of not. And we see that she's not. She's literally like, you just fucking hate me. Why don't you hate me? And then Kazuya's like, I still love you. So in that sense, you can literally see, like, yeah, she's doing okay, but she's also really hurt here. So I don't know. It's weird to say that, like, Chizuru's just having a great time here. Reishi Brooke pulls you so many times that eventually you just get used to the twists. And even then, the twists still surprise you. It ticks me off how about they give her the spare key back, and yet she does not want to convey her feelings. Why does that tick you off? I don't get it. And we don't even know if Kazuya is going to give this the spare key back. I don't know why you think that. Like, this is what you're saying is purely an assumption. This was not shown to you. This is purely an assumption. And Chizuru not being able to convey her feelings because she believes what she said. She literally said, I didn't lie. She literally said, I did not lie. Well, I didn't lie about anything when I talked about on that day. She believed everything she said. You can believe what you're saying. It doesn't make it true. Something funny is that people believe that Kazuya spent $250K on Chizuru in like 2 years, but it literally makes no sense because there's like $304 every day, basically. Yeah. You mean Chizuru's multiple no's are protect Kazuya's broken heart? Chizuru's multiple no's are to set him free. He shouldn't just keep loving her. It's not right. He needs to find someone else. He can't just keep loving her. He should move on. That's what she's saying. She's literally sacrificing her happiness. We've been there before. Tifa, bad actions are made out of selflessness. She lies to Cloud. No. This is not true. Tifa's bad actions are not selfless. It's out of fear. And there is a selfishness to it. Tifa does lie for her own sake, and she knows it. But she also lies to keep Cloud safe. It's a bit of both. No, Chizuru doesn't lie because of her own... Here's Chizuru saying, you can't love me, so go be free. How is that selfish? How is this selfish? What is selfish here? Don't take care of me. Don't care for me. Care for yourself. What is this? What is the selfish thing here? What the fuck are you talking about? Also, I literally just said Tifa is not some magical selfless girl. She is selfish. Tifa is very selfless. She gets jealous. She hates herself too. Tifa does do bad things too. And yes, a part of it is selfish and a part of it is selfless. If anything, Tifa literally keeps shit hidden on purpose from the party, knowing Cloud is a fucking mess. And she doesn't tell them. She's literally endangering the party. Tifa is literally endangering the party by not telling them what the fuck Cloud is doing. That's selfish. Like, literally, there's a part in the story where you can, like, how the fuck can I trust Tifa? Because she's literally not telling me this shit. She knows. She's not telling me. Like she literally know that Cloud is fucking lying, that things are wrong, and she never mentions it to the party. She could tell the rest of the party and not tell Cloud. Why the fuck doesn't she tell the rest of the party? She only tells Aerith. She only tells Aerith about it, that there's something wrong. But then she never tells anybody else, and then Aerith and Tifa never really confront Cloud about it or do anything to solve it. Right? It's not just some selfless lie. Tifa isn't a magical person who doesn't do anything wrong. Tifa does do bad things, and it is selfish, and there's also selflessness underneath it. It's both. You have to recognize there's layers to people. You can't pigeonhole emotions. Emotions are complex. You cannot just pigeonhole them and be like, this is this and this is that. Almost every answer I've given you has been about opening your mind and recognizing there's multiple answers to a situation, not a single one. My answer, while presented as objective, is literally showing you there's multiple answers to this point, not a single objective one, because there is no such thing. That's all. She can be better for the sake of Kazuya, but somehow they think they're the same type of character. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways. Personally, Chizuru's persistent rejection of the chapter as dame dame is translated sounds more like a stop insisting or else I won't be able to hold back based from other anime. Yeah, that sounds about right. Chizuru's comparison in her thought bubbles between Kazuya and her grandfather's smell is an interesting addition at the end. Is her perception real, or is it her emotion coding her reality? Ooh, that's well said. Let's read that one more time. Chizuru's comparison in her thought bubbles between Kazuya and her grandfather's smell is an interesting addition at the end. Is her perception real, or is it her emotion coding her reality? People calling Kazuya lacking self-respect for not letting go of his feelings when he said the same thing about Mami before. What's wrong with like hanging on to a feeling that really matters to you? Why should you just move on and delete that feeling? That's not how life works. That's stupid. Even now, like when I've like I don't care about like my ex anymore. Like she's not emotionally. I still appreciate the moments I had with her. She still meant a lot to me. It was still an important moment to me. We both hurt each other. It sucked, but I still care for her. I don't keep in contact or anything. I just hope she's happy. But I'm not going to just delete that emotion. I don't want to. That's stupid. That's silly. That you can't. That you should just boom, delete your emotion. Great, good to go. Whoop-de-doo. He's moving the next day. It's why I said he will give her the spare key. We don't know that. He may try to, but we don't know that. Yeah, the Chizuru's repeated no's, implying that she's at the limit of conceit to Kazuya. What must be the ending according to you then? I don't know. That's a hard one. Just a reminder, when they go home next chapter, there will be no Mini-chan waiting there. They will be alone in the house. It's the most personal place for both characters. Ooh. Ooh. Do you think ghosting is a good idea from Chizuru? No. Why would that be a good thing? Shouldn't ghost anybody. That fucking sucks. But how can you hear everything I said and think, yeah, Chizuru ghosting Kazuya was for the best. You should have done that. No? I'm just explaining to you why it happened and what Chizuru was thinking when it happened. I've given you two specific reasons. One, she isolates to be the target, and two, she does it because she feels like she's not allowed to touch him. It's a literal validation of the fact that everybody keeps telling her she's a bad person, so it comes true. She isolates as she's been told, you can't touch him, you're a bad person for touching him, you shouldn't feel these desires for him. Isolates. You're a bad person, you should feel guilty. Chizuru can't contact him, and that gets proven to her. Yes, you are a bad person. See, you isolated, you cut off. You're exactly as they imagined. You should be the target of their ire. Okay, I will keep isolating so that I will be the target of their ire. I am a bad person. I should be the target. Doesn't Kazuya literally just do this at the beginning of the series? What does Kazuya do at the very beginning of the series? I lied. I started this. I should be the target. Chizuru doesn't let him do that. You see the problem? It's literally everybody calling her a bad person that made her isolate, that made her choose to be, you know what? I am the bad person. Target me. I'm the problem, not him. He's not the problem. That's why her answer in the confession. That's why her rejection is not about him. I'm the problem. Do you think we'll see Chizuru's hesitating about asking for his duplicate key if she asks in the next chapter? I don't think so. I think the duplicate key will be Kazuya like pulling it out. Just to end it in with a one-night stand. That seems kind of stupid. If you've been so in love as Kazuya, it's very hard to drop the feeling like that and let it go. But if you let love blind you like Kazuya, Kazuya's love is not blind. Kazuya's love is not blind. What is blinding Kazuya, what is stopping him, is the barrier created as a byproduct of what people have said and the idea that they're researching. This wasn't an issue before. You know when it became an issue? Because Minnie started saying shit. Because Minnie kept saying shit to Kazuya that he felt he had to act around. That's when it happened. Love isn't blinding him, it's everybody else. Oddly fitting that you say that, by the way, considering almost all of the criticism against this manga has nothing to do with the fucking manga. It has nothing to do with the fucking story. It's literally just about everything around it. Not barely anything in it actually happening. It's literally the people's perception of the things around the manga, not actually something inside of it. Oh, prostitution bad. Therefore, this is bad. Rental is bad. Kazuya is stupid for doing rental. Therefore, he's bad. All of it is rooted in bias and stigma. And yes, while this story has this story has some issues. It has some issues here and there. There's some consistency issues. There's some problems with the narrative here and there. Nobody ever pays attention to that. What they do focus on is their bias and stigma. Yeah, no. I'm saying it. I love this story. It has some problems. There are some problems. There's visual inconsistencies. There's times where characters will say something and then randomly it'll be fucking changed and Reishi will just fucking retcon it for some weird reason. There's a chapter that barely has any meaning in the story itself. This story has problems. Don't get me wrong. Nobody ever talks about those actual problems. They just talk about their own bias and stigma around it. Which is fucking hilarious to me because that's super in line with Kazuya is blinded by love. He's not actually in love. He's completely, or no, you did say he is in love. You're just saying he's blinded by it. He's blinded by his love, which is stupid. You shouldn't let yourself be blinded by that when he's not. He's so clearly not blinded by his love. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Everybody else is blinding him. literally, before we start this arc, chapter 351, what does Reiji show us? What does Reiji show us in chapter 351? If it'll load. Please, God, load. Oh, wow, that worked. Tomorrow, things might change. Kuri shows up. That's one person. Kibe shows up. There's another person. Ruka shows up. Grandma Nagomi shows up. All these other people. Now listen to Kazuya's words very clearly. I wonder what kind of stuff other men think about the day before. As I packed my clothes for moving boxes, I was thinking about Mizuhara the whole time. Sometimes I chuckled thinking back to the day we met, or the times when Mizuhara committed to her research, or how proud I'd be to show Mizuhara's acting to Grandma. But about how I didn't want to lie to Kibe anymore, or how I needed to hurry up and deal with Ruka-chan, or how I want to let Yamori-san down, or how I'd live up to Sayuri-san's expectations. Expectations. What other people want. And I think it's so fitting that the last person we're shown is the one that actually matters the most. Kazuya caring for Chizuru, being there for her, is literally what Sayuri asked of him. Please be there for Chizuru. I'm romanticizing her the way Kazuya does? Even Chizuru said after the ghosting, if he really loves her, the bad included, not the image of her created. Okay, I don't know what else to do, Chup, though. No matter what I say, you somehow find a way to twist my words. I'm literally trying to be as reasonable as possible with you, but all you're doing is twisting my words, no matter what I say. So, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to talk to you for a while. I'm getting tired of this. No matter what I say, you literally don't listen to me. You're literally, every single word I've said, you've somehow found a way to twist it up into me somehow romanticizing this character. I'm getting really fucking tired of this, so I'm just not engaging anymore. There won't be a separation arc, but I'm starting to see a universe where the rejection sticks, and we get an arc of Kazuya persisting, but we follow Chizuru's POV this time. I hope I'm wrong. I don't think so. We'll have to see. There's still a lot more to go, so it's too quick to judge. I'm still waiting for the hint of the future setup at Kazuya's that will potential ending where they play back the Peggy's album where they meet the bridge. Ooh, yeah. I mean, Reiji has set that up to some degree. Playing devil's advocate, she could have been seen as selfish by selflessly saying no, because she's self-sabotaging and limiting Kazuya from having an opinion, even if it's unintentional. Well, no, the idea is here she's being childish. It is selfish in a selfless way. It's selfish in that, hey, go be free, man. Don't love me, you can't do this, but it's childish by design. So you're right, it's both selfless and selfish. I kind of agree with you. She's stopping Kazuya from having this belief because she believes she shouldn't, because she believes she's not worthy of it. Right? So in a sense, you're kind of correct. So I'm worried about Kazuya might be moving out of Chizuru's house and be physically far from Chizuru in the future chapters. I kind of hope not. We'll see. The chapter ended with rising tension as Kazuya resists Chizuru's plea to not continue loving her. It's Kazuya's love versus Chizuru's guilt and shame directly. The reversion to childishness is the sign. The reversion to childishness is the sign. Yes. That's usually what happens when you feel these kinds of emotions, guilt, shame, and all that stuff. You kind of just become like a child because when you're faced with true love, when you're faced with love so powerful, it overwhelms these negative feelings that you feel about yourself. You kind of just can't say anything, but just don't stop doing that. Stop loving me, stop caring, because I don't deserve to be cared for. It's literally Kazuya like fighting back the sadness and the tragedy. He's turning that sadness into tragedy into something positive. I swear to God, you can't talk to haters. You're better than me, to be honest. Look, I try to engage with people and give them the benefit of the doubt. I think the problem with Chopto earlier is just, I think we just reached a point where we're just going to keep going in circles. And it doesn't seem like I'm really going to reason with this person. He's stuck in his beliefs. They're consistent. I'm not going to change that. I can argue as much as I want, but I'll just be wasting time. So while I'm not going to ban him or anything, there's no point in doing that. He's not trying to incite things. I don't really care to engage anymore. I'm just tired. I don't think he's a hater either. I think Chupto's just, he seems to come back every time, so I can't really argue that he's a hater, but I think there's just no point in engaging. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just not going to read your texts anymore. And I'm just tired and I don't care. So you're welcome to stay, man. I'm just gonna take it easy with engaging a little bit. That's all. Um, the kill theory earlier, huh? Is that related with Kazuya carrying Chizuru uphill? Not just that. It's the theory about the koi that I said earlier is literally representative of persistence, powering through the pain and the tragedy to find the love that you want. And Kazuya's whole defining trait as a character is persistence. He persists. He doesn't fucking give up, which is a very powerful trait to have in a world where many people tell you you should give up. In fact, what does Kibe often tell Kazuya? Give up. You should just temper your expectations. You should give up. But Kibe loves that Kazuya doesn't give up. Minnie loves that Kazuya doesn't give up. That's why they adore him. That's why they love him so much. Because Kazuya to them represents that dream. That idea of, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna be a fucking shonen protagonist. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep persisting. And that's kind of, in a way, that's kind of why I relate to Kazuya here, personally, with making this content. Because I'm not going to fucking give up. I'm going to keep doing this, dude. Like, I don't care how much people, like, make fun of me, joke about me, or, like, say all this terrible shit about this story. I know what I fucking love, dude. I genuinely fucking believe this. So that's why, like, I kind of relate to Kazuya a lot, and I kind of understand where he's coming from. I wanted Fate to say I'm stupid and wrong. Instead, he validated the possibility. Wait, which possibility? Oh, you mean the separation arc? Look, I'm not going to deny that a separation could happen, but I just think it shouldn't. It doesn't feel like it's going to. I really don't feel like a separation is going to happen, but it could. I could be wrong. There's no way I can magically predict this, but to me, it doesn't feel like a separation is going to happen. It doesn't. It really, really doesn't. I think we're at that point where it will change. There will be a twist soon. And it will flip the whole damn script. And it's already starting. We're already having disagreements. We're already having fights. Things are already not going as they were supposed to in the day. The walls are literally gone. Everything is like toppled over and fallen apart, and they're slowly putting it back together. The signs are already there. I'm still very confident about fight, kiss, propose, sex. Very confident. Hell, maybe what'll happen is Chizuru will propose to him, or they propose while they're in the room, like Kazuya said. Maybe Kazuya will propose literally as they said in chapter 300 or 301. Sorry. Imagine this animated in season 6. We'll get there eventually. People need to go back to reread the whole manga again and see if their own opinion changed. Yeah, but you see, too long, didn't read. Season 5 is shaky in being approved, of my opinion. I don't think so, actually. I don't think so, considering we have 24 episodes for this, and if this arc pops off super hard, it's actually quite a possibility. Also, there's even more adding on to this. There's been a lot of sales and excitement currently going on for the manga, and the fact that we have 24 episodes and most of the cast is returning, and Kana Hirayama is actually a chief animation director for season 4 is like, there's too many signs that it's too good. Also, I definitely think a big thing that will guarantee season 5 happening for 100% sure is where season 4 is going to end, which is probably chapter 231. Chizuru saying, "I can't fall in love with a client." You can't end that there. You cannot end that there. No, you can't end that there. They will make a season 5. I guarantee you. You cannot end that there. Just as with the movie arc, you couldn't end that there. We might not get an announcement right away, but it'll definitely happen, I think. It doesn't seem like a fight can break out right yet. It's slowly happening. We're getting there. I'm getting there. The emotions are breaking the adults' mask egos, and the crescendo's at the heart of the issue. Hell yeah. Okay. Where are we? They're already fighting, just not in the way we expect. Yep. And it's gonna keep going. Let's go. I think they're a part of the Chizurus that doesn't want to take back her rejection, but she doesn't believe she deserves that. That's not her biggest emotional hang up. Yeah, I can see that. How did Johan told me they will fight, propose, kiss, bang? It doesn't feel like it. you like how I said that, but it doesn't feel like it. It will happen. I believe. I believe. They can both be true. Her perspective is conflicted, so she's not self-aware in some cases. So there are contradictions, but her intentions are selfless. Yeah, yeah. It's both. It's both. It's both selfless and selfish. Looks like Chizuru suffers to her feelings or her mindset. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, but Kazuya's perseverance will break this obstacle. Yeah, Kazuya. How about this? Kazuya isn't breaking anything. He's climbing a waterfall. There we go. The walls between Kazuya and Chizuru start to crumble now. They'll take souls to soul. Hell yeah. It's more like too long, can't read, to be honest. I don't know. Not gonna lie, when Chizuru started to say no every time Kazuya talked, I thought they would laugh at some point, lol. I don't think so. I think this is just so cute. It's the most honest Chizuru has been in this entire time. She's literally being like a kid. She's literally being clingy. She's being herself again. I think Chizuru hasn't gotten to do this in so long. Like, here, you want me to tell you how alone Chizuru feels in all of this? Chizuru did not get a hug from anyone for 4 months. Not a single bit of physical contact from anyone who cares about her and loves her for 4 months. And the only person who hugged her prior to this, the only person a vindictive ex going after the person she cared for. The first hug Sumi gets is from Sumi. The first hug Chizuru gets is from Sumi in her birthday. 4 months after this. 4 months. The last hug Chizuru ever got, the hug she didn't get from Kazuya in the cheer update, she gets from fucking Mami. And she says the shit Kazuya wanted to say in the most vindictive way possible. That sounds awful and so painful, but you don't need to worry anymore. I'll be right there to help you explain. Shouldn't have this been Kazuya? Shouldn't have this been Kazuya? Dude. This is the fucking hug she gets? It's not your fault, Chizuru-san. Kazuya-kun did this. Jesus. Mami x Chizuru, best ship. That reminded me of that comic that one person drew, but then, I hate it when someone makes a really good comic. Someone did this like really cute comic of Chizuru and Mami, which didn't feel like the characters at all. It didn't feel like the characters at all, but it was a well-written comic. And then I knew just reading it, oh yeah, they hate this series. They're like, I'm writing a better series. And it was just so weird seeing them ship Mami and Chizuru because they're acting nothing like themselves. And I don't know, it just made me like dislike it just because of the intent. I always feel that way. Like when I understand the intent of like certain people's POV, or like when they drew things, even if that thing is good, when I understand the intent, it kind of takes away from some of my experiences. So that's, I guess I just wanted to share that. Legendary Joe, I know which tweet you're bookmarked. Yeah, I was just talking about it. You're not Mami. Only ship is friendship. Go read a dojin. Mami's trying to destroy Kazuya's image of Chizuru. No. She's trying to destroy Chizuru's feelings. She tried to destroy Kazuya's image to Chizuru in the very beginning of the series because she was jealous. Oh yeah, I know about Gigok making a big video on the series. I saw that. I've just kind of resigned to the fact that I can't do anything about this person, and all I can do is focus on what I'm going to do. So I'm just not going to focus on Gigok. I know his stance. I know how he talks about this series. I've seen most of it, and I know it's like the way Gigok does this stuff is so weird. Anyways, I gotta check something here. Oh, I was tagged in something. Another Chizuru in-depth chapter. Outside of like one of two panels, they may have been the most unfiltered we've ever seen Kazuya. And Chizuru! And Chizuru. This is how he came across to other people. A relatively normal, if not earnest dude. Thank you! Thank you! Kazuya is really, really handsome, yes. I think he's cute, but let's not get carried away. Laugh my ass off. No, he's handsome. Kazu Chad. I had said that Chizuru is probably... I had said that Chizuru probably didn't intend to reject Kazuya, but that was half right, and the other half was wrong. It's true that Chizuru didn't want to reject him, but she was being crushed by the guilt of making him wait. That's why on this date, she felt she had no choice but to reject him. So I was right in saying she doesn't want to reject him, but wrong in saying she had no intention of rejecting him. I misjudged the weight of the guilt she felt for keeping him waiting. That's why I thought it didn't make sense for her to reject him, because she loves him. She forced herself to reach a conclusion even though she hadn't truly decided. Ever since the Hawaiians arc, I've been explaining to readers of my blog that Chizuru knows she's in love with him. She's just not ready to tell him I love you. It's not that simple. The reasoning has changed from Hawaiians. And the fact that she ended up rejecting Kazuya out of guilt only reaffirmed that for me. The truth is, she could respond to his feelings, but by putting it off over and over again, it only makes things more painful for her. Chizuru keeps saying things like, I don't know how I feel, or maybe I like him, but compared to how, and honestly, most readers perceive her feelings for Kazuya, there's a clear gap. It's obvious to anyone that she's in love with him. The idea that she doesn't know whether it's love or not just doesn't add up. It really feels like she's convinced herself she doesn't understand her own feelings just to justify putting off a decision. I don't think it's that simple. She's convinced herself. I can kind of agree she's kind of convinced herself that she doesn't understand her own feelings. But that's because of that stigma. The battle between Chizuru, who still wants to say I love him, and Kazuya, who keeps chasing after her, will likely continue. It'll probably go all the way to volume 100. The fucking haters. No! No! Is her lying words and loving actions add again? I would say Chizuru actually feels that she's not as serious as devoted as Kazuya in this relationship. What she doesn't know is that she has to force herself to hurt herself emotionally just to make sure Kazuya feelings get respected. Yes, all of this is Chizuru trying to respect his feelings. That's been a reoccurring pattern. I literally showed you guys when we were rating the Hawaiians arc. This is Chizuru wanting Kazuya's feelings to be respected. This is in fact as love struck as Kazuya. It takes time for her. Kazuya also has taken a lot of time to transition to this state. She keeps saying no, but she wants it in for the sniff. She keeps saying no, but she went in for the sniff, also hiding her face as she lies. Yeah, she definitely hides her face here. Aww. This chapter is so cute. This chapter is so unbelievably cute. Yeah, I think that Gigok's video resulted in another wave of abuse. That's the frustrating thing about Gigok's content. And I don't say these words lightly. I really, really don't. Gigok's content to me has kind of bordered on like just spreading misinformation on purpose. Because it genuinely does not feel like he's engaging with the story. It feels like he picks up the manga just to see how things went wrong. Oh, look how much more digging Reiji is doing with this manga. Look how bad it's getting. That's every time I hear how Gigok talks about this manga, it doesn't feel like he's engaging at all. Like in any way, shape, or form. He's literally just kind of looking for validations about on his own feelings. And it's frustrating because he is the biggest AniTuber on the platform. So whenever he does shit like this, it spreads hate, whether that is his intent or not. And the fact that he doesn't seem to care about that and just keeps bringing this up constantly and constantly saying the series is shit, and then literally indoctrinating Joey and Connor into this belief system too, and then literally mentions it to literally everyone, is genuinely kind of frustrating. Like, I'm trying to be very careful with my words here, but it, like, I'm not kidding when I say it just genuinely. I've seen the new Degenerosity videos. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Degenerosity's videos get a fuck ton of views. And it was as nonsensical as ever. He kind of just said the same thing. I don't even think we need to really watch it. He just kind of said the same thing. So I don't think we really need to watch it. I know it's doing massive numbers. He has like 1 million views already. Like he got a shit ton of views almost immediately. I know Gigok, what he's doing is that the latest video he released was like a tester to see if him making a video about Rent a Girlfriend would be good, which is literally, and the video he released got a crap ton of views. So and like really, really fast. So I really would not be surprised if he will eventually make the video. It'll probably take him some time because he apparently wants to, yeah, Trash Tash's bias of Miyajime Sensei has extended to the Shunji family. Yeah, that was so trippy watching that. Joey literally talked about the Shunji family, and he finds out it's written by Reiji, and literally you see his tone immediately change about it. Like, he said he read it and he found it interesting, and the moment they said it was Reiji, he's like, oh yeah, it's shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Just immediately his tone changed. It was the strangest thing. And like literally his opinion just like did a complete 180, where he read it initially and then he finds out it's from Reiji. He's like, oh yeah, this is trash. I'm like, what the fuck? That's so weird. So for Gigok, I've honestly slowly been losing more and more like respect for him over this time. One of the big reasons I started anime is because of Gigok, and I actually really liked his content, but over this time I've kind of just, my distaste for his attitude and his approach with this story has genuinely started bothering me, like, a lot. I genuinely think he has a large part to play in the perception of this story and why people talk about it. The fact that him and what's his name? Him and Mother's Basement just kind of regurgitate each other's shit over and over. And like I Mother's Basement's video like came up in my feed the other day of like someone like he's saying, oh, the anime that's coming up, and he literally just does this stupid scream thing when he talks about Rent a Girlfriend, like it's so bad, like that thing, you know. It's the stupid joke many people do when they don't like something, so they over exaggerate a reaction just to be like, oh, it's so bad, when like half of the shit Mother's Basement said in his video was literally false. Yeah, and like I don't know. I said this in an earlier chat, and I'm gonna say it here. I think Gigok believes what he's saying. I genuinely do. I think Gigok believes what he's saying, but you can believe what you're saying. You can believe what you're saying, and it can be wrong. And to me, Gigok will not shut up about this series and will keep talking about it constantly, to the point that at this point it kind of feels like a smear campaign. That's not his intent. I know that. I know, I have to make that clear. I know that's not his intent. But he does it so much, so constantly, and spreads so much misinformation about the series that I genuinely believe it is reaching that point. We have reached that point where content creators will talk about something so negatively, so consistently, that everyone will fucking mimic them because, bitch, I've edited for other people, and every single time they come to me and they're doing anime, edit my video like it's Gigok. Every time. The dude has a massive following. He's the biggest AniTuber on the platform. His videos get hit at least 1 million views every time. And I'm really not surprised that he has such a massive influence over the anime community. And that's my problem with how he talks about the series, is that it's literally reaching that point where it's so bad that he's constantly regurgitating and talking about this stuff without any knowledge of the story and barely engaging with it. Like somehow the dude is reading the story in a completely different dimension. That's how it feels like to me whenever he talks about it. I'm like, we're reading like 2 completely different stories. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like literally, it feels like we're reading 2 completely different stories, and it's the weirdest thing. Anyways, I actually have a friend who's a newly born weeb, and he hates Rent a Girlfriend as if he's a veteran who's weebing for 10 years. I think haters influence his mind. Yes, yes, for sure. That's definitely true. Okay, we said a lot. How long have I been streaming? We're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. Hating the series is rewarding and it's aggravating. Yes, you're very much rewarded for being shitty. Because you get paid for it. You definitely do. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Kazuya said something related to this in the cover of last chapter. And I don't know. Kanokari is the perfect scapegoat for the manga anime community. Yeah, it can feel so disheartening when I'm just like sitting on my own and like just seeing people shit talk the thing I enjoy, and it's like it feels like I have no voice to talk back at them or to call them out. But then whenever I sit down and read these chapters, it just makes me feel better. Cause like I know I know what I love, and it makes me feel better about it. And then the funny thing is I saw Degenerosity's video pop up in my feed, and I'm like, oh no, here we go. And I was so worried he'd have like a point or something, and I watched it. I sat down and watched it, and I laughed, dude, because the dude just it was so funny. It was so funny. Nothing he said held any value. He literally skipped to the date. He just skipped to the date. He ignored everything and he skipped to the date. Like literally, he's like, "Yep, I skipped to the date. Why am I still covering this manga? Why am I still talking about this? Well, I don't know why I'm never gonna talk about this again." I will give him credit where credit is due. He actually researched the 250K thing. He said it, but then he researched it, and he's like, "Wait, that doesn't make sense. He only spent like $3,000 or something." Which I don't think is even right. But then he's like, "But I could have bought a car with that." I'm like, "Yeah, so how many video games did you buy? How much shit did you waste your money on that you could have saved up to buy a car? Your logic is stupid. Oh, I shouldn't have spent this kind of money on a girl that may not get me what I want. That's stupid. That's idiotic." Because Kazuya didn't spend the money just solely to get Chizuru. He spent it on an experience, on a time he spent with her. He spent it on her dream. He spent it on a lot of different things. He didn't just spend it to get in her pants. If anything, when people say that, it's invalidating Kazuya's feelings. Like, I didn't spend my money to get into Chizuru's pants. I spend my money because it was an experience for me. Just as you experience a video game. Just as you experience other things in life, like a film, or a TV show, or something, or when you pay for Netflix every fucking week. I bet that adds up to like $3,000 over the span of like a year or some shit. Maybe not, but a few $1,000 if you pay like for a bunch of subscription services. It'll add up. You'll spend a whole crap ton of money. So that logic is idiotic to me, because it's like literally it's not about the money, it's what you do with the money. Money creates the environment for your happiness. You're not just spending it to get materialistic values. Like, what the fuck? When I saw the Degenerosity video came up in my recommendations, I thought of the image of George Bush. What? What image of George Bush? Sanction, Mother's Basement, Chibi Reviews, and Gigok, the trash three of AnyTube. I know Gigok. Well, there's 4 here. First off, there's 4, so you're already wrong. I don't know. Chibi Reviews seems a little different from Gigok, but his mindset about manga seems similar. I actually think Chibi Reviews' mindset on manga is similar to Gigok. Mother's Basement's video is just idiotic. I'm sorry. Like, when we went through it, like, the dude is literally just... he's just literally making up these like, rules about how a story should be and injecting it into a story that has nothing to do with these rules. I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like he talks about how a story should objectively be if it is a harem, when that's plain idiotic and any story can break that rule at any time. And there's no rule you have to stick to. If you're a writer and someone tells you have to stick to certain rules, tell them to fuck right off. They don't know what they're talking about, because that's not a thing. That is not a thing in writing. There are no rules you stick to. There are things you can improve to convey things to readers better, but there are no rules that you stick to. Every single rule or concept is breakable. You can change things in any way possible. There's just some things you can do to make things more digestible and believable for readers. But every single rule is breakable. That's not a thing. That's not how writing works. Writing is expression. Writing is an expression of who you are, not a product to be sold. If you judge it as a product to be sold, then that's not writing anymore. And now I get it. Technically, this is technically a product because you're buying it. But in that sense, now you have to find a balance. You can't just judge it solely as a product, but also as a writing element. So you can't just insert whatever the fuck you want to conveniently say this thing is bad. And that's the strangest thing with the Brothers Basement video. He's like, it's literally not doing the harem thing that I expect it to do. Therefore, it's bad. And I'm just staring at my screen. I'm like, maybe it isn't a harem. Maybe you should stop judging it with that perspective. It might help you, I don't know, appreciate it. And then he randomly analyzes Mami's character and tries for a second, and that gives it away. Like when he analyzes Mami's character, you guys remember that? When he randomly analyzes Mami's character and sees the contradictions in her actions, it literally gives the plot, gives away his hand. That he's trying not to analyze. And the moment he does, it contradicts everything he said in the video. So what did he say about Mami? He recognized how in the beach it was a contradiction. That she wanted to break Kazuya and Chizuru up, but then seemingly after they broke up, she texts him. And she wants to meet up with him, which makes no sense. It's almost like Mami has feelings for him. And he recognizes that. And he's like, it seems like Mami actually has an interesting, deep character underneath it all. But I don't think it'll be any good. So I'm not going to read the manga. Which is very fucking ironic because he talks about chapter 218, which is 3 chapters away from Mami's backstory. Which tells me he didn't even get any context for that chapter. He just read it in a void. Which is what most people do. They'll just be like, oh, this chapter's bad. I'm going to read this chapter and nothing else. Just this chapter. And therefore the chapter is bad. There's no context. And it's like, what the fuck what do you think is gonna happen? You think you could, if I opened up a book and randomly jumped into the middle of the book, do you think it's gonna fucking just make sense to me? That's not how it works. What the fuck? Like if I open up a video game and I get into a boss fight and it's like in the middle of the game, I'm gonna get my ass fucking handed to me. I don't know how to fucking play the game. The boss is just gonna kill my ass. Dude, the fuck? That's not how it fucking works. What are you talking about, dude? It's like, you think you're starting with boss level 1 and you walk into Sephiroth's room and he just fucking eats your ass. Wow, you're really worth subscribing. Been a subscriber for almost 4 years. After the ending of season 1, your videos popped into my feed and seeing other creators saying shit, which they haven't read a page. Oh, thanks. That's really nice. Wow, you've been around since the start? Damn, bro. Damn. This dude's been around since the start. Hell yeah. We got a legacy. We got a legacy subscriber. That's awesome. Hell yeah, brother. That's awesome. Crunchyroll labeling Winter Girlfriend as a harem in their description is definitely a choice. Yeah, that's the thing people don't realize. It's like the anime is often labeled as a harem, but if you look it up, the manga is just called a rom-com. It's literally just called a rom-com. It's not called a harem. It was never presented as a harem. Yeah, okay, you have multiple female characters who is in love with the main character. Cool. That doesn't mean it's a harem. Why? Because each of the characters has their own thing going on, and even though they love him, he already knows who he loves by chapter 16. So it's not about any of the other girls. If anything, they exist as a supporting cast to the narrative. Just because multiple female characters exist in a narrative and they all happen to be in love with the main character, it does not mean it's a harem. That's not how it works. Just because all the female cast happens to be in love with Kazuya, it doesn't mean it's a harem. Because if anything, this is more specifically a deconstruction of a harem. Right? It's a criticism of harems. Because Kazuya is in love with Chizuru and every other girl defines their relationship with him around his relationship with Chizuru. Not the other way around. Kazuya doesn't define his relationship with those people just by being around them, I guess. If anything, most of the relationship around these people is defined around his relationship with Chizuru. So it's not a harem. It's literally their love story and everybody else is interacting with it. People just want to be included. They read their series of tension and then they spew rhetoric and people just saw 4 girls and go, it's a harem. The minute I love how when Minnie gets introduced, they're like, oh my god, they added the 5th girl. And Minnie isn't even like in love with Kazuya. She's in love with the idea of him. She loves the idea that Kazuya doesn't give up on loving Chizuru. She's literally shipping them. She doesn't want to be with. She doesn't ship herself with him. She ships him and Chizuru. It's more so romance and a dramatized slice of life. I think just drama is more fitting. It's a rom-com drama, which makes more sense. Sadness me is there. There are 11 languages, other countries. I know Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and some Japanese. Every country, manga, anime, spokesperson drinks from the same poison source. Yeah. I do think a lot of the Japanese fans are a lot more chill. The series is very popular in Japan. That's the reason it's succeeding. It's very popular in Japan. So in Japan, it's not so bad. There are people who have these beliefs, but it's not the same. How do you think Kazuya will convince Chizuru what he can say is keep in mind reason or logical for the rejection while Kazuya or not? Kazuya is just going to be persistent. He's just going to be persistent and earnest about it and just keep going. And that's how he'll get through. Just keep saying exactly what you're saying and be honest about it. And the characters are literally starting to open up. The characters are literally so I think they're gonna get home. One chapter I did want to check out because we mentioned the duplicate key. So let's go to the chapter when Kazuya first gets the key. Oh yeah, for those people who like ship Minnie and Kazuya, I just want to show you this. I just want to show you this. Here's Kazuya walking home in the middle of the night, and Minnie locked him out. Minnie locked him out of the house because she just assumed Kazuya had a key. And if Kazuya had come home and been at the door and the door is locked, he might have think they locked him out. It's almost like Minnie is the foil. It's almost like Minnie is the fucking foil of this arc. I thought he must be home. You can't do that. We've only got 2 keys. She makes a 3rd key for him. His lucky number. His lucky fucking number. She makes a 3rd duplicate key for him. If we don't leave it open, he can't. Oh, right on time. Welcome home. Chizuru lets him into her home. Chizuru makes sure he's okay, while Minnie just conveniently locked him the fuck out. Damn, bro. You got a stutter now? Master, could you go to the convenience store one more time? Master, go get me something. Master, go get me something, even though I just locked you out of the fucking house. Fucking Minnie, dude. Fucking Minnie, dude. Okay. When Kazuya gets the key, Chizuru puts up a curtain. I drain the hot water at night too, so if you want to take a bath, better do it early. Either way, I think it's better if the girls go in first. Boss option sounds insane to me. Boundaries, huh? Well, we are guys and 2 girls living together. It's only natural. Huh, this should sound familiar. Guys and girls living together. And they're going to get home, and Kazuya is going to have a key. And that key is going to remind him of what exactly? I guess she doesn't really trust me after all. I'd be lying if I said I don't feel bad about it. What does the key represent to Kazuya? What does this duplicate key that Chizuru made represent to Kazuya? Our schedules are all different, and it'll be an issue if you didn't have one. But is this really okay? While I had a lot to say, it's not like I don't trust you. Now that it's done, let's do all we can to make living together work. Consider the fish a small gift. Don't lose it. Let's try and get along as housemates. The key represents trust. The duplicate key that Chizuru gave him represents trust. It's her trust in him. So shouldn't it reflect Kazuya's trust in her? Shouldn't the key represent Kazuya's trust in her? That's the importance of this key. That is what it means. So naturally, I can see the next chapter being about that trust. The trust between Kazuya and Chizuru. And then the chapter builds on this. Chizuru takes a bath, and then they take a bath. Huh. How interesting. Reiji specifically nods to the thing about trust. And then right after, we have the whole bath thing, which ties directly into sex. It's begun. A living as housemates with Mizuhara. I can't leave the bed unmade when she's lending me the room. When I carry the other stuff, I should make sure not to leave a mess. So Mizuhara hasn't gone to school yet. I wonder if she's eaten breakfast. I keep hearing stuff and something that sounds like voices, but I can't tell what's going on. Man, this is so cute. This is so fucking cute. Mizuhara surely has an eye for stuff like this. Did she really buy this for me? I wonder if a blue Clark's enemy fish is a mutated Lecris. Oh, he's talking about clownfish. A spare key. Trust. I cannot betray her trust. I'll show her. I'll become someone worthy. A koi trying to become a dragon. Can I come in? Right? Notice how she's respecting her boundaries. Notice how she's respecting his boundaries. She knocks, may I come in? She doesn't just walk in. So much of the early parts of this arc inform what Chizuru's trying to do. Boundaries, do not push his, make sure he has a choice. Do not rob him of choices. Do not take away from him. She comes in. I'm glad you're still here, so you haven't gone to school yet. Hard eyes, I love it. So cute. Yeah, what's up? Some kind of trouble? Mizuhara, what's up? Does she need something from me? Thought she just each other not long. Does she really see me? Does she really need to see me so often? Because she wants to. She wants to see you so often. I've folded the futons. I've collected all the trash. Not really. There's nothing bothering me so much as, you gonna use the bath today? Okay. So we have the duplicate key that represents trust. There's another scene right here. Right here. So Kazuya, what happens right after this? Kazuya goes to the DVD store and beats his meat. Every single time, the thing that connects all of these together is what? What, I ask you? Sex. Sex, 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 sex. Bang, 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 bang. I can't take this anymore. I can't take this anymore. Where do we first hear this line? I ask you, where do we first hear this line? I can't take this anymore. For those who want to discredit my sex theory, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, dude. It's all there. It's all there. Look at them. Look at them. They fucking mirror each other. Look at them. Oh my god, they straight up mirror each other. Like, bro. Bro, they straight up mirror each other. Oh my god. Why did she say that? She said that because she wants to touch him. And she can't take it anymore. I want to hug him. I want to kiss him. I want to touch him. I'm losing my fucking mind. And I can't take this anymore. Look at her. She's blushing like fucking crazy. Look at him. He's blushing like fucking crazy. What is the connecting factor? They're both horny as shit. And they can't contain it. And they have to. Kazuya has to go to the DVD store to keep it in. He has to contain it. Chizuru has to isolate to contain it. This is a joke, right? Tonight, I'm going to be using the same bath as Mizuhara. I mean, it's only natural for housemates, but is it really okay? I know this is creepy as hell, but I cannot stop imagining things once I hear the word bath. Calm down, Kazuya. Mizuhara would rather a guy not get into the same bath that she did either. Oh, okay. Next chapter it is. Let's hold this thought. Chizuru would not want Kazuya to get into the same bath as her. Would not want a guy. He says a guy, but Kazuya isn't just any guy. Chizuru sees her hair, tosses it out. Like she doesn't want him to see the hair. Nope. Can't touch. Nope. Manners. I can't touch him. I shouldn't impose on him. Nope. Gotta contain myself. Gotta keep my lust in check. She wouldn't want to be in the same bath as a guy. Literally gets in the same bath as a guy. She asks him about the bath. This is my home, you know. Did you enjoy the bath? Yeah, I did. I see. That's great. Closes her eyes. Fuck yeah. You had a good time. Fuck yeah. Everything went well. Even if we use the same bath, that doesn't mean anything's changed. She feels distant. Chizuru's actually pretty darn fucking close. He doesn't see her. This distance is created as a byproduct of what Minnie says earlier in the chapter. Again, Kazuya feels there's a distance when the distance is actually breaking. He can't see her. He can't see how close she actually is. Because of shit fucking Minnie says. Fucking hell. Look at here. Let me pull up Minnie. Just to give you some context. Here's Kazuya freaking out about it. Minnie comes in. Please go on. Learn to knock. Huh. Isn't that interesting? What is the thing we see here? Minnie just walks into Kazuya's room. She just walks into like a private moment with himself. Doesn't knock or anything. She just walks into his room. What did we see with Chizuru earlier? She knocked, carefully opened the door, and talked to him. Has to stick to boundaries. Minnie doesn't have to stick to any boundaries. Minnie doesn't realize how she's reinforcing the boundaries. That's the problem. Minnie doesn't see how she's reinforcing the boundaries to Chizuru. Okay. Minnie walks in. The tightness you feel in your chest transcends the concept of sex and goes even beyond the fabric of space-time. But it's only natural. If I were to go into the same bath as my fave, my brain would be fried from the break of dawn. This girl, she's totally having fun. Fucking hell, Minnie. We're living together. This is just how things are. Do you hear yourself? If you're able to accept the situation, it'll be on track with the development outlined for this arc. Development. She sets his expectations for what development should be like. She tells him this is how it will play out. Look forward to this. So when Kazuya doesn't experience it as Minnie has told him he will experience it, he thinks there's a distance between them. You writing a script or something? She keeps getting to the heart of the matter, but it's like my heart is going to burst out of my chest any minute. I'm glad to find something to distract me. So, how are things at your end? Everything going well? I'm used to living with other people, and living with someone like Mizuhara-san is kind of like paradise. It's almost like she took that away from him. Minnie is experiencing the thing he wants to. She gets to live in paradise. He doesn't. She really has her act together, you know. She doesn't snack in bed. She sleeps. She doesn't sleep in weird positions. Wakes up to the first alarm. In fact, she'd at least snore. I'd have a reason to doubt she's some kind of android. She doesn't see her. She perceives her as this perfect human being. That's just Mizo usual. That's just the usual. That's just Chizuru is a robot, an android. She doesn't experience things. She feels distant. Yes, I chose that time to sip the water. It's very intentional. But well, if she were an android, she'd be short-circuiting in the bath right about now, unless she's running the latest version. Anyway, I intend to gather information to prove the cohabitation isn't just a simple AI generated compromise. Your love isn't a science fiction, it's reality. Your love isn't science fiction, it's reality. But look at Kazuya's reaction to when she says this. She makes him doubt it. Minnie puts doubt in his head. Well, get ready too for the bath. While you're in the bath, don't get carried away. She gets him to get carried away. He doesn't see Chizuru. Did I go too far in killing my thoughts, accidentally killing my brain in the process? I feel bad. I feel my body is hotter than it should be. This is going to be my everyday life. I still can't believe it. Get a grip, back to the guy zone. As he's heading back, he sees Chizuru, like she was waiting for him, like she knew, like she wanted to interact with him. But who shows up right as Kazuya walks here? Who asks him the questions that Chizuru wanted to ask? Minnie. Pay attention to this interaction. Mizuhara. Oh, you were there. This is my home, you know. She takes away from Chizuru's moment. Chizuru was going to ask him what he thought of the bath, if it went okay, did he enjoy it? She said, but Minnie says it. Master, did you enjoy the bath? I just got here, so don't make a big deal out of it. Okay? She's implying something. She's trying to mess with Kazuya. Yeah, I did. I see. That's great. Minnie asks the question. Chizuru responds, like it was her question to ask, and Minnie took that away. Minnie is taking away Chizuru's autonomy and choices without meaning to. Every time Chizuru wants to do something, Minnie does it first. Minnie does it for her. Minnie misdirects the intent, and she changes our POV of the characters. Who would have thought I'd be using the same bath as someone like Mizuhara? Yeah, I did. Did you move the plug? Yeah, I did. But, oh yeah, what did Minnie... Oh, here's another thing. Did you remove the plug? That's for Kazuya. Yeah, I did. Okay. But that's just weird. But what's with this weird feeling? I'd been thinking that using the same bath is something you do once you start dating. I'd been thinking of it like a fairy tale, a pipe dream, but Mizuhara is the same Mizuhara. She's talking to Minnie, and she's acting like the same Mizuhara because she's around Minnie. Chizuru's son, what toner are you using? The same Reset Aqua. Oh, Aqua. Aqua. Kazuya's favorite shit. Even if we use the same bath, that doesn't mean anything's changed. She feels distant. But he's in shadows. He doesn't see her. He's literally standing next to her, and he thinks he's far away. He just shared a bath with her. Or not a bath, like not with her. He shared the same bath as her, and he thinks she's far away. We're literally misunderstanding this arc. We're literally misunderstanding this. He's actually so much closer than he thinks, but he's been conditioned by Minnie that he's further than he is. Because Minnie keeps telling him he's far away. Because Minnie keeps saying shit like this. Your life isn't science fiction, it's reality. When someone says that, you think your life is fiction. You think your love is fake. You think it's not real. Minnie literally conditioned him his love is not real. And then Chizuru brings him back. This isn't Chizuru coming down to earth. This is Kazuya realizing he's already up in heaven. That's what's going on. Chizuru keeps bringing him back when he's the one lost in a fantasy. The fantasy Minnie created. Chizuru keeps bringing him back. You're like, hey, where are you? I'm over here. Why are you lost? Right? Chizuru's the one who keeps bringing him back every time. Just as when he was outside, Minnie is the one who locked him out of the house, and Chizuru had to bring him in. Minnie is the one who made Chizuru realize they don't have a key for him, so she gives him a key. Minnie is the one who made Kazuya feel uncomfortable enough that Chizuru felt like she had to put up a curtain. To which then she gives Kazuya a key and tells him she trusts him. Minnie is the one who doesn't knock at Kazuya's door, but Chizuru feels like she has to. Do you see the problems? Minnie is the foil. Minnie is the foil in disguise as the windman. She's literally the fucking foil. Chizuru gives him the drink. She's like, are you sure? It's important to rehydrate after getting out of the bath. Thanks. She wanted to give him this, but she has to give him this excuse. Why does Kazuya need to make sure that she's sure? It's just a drink. It's just water. It's not a big deal. But he keeps getting taught it's a big deal. Every little action he takes, every little thing he says, he keeps getting conditioned it's a big deal when it's not. And then everything that is a big deal, everything that is important and is a big deal that Chizuru also clearly feels the same about, isn't. The small things are a massive deal when they are not, and then things that are important aren't anymore. Minnie has literally written a script. Kazuya says this. Are you writing a script or something? Minnie is writing this play. Minnie has constructed this entire thing without realizing it. She's literally fabricated a script like a YouTube video. And she's misdirected the character's own interpretations of things. Jesus Christ. Wow, that's insane. Minnie acting like a good friend, but in reality, she's the villain. Minnie needs duct tape. Chizuru literally said being with him is like a fantasy story from a book. Yeah. Kazuya is already living in a fantasy, but he thinks he's in a cruel reality. And Minnie keeps telling him his love is science fiction. Minnie keeps telling him his love is just science fiction. But Minnie helps sometimes too. Minnie is chaos. Minnie is the embodiment of chaos. Chaos is good and bad. Chaos can bring good things. It can also do a lot of bad things. She is literally the embodiment of chaos, and she's actually the foil of the narrative. A foil can do good things, but it can still be a foil. Isn't Minnie a YouTuber in the story? Yes, that's why I said that. That's literally why I said that. Let me see what some of the Japanese fans have been saying. Wonder if there's like anything interesting. Here we are. Title call. The reason why anime people say Kazuya is still weird in this is because of the lack of transmission in the third season and the masturbation. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Ooh! Look at this spread. K-Manga be cooking, bro. K-Manga be cooking. An account you muted. I'm not even going to look anymore. Nope. If I muted them, there was a reason. If I muted them, there was a reason. I don't believe this in the file. I can love as much as the last romantic. Oh, this one we can open. What's the note for the next chapter? The teaser for next time is duplicate key. And the note here, let me pull it up for you. The note that is written here reads, in the word no, 100 feelings, one shadow. The editor is literally saying, the editor is literally talking about the 2 syllables of dame, which means no. The word Chizuru is continuously saying. It was translated as no in the chapter. Literally, it's in the 2 syllables of dame, 100 feelings oh, dame. So two syllables. Okay, I get it. No, N, 100 feelings. No, one shadow. Okay. So there's something like there's 100 feelings flowing in those words, but there's also a shadow. That's kind of interesting actually. That makes a lot more sense on second read. It's literally in the 2 syllables of dame, 100 feelings, one shadow. That's really cool, actually. And then the next time is duplicate key. The date, the journey home is the rise of the curtain. Yeah, this is the actual play. It feels like we're actually entering the real play. The bottom no comes from the shadow. Well, there's two parts of the no. It's da me, so it's two syllables. So it's da, 100 feelings, me, one shadow. The 100 feelings that Chizuru is feelings, the 100 feelings that they're feeling, contrasted by the single shadow that they share. That's what it's saying. It's 100 feelings that they're saying out loud, contrasted by the single connection that they feel together, right? They got the physical connection they wanted, just not how they imagined it. Minnie is the character that gets impatient and presses a big red button as it's the first thing that she sees for the sake of progress, but doesn't realize that the red button is connected to a bomb. Yeah. Yeah. What's interesting is that the Kazuya scene reminded her of her grandfather. Yeah, we kind of already said this. Yeah, Minnie blows shit up. That's what Minnie fucking does. Minnie just blows shit up and hope to God it works. So let's read. We're going to read this. This is from a Japanese user. I usually like what they have to say. It's quite interesting. So we're going to read that. Copy. We're going to open DeepL. All right. Carrying on my back, double page spread illustration, volume 41 cover. Yep, we talked about this. I already showed it to you guys, so it's so good. Page 4 and 5, I'm sorry. Page 6, not that one. Just now, a little more. No, because if it were me, I told you, didn't I? I'm thinking it's impossible now, that's why. Absolutely. My true feelings, the back of my head, just a little. Grandpa. Carrying her on his back on the way home. I'm curious about the large amount of cardboard boxes in the cover illustration. Wait, what? Whoa. What do you mean, cardboard? Oh. Ooh. There is a lot of cardboard boxes. Isn't that fitting? It's like they're unpacking the baggage. It's like they're letting it out. That's a cool catch. That's a cool catch. There's a lot of details hidden here. And they're walking through the city. The city is illuminated. The actual stage is set. Isn't it fitting that the actual stage of this story isn't at a magical pier where it's the most romantic spot you could possibly be in? And that's where you think it would finally happen, the kiss, the sex, all the great stuff. But instead it happens here, in this backwards alley full of cardboard boxes, the messy city, and all of this other stuff. Now it happens. Not in the magical spot you had envisioned it would be in, but in a dusty, crowded city full of garbage and stuff all around you. Isn't that super fitting? That it's literally in the middle of the city, not in some magical illuminated pier. That's very in line with the story and its themes. About the cover of volume 41 is Chizuru in a hoodie. The moment I saw it, I went, and became faceless. It's definitely Chizuru in a hoodie. It's the strongest cover out of all 41 volumes. Sorry for continuing. Well, it's not about carrying her on his back, right? Kazuya has no choice but to say that. I thought this was Chizuru's line. But being rejected doesn't mean you can't love someone. It might seem like she's clinging to the past, but Kazuya has his feelings, so as I wrote last time, Kazuya's feelings aren't something that changed just because he was rejected, so it's natural for him to want to love her even after being rejected. On the other hand, Chizuru, in the end, she couldn't come up with an answer, so she could only come up with that conclusion. Through all of their interactions, Kazuya's strong feelings for Chizuru were more than clear, but after making him wait endlessly, She couldn't give him an answer and could only come to that conclusion. Not only could she not give Kazuya something worthy of his strong feelings, but she ended up with a conclusion that went against them. For the, from a third person's perspective, it could be seen as an unforgivable act of betrayal on Chizuru's part. The frustration and guilt towards myself for having done such a thing, for having been unable to do anything else. And yet, despite having done such a thing, when Kazuya asks if it's okay to still like her, my feelings for him only grow stronger. And so many no's. They're not meant in a bad way though. The no that says it's not good to like someone is unfaithful of me. The final assertion of no that says I should move on to the next love, as taught by Grandma Sayuri. The no for not being able to give a proper response to Kazuya, who had said all of that. The no that still contained a hint of joy having my feelings expressed. The no that felt a little fun to respond after having said it so many times. The no that started to emerge here, where I was responding in a contrary manner to Katsuhito-san, overlapping him with Kazuya. That's about it, I guess. If more parts become clear, I feel like no good aspect might emerge. Even though I reached the conclusion within myself, the investigation isn't over yet. I feel like this investigation was about figuring out what my own feelings were for the first time. But I might like him, though I might not, though I might like him, it's not 100%. If that's the conclusion in the current state of the investigation, then the final conclusion of this investigation is a binary choice, like or don't like. But currently, there's no sign of the conclusion leading towards not liking him. And the more I proceed, the more it feels like I'm leaning towards liking him. Rather than just trying to figure out whether I like him or not, it feels like I'm searching for the reason why I like him. If that's the case, the conclusion we'll reach is that I like him aside from the length of the journey. Rather than trying to clearly determine whether I like him or not, it feels like Chizuru is aiming for a point where she can say she likes Kazuya 100%. The very act of trying to do that is the answer, or rather, that's what I love about perhaps Chizuru is unable to realize that. Yeah, the very act of how committed Chizuru is to finding this answer and to give Kazuya this is it falls perfectly in line with the idea that she's already in love. That is the answer. The very nature of the investigation and how much effort she has put into this is the answer. And she doesn't see that. And that's the point of when she goes to clean the grave for Sayuri, and and there's a wind and it turns her around, and she sees that grave, and and she doesn't see that the way she cared for it is the same exact way she cares for Kazuya. That the amount of effort she has put in is the answer. She clearly loves him, but she doesn't see it that way. She doesn't see that. She's unable to realize it. Also, I like how she keeps looking at Kazuya's back of. I like how she keeps looking at the back of Kazuya's head. When she stares at Kazuya's back or shoulders, it's often when he's charging ahead or pulling her along. Those are the times when Kazuya is trying to do something for Chizuru or when he's putting on a show. But Chizuru has been helped by those moments, and since she seems to enjoy seeing that side of Kazuya, he's back in a positive image for her. I imagine that's what's being subtly expressed here. She's learning something new again, just like we said with the Statue of Liberty. This moment that meant a whole lot to Chizuru is being transformed again. She's learning more about him. Remember how when, oh my god, they mirror each other. Oh my god. Oh my god. Reiji, you are fucking insane. I love you. Oh my god. Chapter 170. This is from the anime. Listen to what Kazuya says. She seems the same as usual, and of course, she looks crazy cute, the same as always. I've seen her in Ichinose mode plenty of times, but something about her feels even more personal today. The impression I get from her changes a little bit every time we meet. It's like there's 100 different versions of her. You don't even realize the things you do to me. I can't stand this. I gotta know what she's gonna say. 100 feelings, one shadow. It's like there's 100 different versions of her. His thoughts are literally what she fucking says. Looking up, I could see the back of his head. I had seen it so many times before, and yet maybe it's because my feet weren't touching the ground, but for some reason it looked different somehow. Impressions I get from her changes a little bit every time we meet. She's so in love, dude. I suddenly remembered that the person's scent was the strongest around their scalp. Such a random thought popped into my head, and I nudged my face slightly into his back. When I did, it smelled like Grandpa just a little bit. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, where were we? When she stares at Kazuya's back or shoulders, yeah, okay, we said this. But Chizuru has been helped by these moments, and since she seems to enjoy seeing that side of Kazuya, it's back to the positive image. Imagine this being subtly expressed here. I often felt that Kazuya and her grandfather are similar, even if it's not explicitly stated. But now that I've realized this through Kazuya, my perception of Kazuya is shifting in that direction. I'm starting to recognize my feelings towards Kazuya through her grandfather. The fact that Kobayashi Bachan acknowledged Kazuya might... I think this is Sayuri. I think the reason Sayuri acknowledged Kazuya might be because she knows who Katsuhiro's charms best, immediately noticed that commonality. For Chizuru, who was close to her grandfather, this might have resonated the most, or she might have felt that such a person's existence is most empowering. The preview title is Spare Key. Moving would also bring up the issue. Speaking of which, what happened to the keychain Ruka gave him? Did she return it properly? If things go smoothly, she should return the scare key, but I feel like it might be okay to keep it for some reason, like in case something happens. Oh, we forgot about that. We forgot about that. We got to go fucking check that. Ooh, there's something important about the spare key that we totally forgot. Holy shit, I can't believe I've missed that. Oh shit. Okay, that's the Japanese. I need the English. Ruka picks up Kazuya's key. She's the fish. Kazuya lies about it. So Kazuya's probably going to drop the key. That's a given. So Kazuya's probably going to drop the key. And Ruka just sticks her hand up his ass. Jesus Christ. Let's go find a keychain to put your key on. What? She gets him this new keychain, and it's a ribbon. And she puts it over the key. And she tries to take off Chizuru's keychain. And we have that whole sequence with the panties, which, by the way, is meant to be, very high school-y by design. This couldn't have gone worse. Kazuya took it off. Kazuya, my king, took it off. Yes! Yes, he took it off. It's not on there. That's what I needed to know. He took it off. Are you using the keychain? Yeah, I sure am. He took it off. Oh. Bullet dodged. Bullet dodged. Kazuya prepared. He's committed. He knows his shit. Bullet dodged. No, dude just did like a fucking maneuver, dude. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, our theory about the key stands. That was dodged. The story continues. Chizuru confesses, but Waka's feelings remain unchanged. While feeling anxious about the endless investigation, Kazuya senses the shadow of Katsuhito. Chizuru senses the shadow of Katsuhito. Will the move happen after this date, or will a new chapter begin? Will we see a new restless Chizuru? I'm curious about the future development, but let's keep going for another week. Yeah. Kazuya plans ahead, and it doesn't fire back spectacularly. The battle between Chizuru, who still won't say she loves him, and Kazuya keeps facing after her. It will likely continue and probably go all the way to chapter 100. Trying to see if there's anything else on here. Yeah, this volume cover is cute as shit. It's so perfect. What's this? Since the last chapter, the spare key, let's remember that Kazuya has one his hand. Where is Kazuya keeping the key actually? Oh, yeah, we know about the condom. Oh, he has a key he has a key thingamajig. Oh, that's right. Kazuya has like a here. So when Ruka picks it up, I don't know if it's like attached to his wallet. Is it in his wallet? I gotta double check that. Is it in the wallet? If it's in the wallet, then that changes some stuff, but I don't know if it's in the wallet. Okay, so yeah, runs into Ruka. Yeah, he drops this. Kazuya dropped your... It's a key pouch. Okay, it's specifically a key pouch. It's not... It's not a... Yeah, okay. It's not his wallet. It's a key pouch. That's different. Okay. Okay, so the key pouch is going to come up, and then afterwards we'll have the whole condom incident. We'll see. What's this? Someone wrote something in Spanish. I guess I'll translate it. And Armando is an idiot. Very cool. He has no self-esteem. Basically, this person said Kazuya has no self-esteem. So he doesn't have a romantic relationship, which is stupid. The volume cover seems pretty simple. Isn't this the last volume cover for manga pretty over the top? It's for sure not the last. The last volume cover is just Chizuru with the umbrella. So this is just a contrast to that. Chizuru dressed for the date versus Chizuru at home. He's gonna fumble the key and he's gonna attempt to drop it. It'll result in the condom falling out. But the key is not in the condom. The key is not in the pouch. Oh, sorry, fuck. The key the condom is not in the key pouch. It's in his wallet. There we go. I fumbled that like twice. I fumbled that like twice. Anywho. Let's see if there's anything else on Twitter from Japanese fans, because that's mostly where they comment. Bear in mind that Chizuru's probably lost his key on the road. They should use that one, but let's remember that there's something else inside the hand key. No, there isn't. It's not. It's in his wallet. Yeah, it's in... The condom is in his wallet. It's not in the thing. I can't bear to see people I don't understand criticizing Kanokari, Mizuhara, and Kazuya. Relatable. So relatable. The pain. If you're in a situation where you don't know if you really like someone, it's not wrong at all to come down with the conclusion that you only felt that much for them. It's hard because you can't answer the question when you really can. Yeah. Chizuru just feels like she doesn't have an answer. In reality, she does. And she's just being blinded by the world around her. Let's see. Sorry to see the Shinji family, blah, 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 not that. cool to see in Kanokari. It looks like a child here. Peak. Yep. Okay, nothing too crazy here. Is there anything else we should talk about if Chizuru pulls out her key? But why mention the duplicate key if we're gonna have that? Watch his hip hit the corner of the table and this wallet falls out. Okay, so we've already established the condom's gonna fall out somehow, right? We just don't know when or how or where, but it's gonna happen. So there, no need to worry about that. I read the latest Kanokari story in Manga. Here, let's just read this right here. Chizuru's repentance and yet Kazuya feelings remain unchanged. The many emotions in the dame and the image of his grandfather that feels as he continues to say them what will happen when he moves out. Yeah, it seems like people are like thinking Kazuya is already going to move. I don't agree. I think there's still more. It's not over yet. There's definitely still more. And I think we're too quick to judge and too quick to jump to conclusions. There's definitely still a lot more at play here. Maybe this time Kazuya will kiss her. I think we might get to that. I think Kazuya will definitely kiss her. Right? I definitely think we will get to that. There's going to be more. Next chapter is going to be super lucky because it's 384, part 33. So Kazuya's numbers. The double... Oh my god. We talk about the duplicate key, which is the third key, and it's in part 33. Bro, Reishi, I get it. Your number game is kind of peak, bro. I get it. But fuck, dude. Yeah. Reishi's so good, dude. It's me who predicted them having sex together. I mentioned it on Reddit. Bro, you ain't the only one. I'm gonna just tell you right now. You ain't nah. I've been saying they were gonna have sex for a while. Mami, call back, please. No, she's too busy dealing with bullshit at home. He doesn't have his hands free, so he gets her to go to the pocket to get the key, and she grabs the condom instead. Doubtful but funny. Bro, I was the one, but he didn't believe me. We've all been saying it, dude. I've been saying the sex thing since like chapter 240 something, and it was present since that time. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Anywho. I'm not sure what else there is to talk about. I don't know what else we could really discuss right now. I've kind of gone through everything. I've been streaming for 4 hours and like 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I could like work on my video. I could maybe condense this to make it more accessible right before the date. Oh, I guess I can go to Reddit real quick. That does remind me. I can read what what Verka says. Just a quick read of what Verka's done. Here. Yep. Okay, we're gonna skim these because I don't really want to. Yep, moving. No, I don't think I will. It seems like okay. It seems like Reddit is chilling out a little bit. That's good. I could be wrong. It seems like Reddit is chilling out. Her reaction contradicts her words. She clings tightly to him. Yeah, another thing I do want to point out. The big thing I want to point out. I just cleaned some comments from that post. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Jaws doing God's work. This ending is a beginning in disguise. That's the big thing I want to say here. This ending here, where Chizuru says, "My name is Chizuru Ichinose," it's disguised as an ending when it's a beginning. Just as the beginning of the series is disguised as a beginning when it's an ending, because literally you turn the page and that relationship that gets established to you ends. So this is a beginning disguised as an ending. Yeah, that's just kind of what I want to say. That's something I want you guys to remember. She feels safe with him. She doesn't want him to leave. She loves him, doesn't want to hurt him. She wants to be honest with him. She wants him to move on because she feels guilty for making him wait so long. But deep down, she longs for him to stay with her forever. So she clings tightly to him, and as a kind of involuntary movement. It's not. It's a bit of both. Chizuru isn't emotionally ready for the relationship. She needs to resolve her attitude. Not quite. She just thinks she's not ready. She actually is. Where's Verquez? Damn, bro. Where the fuck are you? I like this chapter. It puts things into perspective. Kazuya took the rejection so well because it was Chizuru asking again more time. She did try and still trying to finally cut things, but it's not like Kazuya could just suddenly stop loving her. Him not being angry makes sense. Chizuru feeling extremely guilty is also extremely important. She treated Kazuya terribly, but she understands fully, unlike, say, the ghosting. She started to face the consequences of his actions, at least slightly so, which is good. Getting a monologue from her is the highlight of the chapter. She had her thoughts hidden throughout most of the story. Seeing them now in the situation gives them read weight. She's not being objective. She's still lying to herself about her feelings, so she's not being an idiot, which leads to the contradicting feelings. Now, one thing I didn't expect, but the great is Chizuru kind of creepy, horny. The story is from Kazuya's perspective most of the time, but these moments trying to kiss wasted Kazuya was the same. Shows that she's not. She's just like him. Kazuya is the one who can see her only as the perfect, but she's obviously not. I'm feeling she's going to make a mistake together with Kazuya that she won't be able to backtrack from. Chizuru is still repeating the same mistake, but she's getting close to doing things well. It's frustrating, but it makes sense. Less garbage filler would have helped make things better, though. Oh, here we go again with the garbage fill. So this person sometimes has good analysis, but they're too fixated on the idea of filler existing that they can't recognize things sometimes. So it just feels annoying because like literally he'll make interesting analysis like this and recognize certain things about the narrative, and then other parts he'll just perceive as filler because to him it looks like filler when there's actually intent in the story. There we go. Finally, Bearcast took for fucking ever. The chapter is great. It perfectly captures Chizuru's feelings as well as her intentions, and is just incredibly confusing to everyone, including Kazuya. I think it proves my point. Chizuru rejected him for his sake, and she expected him to move on. She doesn't want him to wait any longer for her. She says he can absolutely not keep loving her. That was the teaser. She says she didn't lie about her rejection or about the feelings for him, that everything was the truth, almost pathetically so. Yet from her thoughts and the way she hugs him, it's clear she longs for Kazuya so incredibly much that it almost hurts just seeing it. She's close to tears. Looking at my explanation for the investigation arc, I think she should explain the confusing chapter a little bit. The teaser for next time is duplicate key, and look for the chapter cover. Yep, there it is. Let's see if there's anything here. Seems like she's fighting her head versus her heart battle. The no feels like a combination of her trying to help Kazuya move on and let him go for his own sake, and her trying to also shore up her resolve and to try and keep her heart from winning. She's losing it by the second, further falling for him. She needs to confront her self-loathing and feeling of unworthiness. Either way, the heart may have been knocked to the ring floor initially, but it's gotten back up and it's throwing punches at the head like a rocket, like Rocky at Ivan Daigo. That's pretty funny. Maybe it's me, but do you think the end of the series with this, she either has to choose between her film career or her? No, it's never been that. The arc is literally the arc. This entire cohabitation, go to the birthday. It literally deals with the fact that the dream is not worth it if you don't have people to share that dream with. That's literally the point of the birthday arc. The dream and the acting and all that, it doesn't matter to her. Because if she doesn't have people, what the fuck's the point? What's the point of a dream if you have no one to share it with? It's just a dream. It just exists. Even characters who like do sports and stuff, they're sharing that with someone else. Other people are helping them along. Haikyuu is a story that perfectly encapsulates this. The main character has to like do this hard battle on his own, but he has the support of everyone around him, and that's why he can do it. The dream of being so amazing at volleyball means nothing on its own. Like, you want to do it, but you want to do it because you have other people around you. It's not just the dream. It's the people around you too. You need to have people to share it with because we're naturally social creatures. Chizuru has never had this conflict. This is a misunderstanding. Chizuru is not choosing her film career over him. That has never been a conflict for her. She always knew. Chizuru literally always knew. She always knew the dream meant nothing if she didn't have the people in her life for it. She's the literal basis of her dream is to do it for her grandmother. She wants her grandmother to see her on the big screen. That's the basis of her dream. So if there's no one to see her, what's the point? Do you remember the birthday arc? Do you remember what happens in the birthday arc? Because I feel like we kind of don't. Kazuya comes to the play. Kazuya sees the play. And he's far away. He's watching a play. He thinks he's not part of it. In contrast, you have Chizuru literally thinking about him being there. She notices him out of that entire crowd. She wants him to watch her up on that stage, just like she wanted her grandmother to watch her up on that stage. Kazuya is the new Sayuri. Kazuya is the Katsuhito. She's the family she longs for. She's the one she wants to show this to. That's why do you think in the end of the birthday arc, she specifically asks what he thinks? What does Chizuru say in chapter 271? I just wanted to hear your thoughts about the play. What did you think of me? That's what she wants to say here. What did you think of me? How was I up there? She wants his thought. She wants to, man, like, no, she's not choosing her career over him. That's never been a thing. The career is not worth it if you don't have the people in your life that make it worth it. The dream, the idea that it doesn't matter if you don't have the people in your life for it. Just wanted to say thanks, Johan. The last week has been brutal between therapy sessions and other IRL problems. Thank you for providing a safe space for me to be. Well, welcome. Yeah, man. I just try. What man, woman? I'm not gonna assume your gender. I just want people to, like. I just want to talk to people. You know. I just want to make people feel like they have something to just kind of enjoy. And I try not to. I try not to argue with people and get upset. I try not to bend people, even though I probably should. But it is what it is. Kazuya is his best friend, family, romantic interest all at once. The acting career is nothing compared to Kazuya. Oh, hi Chupto. I guess I did read what you had to say. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'll try. I always try to make things as chill here as possible, Bulver. So I hope you never feel like it's uncomfortable or anything like that. But yeah. And we talked about this birthday thing. We talked about this birthday thing with Chizuru before and how Kazuya's words weren't quite what she wanted to hear. And she felt like she still needed to improve, which kind of made it sound like Kazuya sent the wrong message. That's not exactly what I meant to say. What I meant, like, he wanted to tell her how, like, she wanted to hear how cute she was, how great she was up there. She wanted to be complimented like a little kid. And Kazuya didn't quite understand that and gave her like a simple compliment. Life sucks, to be honest, but it's nice to look forward to something. This is the safest place for Kanokari fans. I try. I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of making something for fans because I didn't have something. Because like I felt like I didn't have something, and it frustrated me. So I wanted to make something for some fans so that they feel like they have something too. Because it sucks, right? Doesn't it fucking suck when you like something, but there's always like people just making shit up and being assholes and like just being the fucking worst, right? Isn't that suck? Don't you want like a place where you can talk to people and it feels chill and there's nothing annoying? Yeah, that's why I kind of did this YouTube thing. I'm immune to it as a Mami fan. I'm not immune. When I hear it and it's stupid, I can laugh, but I'm not immune. Your videos and live streams are perfect supplements of this series. It makes it more enjoyable. Our little community. Yeah, it's fucking sucks not to be able to talk about the series with someone. Agree, and that's why I do this, because I want to talk about it. So I'm making my own thing. What is the crow things? Are you guys seeing as well? Crow? What crow? Crow. fuck are we talking about? Okay. Oh, I guess that was roughly it. Nothing too much to read on Reddit, which is nice. You feel sorry for Kazuya for putting up with it and continuing to carry your arms all the way home. Simply think this is a conversation that Kazuya and Chizuru are the ultimate couple. Yes, without Mini and Mori, without Sumi, without Mami, without Ruka, Chizuru will confess and say with him in the end of the real true feelings free. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. What's this? Man, I hate those dots. Oh, the silent dots. I don't know why, but they're chill. Man, what the fuck? Anyways, the basic confirms that no mini ship or mommy ship. What? Oh, these people were expect. The guy has no self-respect. You have no self-respect. We are a metaphor for Kazuya. Bravo, Reiji. It's so funny. They're so funny. He has no self-respect for loving a person and not giving up on that love. He has no self-respect for valuing his feelings. He has no self-respect for valuing the feelings that he feels. Oh my god! Like, how does that make any sense? How do you not have self-respect when you understand and value the emotions that you are feeling? When they're so important to you, you don't want to just give them up. You don't want to just give up something that matters to you. Like, this matters to me that much, I refuse to just give it up. Bro, if someone tried to take something from you, wouldn't you want to be like, why the fuck are you, like, it's mine. What the fuck are you doing? It's my thing. I have it. It means something to me. You don't get to just fucking take that from me. How is that no self-respect? That's literally the opposite of not having self-respect. It's literally having too much respect for yourself and your emotions. Or not too much, just enough. A good amount. Perfect amount. Yeah, nothing too crazy on Reddit. Some interesting ones here and here. Okay, let's read a few more. You're looking forward to Bunny Girl Senpai Season 2? It's aight. It's aight. So Bunny Girl Senpai is like an interesting series. It has some interesting concepts, but it doesn't really feel so much like a romance. Like, the romance just kind of is on the back burner for a huge part of the story. Most of the story has to deal with like the supernaturals and the relationships around the supernatural stuff, rather than so much the romance itself. Like, the romance is aight, but it's like barely there. Like, if anything, I felt more towards like the whole sister thing that he was going through, where his sister and his relationship with her was awkward and weird, and they're trying to solve that stuff. But it barely has romance. It's not really so much a romance. Like, even Dress Up Darling is more of a romance than that. Just saying. Like, Dress Up Darling's way more of a romance than Bunny Girl Senpai. And if you guys like want like a romance I know you'll fucking enjoy, go watch Flower Blooms with Dignity. People will dick ride that series to heaven and back. And yes, it is good. It is good. But I'm not going to pretend like it's like not a somewhat perfect series to some degree, because there's like no offensive characters in those shows. That's kind of my big thing with like that particular show. The show is like very inoffensive, but it deals with an interesting subject matter. That's why I like it. I like Flowers and Blooms with Dignity because it deals with like characters truly battling through depression, and that is very meaningful to me. Like, I like the idea of characters connecting and like struggling through shit together, and I really appreciate that. But I feel like the characters in that story are unbelievably safe. They're so safe. Like unbelievably so. They're very, very safe characters. Like, there's nothing offensive about them. And I think that's just a reoccurring thing I've noticed a lot with like a lot of romance anime. All the characters feel like stupid safe. Even like Kaguya-sama, which technically does not have safe characters, kind of has safe characters. The way Akka writes them makes them feel kind of safe. The way Akka writes them makes them feel pretty safe. He uses how the characters are morally gray in Kaguya-sama, but what Reiji does with, or not, sorry, what Akka does with Kaguya-sama, I'm so used to saying Reiji, I just said it. What Akka does with Kaguya-sama is that he frames them like it's a comedy. So every bad thing they do is recontextualized as a comedic thing. And there's only like a few instances where the characters actually feel like, morally gray characters that are not inoffensive. But even then, it's framed. It flips the script, and they're like, no, they're actually great. I don't know. Either way, I'm not a huge like Aka is at least trying to write morally gray characters in some instances, like with Oshinoko and shit. But it's even then, there's ways he makes them feel safe for the raiders. Let's see. This read some people said. Hey, love your streams, and I'm going to now have to watch Alice sometimes hide her feelings in Russia. So bye. Okay, that was an okay show. It was funny for a little bit. She was upset with Umi in the Tiger's Den, not only because of his confession, but because of he somehow implied that if she stayed with him and leave Kazuya, her acting career would be much better. I don't know if that's actually what Umi said then. We don't know that. What Chizuru was really upset with is the basis for why he did the Tiger's Den. I think people kind of miss that. Umi sets up the Tiger's Den incident as this party to celebrate Chizuru's film, when in reality, it was about stroking his own fucking ego. And literally being like, hey, look at what I can do. And then basically it's just this big thing comparing himself to Kazuya. And when he finds out Chizuru has not told Kazuya how he feels, he confesses, despite the fact that he knows she fucking likes Kazuya. And she just hasn't told him. So the moment he sees a chance, he takes it. And Chizuru just gets annoyed because he was supposedly doing this thing to celebrate celebrate her like the play and all of that. In reality, it was just this self-serving thing, and it pissed Chizuru off. That like Umi fucking lied to her. He did this on the basis of like, oh, I want to meet Kazuya. Let's do this party. Let's do all this thing, and then all of it is just a facade, just to be like, I love you, and to corner Chizuru, and then tells her afterwards, like it's very heavily implied. Umi clearly tells her, oh, you don't have to give me an answer right now. Because he knows, he knows like Chizuru still has feelings for Kazuya, clearly so. So he wants to put that off, but it's like he does this shit, and it's frustrating to Chizuru, and that's why she leaves with Kazuya. That's why she goes, and when Kazuya asks her, she thinks about him when she thinks about having someone to support her and be there with her. That's why. And inevitably that incident ends up triggering why Kazuya tries to confess to her afterwards, and it leads to the misunderstandings and the situations they find themselves in. Every single thing you're presented influences why the chapters play out like they do. If you look at chapters in a void, it makes no fucking sense. But if you look at the Tiger's Den, then look at chapter 180 when tries to confess and Chizuru freaks out and runs away, it makes a lot more sense. Because her feelings got put out there, and she didn't know, and then the moment she's confronted with her feelings again, she freaks the fuck out. She's like, what the hell is he doing? He's trying to confess. I'm freaking out here, Jesus Christ. And Chizuru just feels cornered. That's the problem. Literally, chapter 180 tells you what the problem is. Chizuru just came home from work, and Kazuya tries to confess to her, and she feels cornered. She's coming home to relax. She's not here to just get caught off guard with a fucking confession, right? So she tries to make perfect moments so they can have the confession happen. But then everybody keeps getting in her fucking way constantly. And Chizuru never gets a fucking break ever. And that's why, like, I get so annoyed with just, like, how people are interacting with this story. Because I'm like, no, you need fucking context as to why Chizuru's doing what she's doing, why she reacts. Literally, Reishi is giving you the trope and then subverting the trope. But you can't tell he's subverting it because it's not clear to you. Just as in the next episode, chapter 174, Kazuya confesses, they get interrupted. Kazuya confesses, and they get interrupted again. You got what you wanted, and you also got interrupted, right? You got the thing you didn't want and the thing you wanted, and it keeps happening. That's a repeating thing with this story, giving you what you want, but not how you expected it. If Chizuru says the words "I don't want to be your girlfriend," long pause. Next chapter starts with "I want to be your wife." I might accidentally spike my phone, just like Kazuya at the start of the series. Hey, okay, yeah, I said that one. I started reading The Fragrant Flowers with Dignity. It's pretty cool, has romance, but it's more about the character drama. Yeah, I think the character drama of Flowers Blooms with Dignity is solid. I like that. I do think, like, everything about the story feels really safe. Like, bad characters are bad. Good characters are good. Even the characters, when they have emotional, like, conflicts, those emotional conflicts are never framed in any negative way. That's kind of just my big problem, is like there's no real sense of negativity. The negativity is just rooted in the depression, and it focuses on that. But every character is like just genuinely an amazingly kind person. There's nothing wrong with them. They're literally too perfect. That's just my issue. The characters are too fucking perfect. And that's what I don't like sometimes about narratives is like, yes, I do like these characters, but I don't like emotionally connect to them in like super deep ways sometimes. I do think like there is some element of complexity there. For instance, I forgot her name, the main girl. It's like Koronoko or something like that. There is a little bit of I'm a bad person underneath there, just a little bit, but not like a crazy amount. And she does have like a little bit of selfish desires and things like that. But again, she's also like too mature for her age, like way too mature for her age. But to be fair, the story also does kind of give that some context. But it's like it's still a little weird. I don't know. It's hard to describe. I just think the characters are too perfect, and they have a perfect support system constantly. Like the main dude, yeah, his family couldn't initially help him, and he needed some friends to snap him out of it. In particular, like the main girl really helps him snap out of it. But his family's like openly supportive constantly. They never like want to make him feel bad or anything. They just can't help him. But they're literally a perfect family. There's nothing wrong with them, right? How many more chapters do you think Rent a Girlfriend will go on after seeing the next chapter? It's not ending anytime soon. There's still a lot to resolve. I don't know when the Anything I Want ticket will come into play. I have no clue. Do you think Umi hates Kazuya or he's just jealous? He's jealous. And how will Chizuru deal with him again? I think he may be using something to make her go out with him. No. Umi did use a bit of guilt, but it didn't work. Umi did use some guilt, very clearly. When he visited her home, he definitely used some guilt. He's like, oh, I'm jealous. You hang out with him, and you're hanging out with me. And you know, you're super close, and you haven't said anything since that entire time. He's clearly using guilt, but Chizuru is going to turn him down. So what does Umi use to keep it going? He's just like, oh, you know, since you stalled, I get to stall too. That was his stance. So yes, Umi did use something shitty, but he's not gonna get her to like go out with him. That's not gonna happen. If anything, like even if they like hang out, I think Chizuru can like shut it down. Chizuru got his shit together. Thank you. Someone finally said it. Honestly, the perfect captures how I feel about the series the more I think about it. A lot of stories write very safe characters. Like they're literally inoffensive. It's so common. It's so common to write extremely safe characters that are inoffensive, even when they do bad things. They know how to frame it so it comes off as inoffensive. But I love stories that are not afraid to depict real people who have flaws, but aren't like necessarily bad people either. And then I love when they depict characters like Mami who are bad, but aren't actually bad too. Guys, you like new romances? Try some old romances like Made Some, My Little Monster, Say I Love You if you haven't watched it. If you haven't, blah, blah, blah. I think I've seen these, but a long time ago. I can't remember the details. If you take away the controversial ending, Quintessential Quintuplets is one of my favorite, the best romance anime ever. I kind of don't like Quintessential Quintuplets, but I will give you credit where it's due. At least it doesn't have perfect safe characters. I'll give you credit where credit's due. That doesn't have safe characters. The characters are somewhat interesting in that one. I know about the ending. So spoilers for Quintessential Quintuplets. I do know about the ending. The ending was foreshadowed from the start. It wasn't very super clear, but it was foreshadowed from the start. Yotsuba is the one that first reaches him. Yotsuba is it Yotsuba or Yatsuba? Is it Yotsuba? I haven't seen it in a while. But she's literally the first person to really interact with him. She's the one who actually gets him to open up and like actually talk to her and like relate to her. I don't feel that with any of the other characters. Is Yotsuba. Yeah. She's the only one that like when he talks to her, the connection feels super genuine. Whereas with the other characters, it feels like it's kind of about them. And like while he does care for them, I feel a dynamic between him and Yotsuba. I genuinely feel like an actual dynamic between them. I think of the scene that really solidified it for me was when they were in the ferry, when they were on the Ferris wheel. Like when he talked to her and he cheered her up about her learning and all that shit, and the way they talked, I was like, yo, they're actually talking like real people. He's not just like a mentor to her. It feels like they're actually like real people who know each other. And that kind of that's when it clicked to me. Granted, I haven't seen all the details, So I don't know if she's like the one he knew when he was a kid, because that stupid fucking trope that Love Hina popularized. Oh, she's the girl I met as a kid, and that means she's my destined one. And every fucking anime ever fucking uses that shit. It's so goddamn tropey. It drives me up the fucking wall. I don't know if Yotsuba was the one from his childhood that he ended up falling in love with. I don't know if that was the thing, but that trope, it was in Nezukoi. It was in quintessential quintuplets. What other ones fucking did it? I know there's like at least 2 or 3 more that fucking did this shit that were super popular. That were just like, oh, she's the one I met as a child and she's the destined one. I fucking hate those so much. I hate. That's why I love how this series handles destiny and fate. Destiny and fate is like something they want to happen, but they didn't meet through magic or destiny or fate. They met through very untraditional circumstances, but they want it to be fate. They want fate to be real. So that's what they do. That fate acts around what they want. When they want certain things, the plot bends around that to give it to them. So these things that are often viewed as contrivances in other manga get like a meta meaning where they happen not only specifically because of the situation they find themselves in, but because of their own personal desires and what they actually want to happen. So Kazuya wanted to run into Chizuru again, and the world is like, okay, you're gonna hit your face first because you're kind of pissed off right now. You need to calm the fuck down, and then you're gonna run into her. And you're going to get to hold her and hug her, but it's not going to be how you imagine. And you might even get the thing you actually want, which is to be with her, but it's not going to be how you imagined it through this date. I will give it to you. You will have this, but it's not going to be as easy as you think. You're going to be challenged. It's not going to be easy. It's literally like Reiji is the plot being woven around what the characters desire. He's literally God listening. And he's like, okay, we're going to play this out, and I'm going to challenge you, and I'm going to make this work for you now. Rascal series is a psychological with romance as a plot device. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, it's definitely more of a psychological sci-fi. I think sci-fi is like more fitting for Bunny Girl than anything else. Season 4 lies in harem genre. Go look. I mean, why sudden change? There is no harem genre in season 1 or 2. No. Rent-A-Girlfriend was always called a harem. Rent-A-Girlfriend was always called a harem. From season 1, they always called it a harem. Crunchyroll always, from the start, called it a harem because it showed 4 girls, and that's how the series is always advertised. So naturally, your immediate thought is harem. But a series can market itself around the female characters of a story and not be a harem. Probably because technically Kazuya is surrounded by girls and they're in the same place, but it is not a harem. Yeah, it's not a harem. Like, literally. I don't know how else to say it. It ain't a fucking harem. Let's see. I don't know if I want to, like, write a thing on Twitter today. Maybe if I find the time, I'll write. It's 12:08 right now. Kazuya is best girl. Yeah. Yeah. He is Reiji's favorite character, by the way. Reiji has openly said Kazuya is his favorite character. So I don't know how else to tell you that, but yeah, I'll see what I can write. I'll see what I can write for Twitter. I can't. I'm a little tired right now. I've yet to eat breakfast, so I think it's as good a time as any to maybe stop and eat some breakfast. I was planning to stream tomorrow at a regular time, but I think tomorrow will have to be later in the day because my work called someone had to call out, and I just said fine, I'll cover you. So I'm off Thursday, but I work tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll probably stream later in the day. Let's see. You remember that Reddit post where Kazuya was cross-dressing? Yeah, that was an art thing. They did an art thing. It was cute. If it's a harem, they could have included ecchi, also the uncensored and 18+. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in the volume releases, they do show like full ass nipples. They show they don't show anything else, but they show nipples. They commit to the nipples. What do you do aside from YouTube? I play video games. I like to write. I read manga and shit. If you're referring to my job, I kind of don't want to talk about it. It's not like a big job. I don't work like a massive job. I just work like a small job that pays the bills. I get paid like, what is it, like $18 an hour. I don't get paid very much, but it's an easiest job, and it does the trick. It does the trick. I pay those bills. I also manage my home because I actually like I'm the home manager because we rent out our homes, our place a little bit. Okay, maybe I'm sharing a little too much information right now. So I guess I'll stop talking about that. Yeah, there's a reason I don't want to talk about it. There's a reason I don't want to talk about it. It's like personal stuff that, like, you know, some people online could try to use and find me or some shit. So I just kind of try not to talk about it. And that's pretty much why. But yeah, yeah. It's just, yeah, it's nothing. It's nothing like dangerous or anything like that. And it's nothing like I'm like, I feel bad for working. I don't fucking mind that. I just don't want to share it because, you know, usually when you tell someone where you're working, they can like look you up and find you and shit. And I don't want to fucking deal with that. So, yeah, that's kind of why I just don't want to talk about my job or anything like that. But yeah, besides YouTube, nothing too crazy, you know. I don't do anything too crazy besides YouTube. Just like simple stuff. It is hard though, because like I'll work like 6 to 8 hours a day, come home, work on my YouTube stuff, and then somehow like try to make sure I'm okay. Sometimes I don't sleep well. Like, so sometimes they give me like a really early shift that I gotta go to, and I feel like ass sometimes because I can't sleep properly when it's super early. So I'll just get a shit ton of REM sleep. So like I'm half awake the whole time, and I'll go to work and I'll just feel like death. But luckily I've been having more like free time at work here and there. So what I'll do is write. So that's how I wrote the script. That's how I wrote the script for the thing I was mentioning before. I wrote a script. That's how I wrote the script. I had a bunch of time to write. So I actually wrote a whole ass script that I recorded already, and I've done like backup recordings and a bunch of other things. For season 4, I was going to upload this thing talking about all the information they've shared so far, but I decided to hold off because I like it was right there. Like the episode was literally about to come out, so it felt fucking pointless. So what I thought I'd do is I'd reorganize that stuff and release it later. I did start working again on the Ruka thing that was currently going on because I wanted to release a proper video for that. Because there was some new information, like one new information that got added to. So for those who don't remember, or for those who have never been here, there is a the Ruka thing I mentioned before. The Ruka thing I mentioned before on the channel, or maybe you've seen it somewhere. Let me find it. Here it is. So here's the Ruka account. Oh, what the hell? Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's the for those who don't know, the Ruka thing that's currently going on is they're making a special project for Ruka that's a crowdfunding that they will do like a special live event for Ruka where you can like get stuff for her and stuff like that. And depending on how much you support it, you get more things. One thing they added, because they reached 20 million yen. They reached 20 million yen, which, by the way, like for those who would love to say, oh, Reiji likes to, like, he only cares about Chizuru, he's obsessed with Chizuru, then why the fuck would he do this for Ruka? If all he cares about is Chizuru, why the fuck would he do this for Ruka? Mami crowdfunding next, please. I think, so based on the timing of this, since this releases in August and Mami's birthday is in November, I bet, I can bet either Sumi, Minnie, or Chizuru are next. But there will be other ones. They said there will be other ones. They plan to do other ones. So I don't know if Mami's next. I think, I know he was apprehensive about Mami, so it feels like he might hold off on Mami until later. But yeah, so they built around 20 million yen. And when they did, they announced a new tier that they were adding that is going to be like a talk show. The talk show was on the, where was it? It was like on the, here, let me read what it says. Special guest, August is on Saturday, August 23rd. somewhere in Tokyo. I think they changed the date later to be like pretty close. So I think it might have already happened or there's going to happen. Regardless, when this thing does inevitably happen, what is cool is that they're recording it. They're recording this so that they can have it be on the, what do you call it? They can have it. They can have it. They'll put it on the Blu-ray that you purchased. So even if you can't go to this, you get access to this in a different way. He will do Mami when she is seen better in the public eye. That's what I was thinking. That's literally what I was thinking. I think he's just taking his time to shift Mami's POV and to shift people's perception of Mami's character. And then once he does, he'll probably feel more confident in doing Mami. But doing Sumi maybe after this makes a lot more sense because it'll give them time to build towards March. So there's plenty of time until March. They can build to that. Then they could maybe do Chizuru right after or Mini right after. That's the hard part. Is like Mini, Chizuru, and Sumi all have birthdays that are really close to each other. So this seems kind of hard to like do all of those characters back to back. Maybe he'll do Sumi early and then he'll do Chizuru. I don't know. Maybe he'll do Chizuru next. And then I think Mami's probably going to be dead last, unfortunately. Do y'all think Rent a Girlfriend could get a movie? I kind of doubt it. To be honest. And I don't think that's ever been a focus of Reiji's. Reiji just kind of cares more about the manga. And while he does support the anime and wants to do things, I kind of don't expect it. The structure of Rent a Girlfriend doesn't work well in a film, in my opinion. It works better as a show. It doesn't work well as a film. So I kind of doubt there'll ever be a movie. Where do you think the season could end? Okay, so they kind of already showed us where the season is ending. For Core 1. For Core 1, I think it's going to end at that confession scene at the very end, and it might maybe end with Chizuru running away. That, or it's just going to end right there. Then, what I could see happening is that Core 2, at the church. They already showed it. They already showed at the church that's where it's going to be. So they could end it before Chizuru runs off or after Chizuru runs off. We don't know. Then for Core 2, I can bet you right fucking now, Core 2 is going to end at chapter 231 with Chizuru sitting at the pool saying, I can't fall in love with a client. Perfect spot to end it for a very simple reason. Now you're setting up for the next season. It's the perfect spot to end it. And considering the pacing, considering this episode was chapter 168 to chapter 171, only 4 chapters in an episode. We have never gotten such pacing before. Literally, we have never, ever gotten such pacing before. That pacing is actually insane. It actually went slow. Holy shit, it took its fucking time and it went slow. Holy shit, they weren't just blasting stupid music in my ear. There was only one instance when I was watching the chapter where I felt like the music didn't belong. One single time. That's crazy. That's literally never happened. I always felt like the music didn't fucking belong. But with this episode, only once. And it was just the scene where Ruka was hugging him. And it felt kind of weird. It was playing this like weird ass music. That felt like it didn't feel paced to the scene, whereas the other songs actually felt paced to the scene. But yeah. The last seasons were around 5 to 6 chapters on both episodes, right? Sometimes they hit like 7. Sometimes they skip chapters. Like they went fucking ballistic with that shit. And it's because they were clearly crunching for time. I think they're still kind of crunching for time, but it clearly feels better. It clearly feels a lot better than it did before. And I think for people who only watch the anime, there's probably a sense of disconnect between Kazuya and Chizuru because of how Kazuya was presented in the 3rd season, where like you don't get his full character, you got like only parts of it. I've watched about 360 plus anime, and I need some more romance. I'm fired with action isekai because I finished all of them looking for romance. So please suggest some like Horimiya. That's hard. I can recommend manga, but I can't think of many anime off the top of my head. I tend to forget anime. I'm sorry. Let's go to Crunchyroll real fast. What the fuck is this shit? I do recall there was one romance anime I liked recently. I just can't think of the name off the top of my head. I guess you could try Shiunji Family. I don't know if you've seen that. It's really well animated. Shiunji Family, give that a shot. If you want something like Horimiya, ooh, I know a good one. This isn't a traditional romance. It's more of a slice of life romance. It's called Skip and Loafer. Give Skip and Loafer a shot. I think you might like that one. Yeah, Skip and Loafer, Shiunji Family. What else? Yeah, I think Skip and Loafer is like one of my favorite animated shows. I really like that show. Uh, hey, look, our friend. See, despite what people say, it still has a 4.2 rating or 4.2 star on Crunchyroll with almost 100K views. Like, despite all the shit people say, it's still doing pretty good. Oh, My Love Story with Yamada. My Love Story with Yamada, level 99. That one's pretty interesting. Ooh, A Sign of Affection. Give A Sign of Affection a watch. I really like this one. I like this one a lot. This one is really good. Give Sign of Affection a watch. Mikon is pretty good. Well, Mikon is more comedic. But yeah, I do recommend Losing Heroines. That's what it's called. Losing Heroines is also another one. Yeah, Sign of Affection. Sign of Affection is peak. I fucking love Sign of Affection. It's really fucking good. What else we got? This one's okay. Over the Moon for You. This one's okay. Oh look, Bunny Girl Senpai. Nagataro's all right. I think Nagataro's okay. It's not. I don't think it's like a bad show or anything, and it gets a lot better later. Maybe we can like find one more. Oh, if you want straight comedy harem, girlfriend. It's so fucking funny. This shit is so fucking funny. Girlfriend is like some of the most hilarious shit I've ever fucking seen. It's so stupid funny. I've already read Cuckoos. I've already read Cuckoos. I actually read it before the anime came out, and it's what a weird fucking show. What a weird fucking manga, dude. Uh oh. I don't like the anime of A Condition Called Love, but I do like the manga. I kind of fell out of love with it, but I do kind of recommend it. You should try giving this one a shot. I was not a fan of Girlfriend. It's just stupid funny. That's just it. I laughed more reading the manga, to be honest. I laughed more reading the manga. Um, wait, what? I've watched all Johan, like I mean all romances. I think there's something the remaining, but I haven't finished almost all of the romance genre. So what were you asking me for? I thought you were asking me about romances. I don't know what to recommend for you then if it's not the romance. Try Fate Zero or Fate Stay Night. Although I think Fate Zero mischaracterizes Saber a fuck ton, so don't like that very much. Yeah, Fate Zero is so weird. I loved Fate Zero the first time I watched it, and it's actually what got me into Fate properly. But then I read the visual novel, and I'm just like, wait, they mischaracterized the shit out of Saber in in the Fate Zero show. I was like, what the fuck? That's not Saber. What the fuck is this? K-On. I've actually never seen K-On. I've actually never seen it. You could try. I've never seen it. I should watch K-On at some point. I did like Bocce the Rock. So K-On might be cool. Uh Oh, dude, Tokyo Revengers is such a weird fucking show. Like, why'd they have to be in middle school? It would have made it so much more interesting if they weren't in middle school. Bongo Stray Dogs, also kind of a weird show. I hear it's kind of different from the. There's a lot of yaoi in this one that people do, but the characters aren't actually like gay. Um, that one's interesting. Don to Don, Don to Don is kind of good. Give Don to Don a go. Darling in the Franks, no. I Darling in the Franxx started interesting. It had intrigue. It had some interesting shit going on. And then it just kind of threw that all under the bus, and I don't know why. Mob Psycho's good. I like Mob Psycho. JoJo's Bizarre Fucking Adventure, actual peak. We love JoJo here. Dragon Ball. You could go OG Dragon Ball. OG Dragon Ball, baby. Fruits Basket. Have you ever seen Fruits Basket? It's good. There's a bit of melodrama in Fruits Basket, and some of the ways it handles some shit is really fucking weird to me. But Fruits Basket is good. I'd recommend Fruits Basket. Yeah, it's actually a really interesting one now that I think about it, because like Fruits Basket's weird, because it does like some like some of the fucked up shit the characters do. Nobody seems to like want to like, you know, they do some pretty heinous fucked up shit in this story, and then people just kind of don't like fully address that, and then the way the story deals with it is strange. Also, for some reason, everybody has the same god-awful parent, like literally the same exact copy-paste terrible parent. It is weird. Like, the only one that doesn't is the main girl. What else? Frieren. Frieren's kind of peak. I really liked Frieren. I love some of the shit in Frieren's cool as fuck. What else we got? People love to shit on Demon Slayer, but I actually think it's really well done. I really like Demon Slayer. Licorice Recoil. That's a pretty fun one, too. What else? A lot of people like this one, the Amagami Sisters. I got fucking bored. I got real fucking bored really fast. Because it had some interesting shit, but God, did it feel fucking generic sometimes. Pet Girl of Sakura So. That sounds weird. I feel like I've seen it though. Gintama's still my favorite. Oh my God, this shit. This author, like actually straight up draws hentai of this girl. And it's some fucked up shit. Like it's technically not her, but he draws her exactly the same. And it's weird. I hear Kulon, the generic romance, is interesting, but I heard that the anime trimmed the ever living shit out of the manga. So you should like read the manga, I guess. Power scaled Chizuru can beat Goku. Lol. You donated $2 just to say that. Aight, man. You do you, fam. Mami and Hinata from Tokyo Revengers look the same, different hair if you notice. That's an interesting take. I don't know about that. For comedy anime, I really enjoy Konosuba. Konosuba is like such a litmus test for me because like, yeah, Konosuba is funny as shit, but when people fucking stan the main character, I'm like, you do realize the whole point is that everybody's a piece of shit, right? Right? Like, why are we standing these people? The whole joke of the show is that they're terrible fucking people. Like, it's like watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and thinking to yourself, man, these characters get it. They beat up children and they get it. Heavenly Delusion. Okay, so I like Heavenly Delusion up until like the end, where that shit just kind of felt unnecessary. And it just like, but why? And the show doesn't even address it well. For those who have seen that show, you know what I'm talking about. The ending of Heavenly Delusion is just, what the fuck? And they don't even address it well. They don't even address what like the thing that happened at the end well at all. But everything else about the show is interesting. Like for the most part, a lot of it is interesting, but the ending is just like, what the fuck? What the fuck were they thinking? And it's the same in the manga. I was curious. It's the same in the manga. It's not just that it's shocking. It feels completely unnecessary. It feels completely unnecessary and unearned. I get it. The whole idea is like you're chasing after this person. You think they're going to be some amazing person when they're actually an asshole. But the way they handle it, like what the character goes through, what they think, what they say after the incident is resolved, it just doesn't feel earned. It's like, what was the fucking point of any of that? Like the way the character like thinks about their feelings and what they're going. It just feels weird. It's like what the, eh. It just left a very gross taste in my mouth. It just felt like a very close taste in my mouth. Silent Voice. I love the manga. I like the movie a lot. I like the movie a lot, but the manga gives so much more context to literally everything and ends on a much better note. The manga ends on a much, much better note. So for Silent Voice, well, I do recommend the film. I also completely recommend the manga. Please, God, read the manga. It's really good. Dangers in My Heart. Not even need to mention it. Yeah, Dangers is really popular. Interestingly, the same guy who plays Kazuya plays the main dude in that one too. So cool detail for you guys. Yeah, Dangers is good. I do think it's a story that is also kind of, people dick write it a lot because it's presented as like, this is what a romance should be. I hate when stories aren't appreciated for what they are, but rather what people use to vindicate their own beliefs on what stories should be. That's my issues. It's like that's what I get frustrated with, is like it makes it so hard to appreciate stories when people are so busy using those stories to compare to other stories and to say this story should be good or this story should be like this, when you're just kind of missing the fucking point. It's like when people try to rewrite narratives and like, here's how I would have written this, and it's like the most generic fucking crap. I've seen people try to rewrite like With the Girlfriend shit, and like when I read it, I'm like, it reads like stupid fan fiction, or it reads like the most generic film. Like I saw a dude try to rewrite Last of Us, and it literally reads like a fucking like Call of Duty game. And I was just like, what the? That's how you're gonna? That's stupid. Like, I'm not even a huge fan of Last of Us, and I thought that was fucking stupid. Anyways, Komi-san can't communicate sense, but it's really boring, specifically after season 1. I actually like it. I actually really like it. Komi-san is the kind of story where you can really appreciate it when you just appreciate the in-between moments. If you're just in there for like the super big investment of like the payoff of the romance and stuff for Komi-san, I do think you'll kind of struggle. I'm not saying it's a perfect story. I do think there's a lot of stuff where it's just like, it's just shit happening. And the way it ends is it just kind of ends. But I do think it has some really good shit in there too. Like a lot of good shit that goes past season 1. I enjoyed season 1. I enjoyed season 2. I read the entire manga. I read the whole damn thing. I caught up. And yes, there are times where the story's just, it's just existing. The story's just existing. There's no major plot or anything, but it's good. Yuri on Ice is a bit woke, not gonna. Oh my god, Tripto, do you actually say woke unironically? Straight up? Like, what does woke mean to you? I hope you're joking. What does woke mean to you? Like, I'm genuinely curious now. Scum's Wish is definitely a choice. I've actually never seen Scum's Wish. Okay, first off, y'all do realize, like, the way woke is used as a term these days is the stupidest shit ever. Because woke literally is just supposed to mean you're aware, you're awoken to the fact that there is injustice in the world. That's just what it is. It is literally a term coined, like, by, I forgot who were the specific people who coined it, but it was literally just being aware of that injustice. Instead, now the way woke is used by stupid fucking idiots online is to be like, oh, this show depicts something I don't like that I find is against the Bible. So, like, if it shows gay people, it's like, it's fucking woke. When I still remember when Last of Us was coming out, it's like, oh, they're killing all the male characters. It's not like they killed a fuck ton of female characters too. That means it's woke. It's emasculating men. So whenever I see the term like, oh, it's too woke, or it's woke, or something like that, it's just like, what the fuck are y'all saying? Like, what the fuck are y'all saying? That's like, no, like, stop saying shit's woke and just maybe talk about what's going on. Like, yeah, Yuri on Ice is gay as fuck. Yuri on Ice is straight up yaoi bait. Let's be real. It's just yaoi bait. It's not even fucking subtle. They literally reenact the same shit as you're going through the show. When I first watched it, I really liked Yuri on Ice. I still think it's kind of good. I don't think it was anime of the year. But like, when it came out, it was like considered anime of the year, and it was super peak and all that shit. And I'm like, it's an all right show, but it's not like it depicts like gay people in any real meaningful way. it doesn't really try to really do that. It's just, hey, look, two hot men shipped with each other. Hell yeah, brother. That's kind of the big thing, but it doesn't actually like discuss anything like super meaningful about like being gay or like any of that stuff. Blue Box is all right. I think Blue Box also has somewhat safe characters. Like a little bit. I think there's some not safeness to Blue Box. I think there's some shit about Blue Box that I do enjoy. But a lot of its conflicts are resolved very easily. Rentaro from 100 Girlfriends is a peak male MC. So I can't comment as I am very biased towards this story and I have yet to see it. I have yet to genuinely interact with 100 Girlfriends in earnest because of how people talk about it. Because of the shit I've seen. And it makes me kind of grossed out and a little uncomfortable. I appreciate that. I know Rentaro is like a character who like loves the girls all equally and treats them with respect and all of that, which is great. To me, woke is when it feels forced or artificial inclusion. It's like the crap Disney has done for the last few years. I think wouldn't it make more sense to say the inclusion feels forced or artificial in nature rather than calling something woke, because that term is completely misused. It takes away from the actual meaning of the term. Because what you're describing is antithetical to what the term means. Woke is literally being aware of injustice. Therefore, they're using that to like, hey, look, hey, we kind of know, but we don't actually give a shit. That is not actual awareness. So if anything, using that term to describe that is actually an insult to the very meaning of the term. So if anything, that's not what that means. So I would say if that's what you feel, if it feels forced or artificial, then yes, okay. You can say that. You just don't say woke, because that kind of misses the fucking point. Like, and woke, and the term woke even like, gives more power to these idiots online who loves to use this term. Yeah, the word has definitely been corrupted by the internet. That's such a stupid fucking word now. Like, whenever I hear some dudes say woke unironically, it's the stupidest shit I've ever fucking heard. Like, they actually believe this. Jesus Christ. That to me is stupid. But like, to say like Disney has not done faked, forced, artificial shit in their films just to please some stupid idiots, or to be like, hey, look, we actually give a shit about gay people. In reality, we're just fucking using you for money. Like, to say Disney has not done that, it's stupid. They have. Like, I still remember seeing the live action of Beauty and the Beast, and they just have this random gay couple in the background, and I'm like, cool. Why is that there? It doesn't do anything. It's just making some random person who wanted to feel validated and seen feel a little bit happy, but it didn't really do anything. But it's inoffensive too. Most of the shit just feels inoffensive. So like Yuri on Ice is what is it? Like someone said it earlier. Yeah, Yuri on Ice, it feels forced when that. How would it feel forced on Yuri on Ice when that's the whole point? It doesn't feel forced. It's just there. It's literally just there. It doesn't feel forced in any way. It's just there, and it's inoffensive. It doesn't really do anything. If you don't like gay people, you might dislike the kissing and the weird shit that they do. But that's it. It doesn't really feel forced. Like, it's very clear their relationship is very deep and intimate. But I don't know what else to tell you, buddy. Like, it doesn't feel anything other than that, So I don't see it as forced. If you believe it's forced, that's sure, fine. But for Yuri on Ice, I don't think it's forced. Disney, yeah, they just randomly put shit in their movies and it makes no fucking sense. And it's just there. And it's like, cool, whatever. Let's see. I'm going to go up a little bit. Some people said a few other things here. Where are we? Tanya the Evil is my favorite anime. What's that? I don't think I've heard of that one. Tanya the Evil. Oh, this one! Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. She's just crazy, batshit insane mommy. Faye gonna hate me, but Higa Hero. Yeah. 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 No, that one just makes me feel fucking gross. I know this one's very popular. I never properly watched it. I watched a little bit of it. He had one character trait. He loves them because if he would, they would all die like miles. To me, woke is when you actually get up from bed. Yep, I woke up from bed. Did someone say, "Whoa"? Yes, I did. I woke up. Hatsuzomo no Kacho has come out today, and it's kind of wholesome anime. You were kind of, wait, what? What is this? Control C. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay. Highlight. Control C. What the hell is that? Tuna lips, canned flavor of married woman. Is this some weird horny shit? Okay. It came out today, and it kind of whole same anime. You can try it after the stream, and I just watched it with absolute peak. I mean, damn crazy. The name alone is just the fuck. Internet is corruption. The Disney anime that's making this is going to be interesting. I do think Disney does make peaks sometimes. I like literally. Okay. Here's the stupid. Here's the take. Here's a take. I think it's so fucking stupid that Disney wastes their money on a bunch of live action remakes. Nobody's gonna like they're gonna get money on, but it's all gonna be short term, and nobody's gonna care about them later. When they could do the smart thing and literally just put their films, their original Disney animated films, in theaters. Just put them in theaters again. People will go to watch. People will go, dude. You think people would not go to watch like fucking Lilo and Stitch, the original animated series, on high quality movie theater with surround sound and amazing seating? I would fucking go. Instead, they're like, oh, let's just like put it on our streaming service, and then just make a live action remake that just completely bastardizes the story because fuck the story, I guess. It's stupid. I feel like these executives have like no fucking brains. I think in most cases, woke in media means unearned pandering, which sometimes makes sense, but etymology, woke just means awoken. You're right about terms, but the exact logic applies to the racial slurs. Yeah, it's mostly just I'm a bigot. That's pretty much when someone says woke, I just think to myself, oh, they're a fucking bigot. That's to me what it is, because they just see something in media that they consider like, you know, pandering, and they don't want to think any further. And so a lot of people have justified their hatred for stories by, okay, it depicted this like one thing I don't like, therefore the whole thing is woke, therefore the whole thing sucks, and it dismisses the entire narrative based on this perception of this one thing. So woke became this term that's used to basically use a blanket statement onto something someone does not like to make it so they don't have to engage with the story and just call it bad. And it's a very common thing people do now, where when they don't like something, they just call it woke, throw a blanket statement on top. Okay, now I don't have to look at it, and I can just excuse my dislike of this story with that terminology, rather than actually give real reasons why I feel this thing is bad, because that might highlight the problems with me. Just finished the first episode of season 4. It was great. I hope to keep the quality, even if it's not even that high for every episode. Yeah, it's not like insanely high quality for season 4, but it's consistent, which is difficult. They're doing good. Like literally, I think it's clearly consistent. And the reason I think it's so consistent is because Kana Hirayama is not the only chief animation director. So let's go to this thing right here. This is the official Kanokari website. And we're going to look at the staff for episode 1. I think it's on air. News. Oh yeah, this image was Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. The way Kana drew Chizuru, this would kill any man. Like any straight man would die looking at this. Jesus Christ, Chizuru. The hips on this girl. I'm sorry, I'm horny. It happens, okay? Like Jesus Lord in heaven, that's insane. Ruka also looks kind of cute. Mami also looks kind of cute. Everyone else looks kind of cute, but Jesus Christ, Chizuru. What is it? Movie? Oh, this is just the trailers. That's why it's called movie. Where is it? It was like introductions. No. Where is it? There was like a thing for the staff. Story news on air. Staff and cast. No, there's like one other thing. Movie, music, introduction on air. I think this might be it. Translate to English. Advanced release. Yeah, there was like a little thing where it was listing the chief animation directors. Books, movies, staff and cast, characters, story. Maybe it's under story. Yeah, there we go. So the screenplay is by Mitsuki Hirata, who I'm pretty sure has always done the screenplays, alongside Kozumi Koga, who is the director. So the director also did the screenplay, which is great. This is the interesting part. Chief animation directors: Kana Hirayama, Kikuchi Shona, Washidi Toshiya, and Kikuchi Hanako. 4 different chief animation directors. The series has never had this many. It's starting to become consistent, which is such a good fucking sign. Season 3 only had 2 chief animation directors. Season 1 only had Kana Hirayama. Only. Good animes do not have only 1 chief animation directors. They have multiple. Always. Consistently, you never just have one. That's so fucking bad. And so the problem with season 1 and season 2, most of it is Kana Hirayama carrying the shit out of this show. Like, just carrying the shit out of this show. So now she's not doing that as much, which is great. Having other people helps balance out the workload, which makes the animation in general look a lot better, because now you have more people working who are all about like either the same level or close to it, or at the very least they're good at their job. So the visual quality of this season is like, despite the fact that it may not look as have as amazing composition and animation as season 1, is very consistent and well handled. And that's such a great, holy shit. They're doing great. I'm actually very excited. We also get to hear Mami for the first time next week. Also voiced by Aoi Yuki. Who is? Are Ariel's interracial sister in live action? I didn't watch the live action of... I stopped watching the live actions after Aladdin. That's where I stopped giving a shit. You want to see a grown man cry? Make them watch Your Lie in April. It's emotionally manipulative. Your Lie in April is good, but it's so emotionally manipulative. Like, it's intentionally trying to make you cry, and it's just messing with you. I fucking hated it. Not a big fan of Dangerous in My Heart because of the female lead being 13 or 14 is overly sexualized. Yes, that's so common. There is a bit of a disconnect in Japanese culture from... So in Japanese culture, one thing I've noticed is that because it's fiction, they can kind of disassociate a little bit. So it's like, okay, it's fiction, it's not a real person. So that's kind of how they view it sometimes. With Rent a Girlfriend, what Reiji does that is interesting with Ruka's character is that despite the fact that she goes from like 16 to 18. I think she either starts at 15 and is right now 17 or 18. What makes it interesting and effective is that there is a purpose to the sexualization of Ruka's character. And it's literally, and yes, while it is a little bit uncomfortable sometimes, it's part of that struggle for Kazuya's character and the narrative itself. And so there is like this balance with Ruka's character where on one hand, the story actively addresses, yeah, she's a kid. She may look mature, like physically and she can be like physically attractive, but she is also a kid. So you have this contrast between Ruka being super cute, adorable, and even sexy at times, while at the same time, the story actively addresses her age. And it seems to be aware of it without directly telling you, hey, she's 16 or some shit. So Reiji intentionally avoids telling Ruka's age. That's actually a very clever motif, which allows him to do this stuff, to discuss these elements of Ruka's character, the sexualization of her character, without directly being like, hey, she's like 15 years old, right? It doesn't directly ever tell you Ruka's age. Ruka's age is never actually directly spoken. The only thing that's addressed is that she's under 18. That's it. At the start of the series, she's seemingly under 18, but it's never seemingly told what her age is. Even on her birthday, the birthday chapter for Ruka, we don't know her age. It's never explicitly told to you. You never actually know Ruka's age. So that's the one thing that Reiji does that's like really effective with Ruka. Yes, she's addressed as underage and she's a kid, but her age is never directly shown to you or spoken to you in any way. So that's how Reiji kind of deals with that. And I think it kind of works for the most part. While I do feel there's a little bit of uncomfortability when it comes to Ruka's character, I think that uncomfortability is intentional by Reiji. He knows. That's why he does like high school tropey things with Ruka's character, because she's a high schooler. For the like, that's the thing. That's how he does these things where you get the lucky panty shots, or you get the stupid shit that happens at the very beginning of the series, or like Ruka kissing him and trying to engage in like sexual acts with Kazuya, but Kazuya does not let her because it's uncomfortable, because it's kind of wrong, right? That like she's underage, he doesn't love her, he doesn't feel this way, so it's weird, and Kazuya doesn't want to engage with that. So that's kind of stuff I kind of appreciate, and it also informs certain things like Kazuya's guilt at his birthday party when Ruka kisses him, because it's supposed to be an important kiss for her, but she literally has the taste of alcohol in her mouth after kissing him, and it's like, shit, this is wrong. I need to end this. This is so fucking wrong. And that's why, like, I think the way Reiji handles a underage character in Ruka is good. I also love how when he depicts actual children, nothing sexual in any way, shape, or form, because he's a dad. He gets it. So he never depicts children in any real sexual ways or anything. He's like, nope, these are kids. You respect children. They're beautiful and kind-hearted, and we love children. And no, we do not treat them weird, and we do not depict them in any weird ways. That I really appreciate. But yeah, I guess that's the thing I wanted to share really quick on that. High School of the Dead was so good. Should have gotten a second season, same as Prison School. High School of the Dead was such a weird fucking show, dude. It's really well animated, but I believe the author died, so they weren't gonna continue it anyway. Ohana means family by Lilo. Yeah. That's the ending of that show. Yeah, the artwork is crazy. I love how Mami is in the shadows. Yep. I know what you're referring to. Oh, let's just press this. Yeah. Mami is in the shadows. I know. It's actually pretty good. I do find it funny that Kana always draws Chizuru with like red and black. Ruka always like light blue, and Mami with like green, Sumi with pink, and Minnie with purple. But Chizuru throughout most of the manga is actually depicted with blue colors, like almost consistently. She's actually more often depicted with blue colors, but now she has a second motif as a byproduct of the anime where she's depicted with pink and red. Now Chizuru's favorite color is red, but it is kind of interesting. Oh, Tanya and Tanya the Evil is voiced by Aoi Yuki. Oh, that's sick. That's kind of cool. You could have one chief animation director if the staff have a lot of time. Having only one makes the art style really consistent. However, if the planning is not great, you would need multiple. No. Because for instance, having more animation directors is always important. Specifically, chief animation directors, not just animation directors. It's always important because you need to balance out the workload. It doesn't matter how much time you have. You need to balance out the workload. That's why even a super successful, visually impressive show like Oshinoko has multiple chief animation directors. You need more than one. You need at least 2 or 3, if not 4, because if you don't, the workload is too much on that one person. You need to make sure they never get overwhelmed, right? Like it's so core and important to have multiple because it eases the workload on everybody. Because if you don't know anything about animation, most of the time with anime productions, they don't have time. You don't get time. That's not a thing. That's not really a thing. It's all crunch and extra work and like people like barely having time to do what they want and then getting paid pennies for it. So it's not quite that simple, unfortunately. Mami is Palpatine. Wait, Jaws said this? The fuck? Yeah, the artwork is crazy. Mami is Palpatine. Tiny. Yep, that's what I meant. I think she's 18 now. We don't know her age. Reiji's still avoiding her age very intentionally. Robin Williams' genie literally said in the original, "Never duplicate." uh, it's not only fan service. That's why Kazuya can't be with Ruka. Well, no, that's not the reason Kazuya can't be with Ruka. He can't be with Ruka because he doesn't love her. But Person Cool is great. Binged it in one day. Do you think that the kiss with Ruka considered a cheat? I think Kazuya thought of it at the date when Chizuru asked him about cheating. Yeah, I don't think it is because Ruka kissed him. Kazuya never consented to the kiss. Kazuya never had feelings there. So while Ruka kissed, okay, if Kazuya had sex with Ruka or kissed Ruka, yes, that's cheating because he engaged. So the big thing about cheating that I think is kind of missed and is not quite addressed in the situation is that it's the feeling and the action. It's both. It's both. It's not just one or the other. It's the feeling and the action, right? So you can be horny as shit and have sex with someone but love someone else. But that's still cheating. You still fucking cheated. You like there's no what ifs or buts about it. You still fucking cheated because you engaged in this act knowing it would hurt the person. You did this without consideration for the other person. It is cheating. However, Kazuya never did this. Ruka always kissed Kazuya. Ruka always engaged with Kazuya. He did not kiss her. She kissed him. That's not cheating. That is not cheating. If anything, I've explained before what Ruka did borders on what's the word? What is it? PA. We're gonna say it as PA. Because I don't know if YouTube will get upset. Because last time I mentioned this, they got upset at me. PA is physical physical ass. There we go. Physical ass. I hope you can piece what I'm saying together. Assault. Physical assault. Yeah, that's what Ruka did, unfortunately. She kissed him without consent. Kazuya never consented to that kiss. She kissed him. She's the one who kept pushing, and Kazuya was just frozen in place. That happened twice. Ruka did this fucking twice. Kazuya did not consent either time. So it's not cheating. No. Like, it's not Kazuya's fault some girl jumped on him. Physical ass. Knowing the Reiji situation, I hope his kids don't watch the anime reactions or review image people saying. I think they're okay. Reiji doesn't talk about his family at all. So people don't know them. I think it's actually very smart of Reiji to not discuss his family at all. So people don't know their connection to their dad or anything. So I think they're perfectly fine. Plus, in Japan, like, it's actually kind of a huge deal. Like, holy shit, your dad is a super successful mangaka. Holy shit, kid. Damn. So I think they're fine. What kind of twist would bring you to your niece since you all know Reiji's a master of doing so whenever he wants with it, no indication the twist is coming? Are you going to finish the croissant, Carl Weiser? Okay, what time is it? It's almost 1 on my end. I think we should stop soon. I think I'll stop in a little bit. But yeah, this was we went kind of off topic, but we're stayed on topic. Yeah, I've said what I wanted to say. God, look at her. It's so cute. It's so cute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, you can't. I think she's almost. So let's start from the top. I don't think I'll love anyone more than I do you. So sorry. I'm sorry. No. First off, she says, no, you can't, as if, don't be sorry. There's layers to this. There's 100 feelings, so we have to break them down. First, she says no to I'm sorry, not just I love you. So, no, you can't. Don't say sorry. Don't love me. Now we have 2. But no buts. So now no buts. You can't contradict me. Don't do this. But I just, no. Don't do this. My feelings for him and my decision were so sincere, almost pathetically so. Right? And you wonder, is Chizuru right here? Because Chizuru's biased about her own POV. I mean, even if you tell me no, no, just keep saying it. The absolutely not is probably that you can't. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Only our shadows were together, and it made me feel awful. Only our shadows were together, and it made me feel awful because I love this. I love this. I love touching him. I want to be with him. But no. Looking up, I could see the back of his head. I had seen it so many times before, and yet, maybe it was because my feet weren't touching the ground. I was floating. I was flying. Like she's soaring through the air. But for some reason, it looks somewhat different. Like she's not grounded. Like she's literally even a fantasy. That's so cool. I can't just stop. No, you have to stop. Suddenly I remember that the Parson scent was the strongest around the scalp. I like how she wrestles her way in. That's so cute. I love how she wrestles her way in. That's so cute. Nudging my face slightly into his back. When I did, it smelled like Grandpa just a little bit. Oh, it's so sad and cute. Like I said, I can't. No, you have to. No, sorry. No, sorry. No. Don't do it. Don't. Stop telling me. Damn it. Oh my God. Yeah. No, there's so many hidden details. Oh my God. There's so many hidden details. I love this. It's so cute. It's so unbelievably fucking cute. It's so cute and so sad too. There's so many no's. Each one is a different feeling. Another week of waiting. Oh Jesus. Read chapter 283. I know chapter 283. It's the one where Kazuya, like the whole world becomes Chizuru. I know. Yeah, there's no break. We're good. Yeah, I know. Chapter 283 is the one where the whole world becomes Chizuru. We read it prior. Why do you want me to read it again? All right, let's go to chapter 283. I don't know why they want me to read it again. We already read it on stream the other day, but sure. Oh, hey. Kanojo mo Kanojo. Kazuya, I'm in love with you. Huh, but this is so sudden. I can't help it. I've been so impatient. Can't hide it anymore. Please go out with me. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Ha ha ha. So intense. He's crying. Boner. It was just a dream. I can't see me. I can't have Mizuhara see me doing this at her place. It'd be a disaster. I don't think I'd come here first thing in the morning just because my class starts a bit later. And to post nut regret. Still, to think I have a dream like that. I'm clearly letting myself get too carried away. Oh, he's getting carried away. Mm. I mean, things have been going pretty well lately. It's a true display of how great living together can be. But that dream was uncalled for. I haven't won her over yet, not even in the slightest. Shocking. Just as Chizuru doesn't realize she's in love, Kazuya doesn't realize how close he is with her. It's so funny. Well, thinking back to when I first met her, I can't deny that I'm lucky to experience so many unbelievable things with her every day. So cute. I've got to get to class. Still, I wonder the assessment of me is getting anywhere. It doesn't really seem like anything has changed with her. There was nothing certain about that one time either, except there was. Some random girl. Geez, Kyoho, you're so slow. Sorry. That reminds me. Mizuhara also had a sweater with that color. No, stop. Something must be wrong with my head of mine. Woman's ability to sniff out sperm is 300 times that of men. Jesus Christ, Kibe, you're such a jackass. According to research consisting of 100 men and women done at Stanford University in Colorado, there were roughly 7 times more women than men who answered that they could smell semen in the room. Really? Stop talking like a Dago, that mentalist. There's no Stanford University in Colorado. You just made that shit up. I'm glad I went to the private video room. The relevance of these words of wisdom to what happened is uncanny. Oh my God. So basically, you'll get caught cheating. Thanks for letting me know. or masturbating. Oh yeah, Chizuru likes mopu tofu. Yeah, that reminds me. Chizuru also had that mopu tofu. Huh? Ah, it's way too much water for you. What are you, Minami Tanaka? I'll get some napkins. He's been kind of out of it lately, don't you think? The clumsiness has its charms. Okay. He talks about the Peter principle. Kazuya remembers Peter the cat. I can't stop thinking about Mizuhara no matter what I do. I might really be losing it at this point. He remembers when they had a fight there. Gah, I'm doing it again. The pollen count this year is set to be 200 million times higher than usual. Chizuru again. Chizuru again. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're losing my mind. I can't. I can't. I really have completely lost it. Mizar is the only thing I can think about anymore. Come on, get a hold of yourself. I can't do anything done like this. Just how long am I going to keep this up? A year, 2 years? Yamori-san is right. It's not like there's any guarantee that this will work out. Fuck you, Minnie. Fuck you, Minnie. What am I to do if it's like this forever? I graduate next year too. Will I ever be able to find a job with this hanging over my head? Most importantly, what will I do if she makes me wait all the time and still rejects me? I dedicate my entire college life to her. Plus, I don't see myself ever giving up on her. I've gotten so close to her, there's no way I can forget her now. Yeah. This chapter was creepy. How's this chapter creepy? I don't get it. It's cute, actually. He's super in love with her. 10 years, 20. Will I carry it with me to the end of time, whether I'm working at the convenience store or cleaning the fish tank? Will she be on my mind until I'm an old man? Thinking about it almost pains me enough to want to die. I might not be able to love anyone else. I guess it doesn't matter. After all, I love her. All that shit doesn't matter. He literally, like, when people say Kazuya is like deluded, he sees his reality. He knows. Like, Kazuya, most importantly, what will I do if she makes me wait until this time and still rejects me? What if I get, he knows he could get rejected. He knows he might wait forever and nothing will change. He knows that, like, maybe this will hang over his head for so long because he's super traumatized. 20 years. Will I carry with me to the end of time? Whether I'm working at a convenience store, cleaning the fish tank, will I be on my mind until I'm an old man? Am I just never going to get over this? Ever? Is this just going to haunt me for the rest of my days? It pains me so much I want to die. I might not be able to love anyone else. That's how much of an impact she had on my life. Like, this shit's brutal. And then he's just like, oh, I don't, you know what? It doesn't matter. Yeah, all that shit can happen. But I love her. Then that's all I care about. Pretty much that. Define your love not with fear, hatred, or anger, or any of these bad things that you think life will turn into, but with love. Just define yourself by what you want, by your dreams, by your goals. The multiple Agent Smith Mizuhara was kind of obsessed with. That's the joke. The joke is that, holy shit, my world is literally her. I can't think of anyone else. Holy shit. She has consumed my world to the point that, holy crap, this is bad. This is so fucking bad. What if I, like, never get over her? What if this has become, like, to the point where, like, oh my god, I can never live normally again without her. Holy shit. And then he realizes that doesn't matter because this is just a blip in a moment. This is just this moment right now. In this moment, yeah, Chizuru has consumed his world. But that doesn't mean anything bad here. Also, this lines up perfectly with the idea of 100 feelings and one shadow. There's one Kazuya and there's 100 Chizurus, right? She's literally everywhere. So this kind of lines up with that. I'll give you credit where credit is due in that sense. She's the center of his world. Yeah, she's everything to him. But it's not so much obsessive as it is Kazuya's desires manifesting. Because Kazuya wants to be with her and he can't. How does this chapter start? First off, how does the chapter start? Trust me, when you're in love, you get obsessed too. Yeah. But how does the chapter start? Kazuya wants to physically be with Chizuru and she hugs him in the dream. He wants to nut. He wants to have sex. He wants to hug her. He wants to touch her. He hasn't done any of that. He hasn't gone to interact with her physically in any way, shape, or form. So naturally, that feeling wells up. It's consuming him. It's everywhere. And literally a constant reminder is shown to him, hey, this is what you want. 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 And your mind will never shut the fuck up because it knows what you want and you're not giving it what you want. It's like when you're denying yourself something, but you know it's what your body wants. So like, let's say you're craving chocolate. I'm comparing Chizuru to chocolate. Jesus Christ. Let's say you're craving chocolate and you keep denying yourself that thing. Okay, but you can't just cut it out of your life. That's not how it fucking works. Like, for example, people who diet, I think a lot of them do dieting wrong because the trick isn't to remove the thing from your life. It's to just give you less and less of it. So to just eat pieces and pieces of it so you just calm down and it eases the tension. So like, I've lost a lot of weight, but I haven't cut out chocolate or ice cream or any of that stuff. I just eat less of it. That's all. So I guess that's a weird comparison to make, but the idea here is this. Kazuya really wants Chizuru, like very badly, physically. He physically wants to initiate something and he can't. And he has to go vent it out. And his body just doesn't want that anymore. It's like, okay, this isn't enough anymore. I want her. Give it to me. Give it to me. And so the world that is presented to you is contrasted by Kazuya's emotions. All of this fear, this obsession, this loss of character, this insanity doesn't matter. Yeah, all of this freak out that just happened, it doesn't matter. Deep breath, let it go. Everything's cool. She may be the center of my world, but I control my world. It is my world. It is my choice. That's what this is. This is Kazuya losing control of the literal world he is a part of as a byproduct of Chizuru. This is Kazuya taking that control back. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, in the grand scheme of life and existence, it doesn't matter if you know what you're feeling. It's all pointless. Like that's like people farming shit online, it's all pointless. Us being super in love to the point that the person consumes our world, it doesn't matter. If you love the person, that's what matters. That's it. It's taking back control. That's the point of this chapter. The chapter starts with Kazuya not having a control over a dream that literally overwhelms him. This dream literally, he has no control. He gets hugged. She loves him. He gets hugged, and he wakes up. He has a bodily reaction that he has no control over. He wakes up uncontrollably crying. He has uncontrollable lust that he doesn't know what to do with, so he always to vent it out. He has uncontrollable thoughts where he keeps thinking about her. He keeps seeing her everywhere. Then he's with Kibe. It relates to how he was feeling. And then he sees a tofu. He thinks about her. He goes to class. Someone says Peter. He thinks about her with Peter. He goes through school. He sees a spot they were at. He sees her again. It's It's him losing control. It's him literally losing control. So as you're going, more control and more control and more control is lost until his entire world is literally consumed by her. His mind literally ran completely wild and he can't control it. Then, as he's freaking out, he processes all these emotions that he's feeling, and he just takes a deep breath, realizes what he's looking at, realizes what he wants, calms down. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's all good. Everything's fine. It doesn't matter. The past is the past. The future is the future. I'm going to live right now. That's what I'm going to do. That's what this is. It's Kazuya taking control back. It's Kazuya being completely aware of the world he's a part of and just taking it back. It's my life. It's my world. It's what I want to do with it. That's what this is. I think I missed one thing that I wanted to point out. It's like, oh yeah, the other thing is that Chizuru is literally consuming Kazuya's world here in contrast to how Kanojo Mo Kanojo ends, because this chapter is when Kanojo Mo Kanojo or Girlfriend Ended. That's why I have this saved alongside it. And Girlfriend, the main dude gets with all the girls. Every single one. He hates every single girl. In contrast, Chizuru consumes Kazuya's world. She is his world, not a whole bunch of other people, just her, right? So in contrast to Girlfriend ending with the guy ending up with 4 different girls, this one is Chizuru consuming Kazuya's world. So that's the contrast that Reiji's striking. It's literally like this is the chapter where if people say this is a harem, just take them to this chapter. About that, buddy. About that, buddy. By the way, Reiji drew up peak Kazuya in this chapter, and he is not some an unresponsive adult to competent adult who can handle himself. Oh yeah, Kazuya is definitely like very competent here. Has a shit together. He knows what he feels, and that matches the dialogue here, right? Yeah, I know. I just got rejected. Yeah, I know things didn't work out, but I still love you, and I'm not just gonna get over that. That's how I feel. So yes, this chapter does fall in line with this. I also, oh yeah, the endings kind of mirror each other. Yeah, I love that Kazuya is. I love how the words are surrounding them. That's really cool. The words surround them as they walk in a single shadow. That's so fitting. So they walk into the night, singular shadow, thousand, and then a hundred feelings. Kazuya's feelings, Chizuru's feelings, all expressed. And you have so many things happening in the screen too. Like Kazuya can't let go. She's like, no, sorry, I know. Chizuru is thinking about her grandpa. Chizuru is thinking about like Kazuya. There's a lot happening here. And she's at this point, by the end of it, at this point, she's just kind of responding. At this point, it's literally like she's just responding. Like she's just saying what's coming to her. She's not even like thinking about it at this point. She's just responding. Like she doesn't even want to hear what he says anymore. I attended a webinar and the live isn't done yet. Haha, you're a goat. Thanks. In chapter 238, he looks so good, man. Yeah. I remember I cleaned a panel, so I drew over the bubbles to have a single clean image from Komi-san that kind of looked like that. This? Could someone translate the words on the street? Did Reishi leave a cheeky message or just street stuff? Oh, right here? Crumpy, what does this say? Is there some sort of meaning here that's hidden in plain sight? What does the text right here say? It means stop. Oh my god. Oh my god. The text reads stop for the car, but they keep walking. That's so funny. The text literally reads stop and they keep walking. I love it. Keep moving forward. That seems to be the theme of this chapter. Keep moving forward. Keep pushing. Keep persevering. Because that's life. The same people calling Kazuya's love for Chizuru shallow are the ones who want him to move on when he gets rejected. Right? 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 If anything, shouldn't that be indicative of the fact that your feelings are shallow? Let's read that one more time for you, fellas. The same people calling Kazuya's love for Chizuru shallow are the ones who want him to move on when he got rejected. If anything, if Kazuya just moved on, that would mean his love wasn't that serious, which isn't true at all because that's not fucking Kazuya. It's almost like they're not talking about Kazuya at all. Reminds me of the start of the arc when he was carrying the rocks, specifically her granddad's rocks. Yup. Hey, someone's getting it. Someone's getting it. That is correct. That is correct. Rather than carrying he removes the literal baggage her grandpa left her. And what is the thing that happens in that chapter, mind you? What is the thing that happens in that chapter that Chizuru really wanted to do but couldn't? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. What did Chizuru want to do when she saw Kazuya lifting the rocks? She hugs a cardboard box. We saw the same cardboard boxes in the opening of the chapter. The cardboard boxes are down. She's hugging him. When she thinks of her grandpa helping her when if someone's in need, the strength just finds a way. Here she is. She gets to hug him now. Damn. Damn. She gets to hug him now. Whereas with grandpa, she couldn't. He's not lifting her, the baggage her grandpa left her. He's lifting her and her own struggles and her own burdens. He's carrying her. Damn. When you translate the other letters on the street from the previous chapter, more hidden messages. What? No, I think it's just the lines, but I don't what like. There's nothing here. I think it just says stop again here. Yeah, that over there. It looks pretty similar to the. Yeah, it looks pretty darn similar. So just stop at the beginning and stop at the end. Is that the last shot panel near Chizuru's house? I don't think so. It looks like they're entering that area, but I don't think so. I think they're getting close, but they're not there yet. Yeah, what if they oh wow. What if they end up falling again? What if like the beginning of that arc, they end up falling again and they kiss? Huh. That could happen. What if they just end up falling on top of each other again and they end up kissing this time? And that's how it happens. One last time. One last time. And instead of wait, it just happens. Damn. We should talk what happens in the next chapter where Kazuya falls on her and she stops the kiss, just like the shed. Chizuru later leans in where he's the same. And I saw a tweet from Japanese that said they were 300 meters from the house at the end of the last chapter. How far is that? 300 meters from the house. So they're pretty close. I knew they weren't there, but they're pretty close. Like 300 meters. Let me check. How many feet is 300 meters? Okay. About 984 feet. So bit of a walk still. There's still a tad bit of a walk left, but they're close. No, it's not going to end like this. Nah, it's not going to end like this. Yeah, they're pretty close, but there's still a small bit of a walk left. Shows the motorcycle driver. They're at the panel that shows the motorcycle driver. Is this when they go on that date? You mean right here? This looks different. I don't think it's quite the same spot. I like the third page where Reiji could have drawn them together, but intentionally drew them separately. Third page. You mean this? Your feelings are what's important. That's life, you know. Forgot to ask. But can I keep loving you just for a little while longer? Kills her on the inside. No. What? But it's not like I can change how I feel so suddenly. I mean, it's just, this isn't right. Oh, I think few people notice this. She holds herself tighter here. She like grabs her arm harder because she's actually like really afraid to be hated by him. She actually really loves him. Come on, what are you talking about? It's not your fault. You got a blister. Plus, I just couldn't stand seeing you like that. Size, remember what I said? I'll wait however long it takes. I've been thinking you believed me back then, Mizuhara. So maybe it's my turn this time. Kazuya is better than us. Kazuya is better than us. He is better than us. Ah, he's better than us. Yeah, her bubbles are wobbly. It's like she's about to fucking cry, dude. She's literally about to fucking cry, dude. Look at her. She's literally about to fucking cry. Oh my god. She's not crying, but she's about to fucking cry. I don't think it's possible for me to love in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you. Don't feel that way. No. Don't love me. I'm a bad person. Why? It's so peak. It's so peak. Oh, it's so fucking peak. Yeah, the text bubbles are wobbly because she has a shaky voice. Yeah, she's falling apart. She's falling the fuck apart. That's why when she says why don't you hate me? Like Kazuya notices like she holds her arm a little harder here. Like you should hate me, even though she doesn't want him to hate her. She wants him to love her, but she says that because she thinks it's the right thing to do, and she holds herself a little tighter because she's afraid. She doesn't want him to hate her. Chizuru's such a good fucking person, dude. It's so sad that she views herself so badly just because people keep telling her she's a bad person. Like it really shows how this stuff really gets to you. Like how people constantly telling you you're a bad person, you're a bad person, you're a bad person, just it gets under your skin and you really start doubting yourself and you start believing it. Yeah. No, this shit like look at this. Look at she's so in love. She's so unbelievably in love. And I love how he draws her. He makes her look so small. She looks so small in contrast to him. And I love how sincere Kazuya looks. Kazuya is so sincere here. This is the most sincere we've seen Kazuya this whole time. He's just honestly saying what's on his mind. Because all the barriers are gone. Everything is broken. He's just saying what he wants to say. He just believes it. There's no pretense. Investigation is fucking done, dude. He's just saying what he wants to say. Like they're finally just being honest. I called this. I fucking called this. I literally wrote a whole fucking thing calling this. No one fucking believed me. Kazuya is an absolute Chad in a simp disguise. I guess. That's not too inherently inaccurate. Do you know why? Okay, let me tell you guys something interesting. Do you know why people think Kazuya is a simp and a pathetic loser and all that stuff? Kazuya is a deconstruction of masculinity. Kazuya is a fundamental deconstruction of what masculinity is, what it means to be a man, because he doesn't act like a man. Not, and when I say that, I don't mean like he's a weak, pathetic dude. I mean he doesn't act like our traditional perspective of what a man is. So he's not some burly buff dude. He doesn't have a beard. He doesn't just give life advice, and he doesn't look stoic. He doesn't have all that stuff. But Kazuya is more of a man than like any of the other romance manga I've ever read, because this dude will always like be honest and respectful of others. He lifts other people up when he is down. He helps other people when they are down, even if they hurt him. Kazuya is not a simp in any way. He is a Chad because this dude knows what he wants. He sees the cruel reality in front of him. And instead of breaking and getting angry and getting hurt because one person saw him, he's like, you know what? I'm going to lift up people up too. And Kazuya from the start was always a Chad, but he just didn't see it in himself. Chizuru saw that in him. Chizuru saw in him what he couldn't see in himself. That Kazuya is a very passionate, kind, and loving person who, while he may look pathetic to you, what he's doing is actually really hard because a lot of men won't do what he does because they think they'll look sad and pathetic. Kazuya knows he looks pathetic and he does it anyway. See, Kazuya doesn't do it because he's ignorant. No. That's where the stupidity comes in. People think Kazuya does stupid shit, therefore he's stupid. When in reality is, Kazuya does stupid shit knowing he looks stupid because he doesn't care how other people perceive him, if it means he gets the result that he wants. The only person he cares about how he's perceived by, Chizuru. The only person he cares about how he's perceived by. She's the only one. Everyone else doesn't matter. Yeah, I look stupid. That's fine. I'm okay with looking stupid as long as the people I love are happy. That's fine. That's the big theme of this story. It's that all these lies, all these things that happen, none of them matter because at the core of it all is love. None of that other shit fucking matters because you know the core of it all it stems from love and care and appreciation. So in that same vein, how Kazuya looks to other people does not fucking matter. Kazuya looking like a simp does not fucking matter because the truth of it is, at his heart, he's more of a man than most of these people. He's more of a man than Kibe. Kibe looks traditionally masculine. Kibe does all the traditionally masculine things, except Kibe is a fucking coward. Kibe is a goddamn coward. He will lash out. He will get angry. He'll get upset at Kazuya, but he won't actually understand what he's feeling. He won't let his friend open up. He'll guilt trip him. He'll dismiss his feelings. But he's not a bad person either. He recognizes this about himself, and he tries to be better. That's why Kibe is somewhat of a redeemable character. Because at least Kibe actually tries to be better for his friend. At least actually tries to be there for him. But he doesn't, he's actually kind of a coward. Because when he sees the cruel reality in front of him, he compromises. He's like, yeah, it's okay for me. You know what? I'm not good enough. I'll give up. And that's why he idolizes Kazuya, because Kazuya doesn't give up. So that's why when he talks to Chizuru, he says, yeah, Kazuya is pathetic and kind of a loser, but he's actually a really good guy, and he's not actually a loser. So his words always come off as contradictory, because to a traditional man, yeah, Kazuya is a loser. Kazuya is the biggest fucking loser you'll ever see if you are a very traditional person. But if you stop looking with that perspective of how people look, how you perceive them, Kazuya is a completely different person. Kazuya is not this pathetic loser when in reality he's an absolute Chad who can do crazy shit if you stop perceiving him as a loser, if you see what's underneath it all. That's what Chizuru saw. That's what Kazuya tells her here. Kazuya believes in Chizuru because she believed in him. She saw something in him he didn't even see in himself. Kazuya couldn't see this stuff because everybody always viewed him with that bad side, with the fact that he's pathetic and a loser. But Chizuru didn't. Despite everything, she believed in him. She's like, no, there's something there. I see it. I see there's someone there who can do literally anything, who can make fucking dreams come true, who can make people happy. I see that. I see the passion. I see this person who's full of life and joy, who has a lot to give, and literally like is cooler than any other guy. But he just looks immediately when you first see him, he doesn't look cool. And this is what Kazuya is saying to her here. I see you. I know there's more here. I know you messed up. I know you're doing stuff that doesn't look traditionally feminine. I know you're hurting people. I know you look like a bad guy. I know you appear like a bad guy. But I know you're not. I know you're not a bad guy. I'm going to believe in you. It's my turn this time. You helped me a lot in the start of the series. You saw me when I couldn't even see myself. So you know what? I'm going to see you too. I'm going to see who you are there. I'm going to believe in you too because you believed in me, because you saw me and you didn't see the mistakes. You didn't see the loser. You didn't see the pathetic guy. You saw a good passionate person underneath. You saw a normal traditional masculine dude underneath. Or not traditional, just you saw a normal masculine dude underneath who's still a good guy, who's still a dude, who's not just some pathetic loser. You saw an actual person underneath. And I want to see that for you too. I want to know that you're a normal girl underneath and you're not a bad person. And I'm going to believe in that too. And I'm going to keep dreaming, I'm going to keep believing. And I'm going to keep believing in the person that I love because I know there's something more underneath there. I realize that now. The society is made for the Umis out there to win the 99% of the times, but the Chizuru and Kazuya represent that 1% that breaks the mold. I think it's actually not as true as you think. A lot of the Umis of the world have a lot of privilege to them, but what you don't realize is that's just the surface level. You think a lot of the Umis win in the world. In reality, a lot of the Kazuyas win. It just looks that way. That's the idea of this story. This story is like, oh, the Umis always win. In reality, this story is saying, no, that's not actually how life works. The Umis don't just win. That's not how life works. You get a lot of privilege handed to you because you're a sexy, attractive dude who looks conventionally attractive, who acts cool and never falls apart or anything. But in reality, those people aren't always happy. They don't always get what they want. That things don't always work out for them. But the people who believe, the people who dream, the people who keep choosing to see the world in a better way with kindness and with love instead of with this stuff, then yeah, you have a different then yeah, those people will get their happy ending because those people actually believe in something. They actually want to believe in something. They want to believe in other people. They want to feel something for someone else other than just this emptiness. They don't want to live with that superficial shit. So Kazuya is choosing to not see the 99 lies, but the truth underneath it all, the love that he feels. Bro, please read, don't talk. I'll ban you for that. That pissed me off. That pissed me off. I don't usually just ban people, but bro, read, please don't talk. Fuck off, man. That was so rude. That was unnecessarily rude. Why do you think it's an act of love? What do you mean? What do you think is an act of love? Kazuya, Chizuru, what are you referring to? I like that Kazuya's first question is, can I keep loving you? Instead of, what do you mean about there's more than what I feel? True G. Yeah. He doesn't, he knows what he feels and he doesn't want to push her right now. She's hurt. She's not okay. So he's going to just focus on his feeling. He's going to focus on the love, not on the uncertainty. Not on the things he can't control, but the things that he can. He can control himself. Kazuya has control over himself, so he's going to keep choosing to live with that. Right? He's going to keep choosing to live with that love, that kindness. Kibe is a little woke, unironically. What? What? Kibe woke? What? How's Kibe woke? The fuck? I don't know what the fuck you guys mean. What? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean Kibe's woke? What the fuck does that mean? Kibe is the kind of friend who you can count on, but asks him for advice. Don't tempt your luck, Lawless Bacon. Don't tempt your luck. No, my throat. When she said she's sorry, he didn't immediately thought about rejection or himself. He thought about her blister. This man is peak. Yeah. First thing she says when she says, I'm sorry. No, you're not heavy at all. Don't worry about it. That's not what I'm talking about. She means the rejection. No worries. Your feelings are important. That's life, I know. Your feelings are important. That's what matters. I forgot to ask earlier, but can I keep loving you for a little longer? No, don't fucking do that. Right? No, don't fucking do that. Yeah. When she says you should hate me, he's like, no, I don't blame you for this thing that just happened. How can you all see this and think this dude's a loser? How can you see this? How can you see this? I don't think it's possible for me to, in my lifetime, to love anyone more than I love you. Like, dude, unbelievable confession right here. How do you read this and just think to yourself, this dude's a loser? Absolute fucking peak, dude. He's no longer afraid of messing up, which is a great way to grow his character. Kazuya, no. See, this is the misunderstanding. You guys are under the illusion Kazuya never grew. When he grew this entire time. Rather, he's under the illusion that he needs to grow. He's already grown. There's nothing to grow. There's no more growing needing to happen here. That's the problem. He just needs to keep pushing. That's it. He just needs to keep being persistent. That's just it. But Kazuya's already grown. He just needs to keep pushing. That's all. It's like she's fighting against her own feelings, because she is. She is. She's literally fighting her against her own feelings. Kibe notices the injustice done to Chizuru by Mami. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Kibe doesn't see shit. Startup talk for Beach playing the background would be peak. People will say he's a loser because he's rejected him and he still loves her. You can't reason with haters. Yeah. Yeah, some of this arc can go many ways, but they'll still be together. Every no comes with a silent I love you. Aw. I'll argue you've never truly done growing. You either keep going or you regret there's no idling. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he is growing. Like, fair enough. Kazuya is growing in this arc, but you're also under the illusion that he's regressed when he hasn't. I think that's maybe more accurately what I wanted to say. The investigation is the illusion that Kazuya has regressed when he has not. He's actually been progressing the entire time. Kazuya was always moving forward. He just thought he wasn't. But I don't understand why. You don't understand why Chizuru is fighting her own feelings? Because she feels like a bad person. Because she feels like she doesn't deserve him and she's not ready. And she desires him physically. Notice what she says. Only our shadows were together and it made me feel awful. Okay. Chizuru wants to touch him and hug him and kiss him and do all that stuff. But she's been conditioned that that is not love. That you don't get to do that if you're really in love. You shouldn't need to do that if you're really in love. So she has negative parts of her feelings. These feelings are compounded by other factors, like her guilt over her grandmother, the guilt over the trip to Hawaiians, the guilt over the 3-month time skip. All that stuff is Chizuru thinking she's a bad person and acts like confirmation bias because everyone tells her she's a bad person. She makes a mistake and that gets confirmed to her. That's literally how depression works. That's why you don't deal with depression alone, because you think you're a bad person, you do something bad without meaning to, and then you have no one else to blame but yourself. So you blame yourself. That's why you don't deal with depression alone. You need other people, because if you deal with depression alone, when you make a mistake, who are you going to blame? You're going to blame yourself, and you're not going to overcome the fucking problem. That's what's happening to Chizuru. She is literally feeling all these things on her own, and she feels like she's a bad person for feeling the way that she does. Because her feelings to her are selfish when they're very normal and everybody fucking has these feelings. There's nothing wrong with them. But she's been conditioned that her feelings are not good enough for Kazuya, that his feelings are too kind, too pure, too perfect. He deserves better. So naturally, she's fighting against her feelings because she thinks they're not good enough yet. She feels desire, not love. Those are two different things to Chizuru. When that's not true, because we see Kazuya horny all the fucking time, right? But he restrains himself. When he restrains himself, he conveys to her, oh, my love is not physical. My love is romantic. And this is coming from a guy who's horny as shit all the fucking time. Think about that. Chizuru knows how horny Kazuya is. So when Kazuya restrains himself and never does anything physically, she thinks that's what she needs to do too in order to actually be in love. So she always searches for Kazuya to let out his feelings for her, but he never does. He restrains it. He controls it. So what happens? It sends Chizuru the message that, oh, I need to control my feelings too, because that's what love is. Not, letting your desires out, because that's part of love too. Okay. I think this was a weird Chizuru saying that I'd hate someone like me, and Kazuya answers that, come on, that's not your fault, and get a blister. It's not actually weird. Rather, He's making it about this moment. Like he's making it like this pain that you're feeling right now is normal, and I would never hate you for that. That's what he's saying. Plus, I couldn't stand seeing you like that. Well, he doesn't say something like I would never hate you. He tells her what's going on is normal, and you shouldn't hate yourself for that. That's what he's saying. Don't hate yourself for something that's normal. But then he adds on to this and validates her feelings. The words afterwards are very important here. I've been thinking you believed in me back then, Mizora, so maybe it's my turn this time. I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you, and that's okay. You can keep going. I'm sorry. So sorry. And she says no, right? Kazuya just keeps telling her, I'll still keep loving you even if you're not ready. It's fine, right? He's easing her worries. He doesn't tell her I won't hate you. He's just easing her worries. He's not defining this by the word hatred. He's defining this by his love. Literally, his love is the defining factor here. That he will keep loving her. Not that I won't ever hate you. I'll just keep loving you, even when I hate you. That's what he's saying here. I'll love you even when I hate you. I'll always love you. There's no way I love you more than I've ever loved anyone before. So he's defining his words by not saying I'll never hate you, because even if he does hate her at some point, he will still love her. Even if he's hurt like he is right now, he will still love her. That's what he's saying. That's the intent here. Yeah, yeah. No. He starts by saying it's about him carrying her, but then adds to that because he knows what she's referring to. Yeah, he starts by talking about the blister first, and then Kazuya builds on that. I think this time Chizuru is an emotional turmoil. Kazuya will remember chapter 343 and what he said to him. If I said to love you on him, he'll show him love in physical way. They already. Well, yeah, Kazuya is proving he can love on his own and support her, just as she supported him before. So Kazuya is living up to that idea of I can live too. Before Chizuru goes, Kazuya, I can't take this anymore. Kazuya, after hearing Umi's confession, I don't know how much more of this I can take. They're both equally down bad for each other. Yes, super bad. Kind of feel sorry for her more than Kazuya. At least he has his family and some good friends, but she really has no one but her fake friends at work. Even Minnie, she's got to know her because of Kazuya. Yeah, people seem to just completely ignore how alone Chizuru is, how she has nobody, how she's literally just powering through the cruel world alone. I was literally saying earlier to people, Chizuru didn't get a hug for 4 fucking months until Sumi gave her a hug. And the person who hugged her before that, Mami, who was being vindictive. Yeah, literally Chizuru did not get a fucking hug since her grandma died until like months and months later. That's how alone Chizuru feels. That's how much she wants a fucking hug. Chizuru needs a goddamn hug. Jesus Christ. Kazuya is better and more mature man, mostly thanks to Chizuru. Yeah, and because he always had it in him, and he just never saw it. The down evil for each other. People don't have a lot of sympathy for Chizuru. It's so unfair, yeah. Why Kazuya didn't hug her? So why did Kazuya not hug Chizuru in the cheer update? Why did he not hug her? He literally says it felt like she would break in my arms. He had never seen her so vulnerable and weak. So when he didn't hug her in that time, because he legit thought she would break in his arms. He was afraid. He was just like, shit, I want to hug her, but I can't. And so he doesn't hug her because he thinks like I literally can't. I think she'll shatter in my arms. I'm afraid. And that's how it felt like to him at the time. And that moment of not hugging her actually somewhat cascades into the current situation that we're in. That like Chizuru feels like Kazuya doesn't hug her or interact with her physically because he doesn't he doesn't desire her in any way. So Chizuru literally comes in for a hug at that point. She wanted a hug. And in the cheer update, she wanted a hug. She literally thinks of Sayuri hugging her. She wanted a hug. And Kazuya didn't give her a hug. And the reason he didn't give her a hug is because he had never seen her like this before. It scared him a little bit. Because it literally felt like she was made of glass. She was just shatter in his arms. And that's why. So this is pretty much building towards a fucking hug. Like a hug, a kiss, like everything, just all the like literally this to me is going to end in Kazuya saying, you can touch me as much as you like. And I'll hug you whenever you want. That's kind of what it feels like it's building to. That like Kazuya will just let her just, because Chizuru expresses herself very physically, but she's constantly restraining that, actively, consistently. So this seems like that moment where you just, okay, let the floodgates out. Hug, touch as much as you want. As much as you want. Do it as much as you want. And that's pretty much what this is building to. Yeah, I said this many times to my friends who validated her rejection. I said to them, thinking about it a little, and Chizuru has none. Like, where's she gonna go? I think paradise is not the place where Kazuya should have pushed Chizuru for a confession. Yes! Yes, we talked about this. Kazuya pushed Chizuru too much in Hawaiians. Way too much. And he didn't realize. He was trying to be there for her, but he felt like he had to act under the guise. He had to do it after he confessed, which is wrong. You could have done it without confessing. But he didn't realize that because he's so busy trying to confess. Oh yeah, touching's going to escalate. She will have her way with him. Yeah. No, I definitely think after this, like, there's going to be a lot of hugging and touching. Chizuru's going to want to touch a lot, and it's going to be so weird for them. It's going to be so weird. Like, oh, can I touch you? It's like, yep. It's like, oh God, it's so hard. It's going to be so funny seeing them touch and interact physically. It's going to be so fucking cute. Just seeing them freak out about that. Anyways, I think I'm going to stop. Yeah. Oh my God, it's almost 7 hours. Jesus Christ. I've been streaming a little too long. Okay, I'm going to stop here. I gotta go eat something. I haven't eaten anything. I haven't drank that much water. My throat's kind of killing me a little bit. So this was fun. Let me switch to the big screen so you guys see me more clearly. All right. This was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please subscribe, like button, the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. If you're new here, thanks to everyone who tuned in. Had a lot of feelings about this. I'm currently working on a really big script that I hope to get out very soon. I already recorded it. I just gotta cut it up, edit it, and place it all together and all that stuff. And then I will work on it. I'll also be incorporating clips from this and other things along those lines. Hype for next Tuesday. Hell yeah, brother. I cannot wait, brother. Oh, I'm so hyped. Yeah, next week is going to be super sick. It's going to be hype as fuck next week. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. Stream gave me a headache, not complaining. Thanks for the stream, Johan. You see, yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Also, for new people here, consider supporting me on Patreon if you're interested. It would mean a lot if you do, because it would allow me to keep creating content more comfortably. And finally, consider joining the Discord. The Discord is in the link. It's in the description down below. So consider checking that out if you want to talk to me more closely and personally, and we can go from there. Oh yeah, that's a toxic relation, isn't it? What's a talk? I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Just watch my video. I'll get into it later. It's not a toxic relationship. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's not. Anyways, what a way to end the stream. You know what? We're going to focus on the positivity. I love them. I love them. They are the best. I ship these two, and I hope they get together, and there's a lot of touching and love between them. I cannot wait. I will see you guys next time. Remember, let's mosey. Fight, propose, kiss, sex. Oh, wait. Fight, kiss, propose, sex. There we go. Alrighty. See y'all later.